Yeah, you trying to say some shit, argue some shit. I ain't even arguing. You disingenuous, bro.
No, you disingenuous. Because the date I gave was 1619
To what?
through 1860.
Right. So why is you going from 1619 when we can't prove that? The people that's documented are documented from 1808, and there's 388,000 of them.
You know, my joint
You
tripping.
agreed to that, right? So
My
now you don't
my
agree.
joint tripping. So I want y'all.
Now you don't agree.
Nope. What I want y'all
So
to
now
do.
you don't
What I
agree.
want y'all to do is just type it in. And like I said, I am having
So now you don't agree.
This is just a basic AI overview. Yes.
So now you don't agree.
Yes. It is.
So now you don't
Yes,
agree
yeah, it
that
hurts.
when was
Yes.
the end of
It is
slavery? Watch
historical,
him buck dance away
and-
from this. Watch this. Watch him buck dance. Watch this. I make this boy buck. I make him moonwalk like Michael Jackson. When was the end of slavery?
Increase rather than continuous.
When was the end of the transatlantic slave trade?
Listen. In fact.
When was the end of the transatlantic?
I'm gonna keep asking. Exuberantly without additional human trafficking in the adult population increased by about 70% every 25 years.
That don't even make sense.
You're fucking done.
That don't even make sense.
Nigga.
It did. So anyway, like I say, I asked him
I love you. I love you, brother. I love you, brother. But
watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch him buck dance.
No, nigga.
When was the end of the transatlantic slave trade?
You are done.
When was the end of the transatlantic slave trade?
You fried, nigga.
When was the end of the transatlantic slave trade? I know you a coward.
Nope.
You ain't got to show me the yellow. Pull your shirt up and show me the yellow streak on your belly.
Nope.
When was the end of When was the end of the transatlantic slave trade?
I know the answer to that, but this is what you get because nigga, you didn't want to answer my question.
Yeah, all right, because I answered every one of your questions, but you can't answer mine. You a coward, bro.
You didn't answer a fucking thing.
You a coward. My question was, how in 52 years, since you won't answer it, the end of the Atlantic slave trade happened in 1808. He's being disingenuous, y'all. You dig what I'm talking about? Cowardly, if you ask me. You dig what I'm talking about? And disingenuous, to say the least. You dig what I'm saying? He knows from that point is when the Africans or whoever was brought into America as slaves were counted, documented, 388,000. Everything he's saying is just subjective rhetoric that's coming out of his mind.
Nigga. Respectfully.
Right? He bringing up old ass news.
Hold on. Respectfully.
He bringing up old ass news.
Yo,
Cosmo, it ain't got nothing to do.
All you did, nigga, was run your mouth. You didn't show a goddamn thing. Listen,
yep, I showed you that it's an impossibility for 388,000 people to agree with each other.
I'm not asking you to agree with my source, but at least I showed something.
You didn't show anything.
Goddamn mouth.
Your source agreed with me.
Oh, nigga, that's all you did was run your mouth.
But your source agreed with me.
No, nigga, all you did was run your mouth. You didn't show.
Yeah, but it don't matter. But your source still agreed with me.
Nigga, the source I pulled up fucking highly disagrees with you.
It does. It totally agrees with me. And then I asked you a simple question like, what is a Holocaust?
Cosmon.
You don't even know what it is.
Would it be a fair statement?
You dig what I'm talking about?
Hold on. Would it be a fair statement to say, Brother Omar pulled something up? Even if you don't disagree with it, I pulled something up.
Yeah, but
hold on. Now, would it be a fair statement? Would it be a fair statement to say all you did was run your goddamn mouth? You didn't pull it.
No, it wouldn't be fair. You dig what I'm talking about because I pulled up more sources than you. Ha ha. You dig what I'm talking about? You know, you gotta stop, man.
Your bullshit question that you have.
You're not sharp, bro.
Go ahead with your bullshit question you have.
Right? You know, because you being disingenuous. You're buck dancing. You're being disingenuous. I asked him when did the transatlantic slave trade stop. Now he doesn't agree with the 360,000. He wants to add on 246 years. He wants to add on 246 years. Right, and then he wants to buck dance and talk around the conversation instead of sourcing up and proving that these 388,000 can turn into 10 million. And then his own source debunks him because his own source. Listen, this is how cold I am. First of all, he's terrified of me. He won't even let me talk.
I'm not asking y'all to do
He's
that.
terrified of me. And then his own source says those 388,000 only turn into 3.5 million.
Yeah, it hurts.
So when you stump a dude out like that with his own source to where he turns around and argues my point, that's how you know he punched drunk.
You didn't show a goddamn thing though. So why you mad at me?
I showed more than you did.
Why? Hold on, Cosmo. Why are you mad at me because I showed something?
You did. Why you mad that I showed more?
Hey, it's gonna be okay.
And that I used your source against you.
Relax. It's gonna be okay.
Why are you so mad?
Hey, Cosmo, relax. It's gonna be okay.
I'm just saying, why you upset about that?
Cosmo, relax, brother. It's gonna be
because I've shown that you don't know what you're talking about. Does that hurt your feelings?
Just relax a little bit.
Do that hurt your feelings though? Just tell me, are your feelings
even if you don't agree, even if you
even if I don't agree with it, what I'm trying to say is it's still illogical.
All he did was run his goddamn mouth and he didn't show a goddamn thing.
And show that everything that you talking about is cap.
That's fact. That's fact. Yeah, it hurts. But guess what, Cosmo? It's gonna be all right, man. You know, brother Omar still love you, man. You know, we'll smooth it out, but it's gonna be okay, man. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be okay, Cosmo. You know.
Yeah, like I was saying, man, you dig what I'm talking about. You just can't let these people get up here. You dig what I'm talking about, not knowing what they're talking about. Notice they haven't debunked anything I said, and everything that I said they agree with.
And that's what
he arguing to agree.
I was about to say that too, Omar. That very first thing you said, you got to look at that word. It said it is possible. It didn't say that's what happened. It said it is possible. And that's what big.
Hold on, Oli. I don't know how long you've been paying attention, but the reason why I said what I said to Cosmo, I said Cosmo, you could be moving into a dangerous area because what you're saying is up to be scrutinized. That's what I told him.
So
yeah, and
hold on, Cosmo. Did I not say that?
Yeah, but what did I tell you? I told you so.
Oli, did you just hear this?
Yeah, nigga? It don't matter what you trying to warn me.
Did you hear this nigga?
Yeah, so what? Who cares if it goes under scrutiny? That's the whole point.
I agree with probably about 75%,
and then you agreed with it
of the things you said. I said I had a few discrepancies on what you brought out when you was talking.
Right, I got a discrepancy with what you brought out. You didn't bring out anything. You just made some claims.
I don't give a
rat's ass. They brought up a new way because the old way didn't work.
The difference between you and me is you care. Me, I don't give a dog. I don't give a rat's ass about it. So fucking what?
Yeah, and that's what it's supposed to be. You got your view, he got his view.
You cuss like that at 8:30 in the morning,
and then
you be cussing niggas out at 8:30.
Hey, listen, if your eye was black, you dig what I'm talking about? You'll be mad too.
Cosmo, know I love y'all already know how brother Omar dialogue. I just try to make it interesting.
No, you upset.
So the thing is, I don't want brothers to be emotional and take this shit personal because I don't take this shit personal.
Oh no.
You know,
nobody take it personal.
Listen, at the end of the day, when I close my laptop, guess what? I'm solid. Everything's straight. Ain't no sweat.
But yeah, man. Some nice discourse for this early morning. I think we do need a word from my sponsors.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out. Ticket, the $15.99. I think it gets you access to one free pay-per-view a month, as well as all of the $3.99 debates. So yeah, go ahead and become a $15.99 member, and you won't have to pay that $20 admission fee. So yeah, a little hack for y'all. Back to you.
Omar entered the studio. What up?
Less. I hate to do that to my brother Omar like that, though, man. But you got to brush up on this American history before you bristle up against Cosmonian. You dig what I'm talking about? You keep messing around with that tree will fall on you sometimes.
But to also be fair, brother Cosmine, during when we first started the dialogue, you also agreed with a lot of the things that I was saying too.
Like what?
About how I was telling you how my grandmother and them side of the family is from Mississippi. We talked about the Algonquins. We talk about we talked about the
But when did I try to take that away from you?
You didn't. That's what I'm saying. So the thing is, I agree with you. You agreed with me on some things, and then
let me let you know something, man. I'm not one of them people.
You had some discrepancies on what I said, and I had some discrepancies about what you said.
I'm saying
it's
what
fair
I'm
game. It's still love, though.
But I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. Regardless,
we was just jousting, having a holistic dialogue. You know what I'm saying? You made good points. I made good points. And that's just what it is, brother. That's just what it is.
That's your subjective opinion. You know what I mean? If you believe that you made good points, okay. I'm not gonna argue your opinion, but my opinion.
Hold on. You actually agreed, like I said, when we first started the conversation, when we first started the dialogue, you was like, that's right, you was like, that's right,
no,
brother. When I was talking, listen.
You said
when I was talking about Mississippi, and when I was talking about the Algonquins, and then when I started to talk about when I started to talk about the Tainos.
Yeah, but that I brought that.
All that you agreed with it though.
No, you agreed with it.
And then I piggybacked off of you, and you agreed with me too.
No, I didn't. Brother,
don't do that, man. Don't, brother, don't act like that. Don't act like everything I said you 100% disagree with it, because you know that's not true.
I didn't never say that. I didn't never say nothing about what you I never put any words in my mouth. If you saying I said something about,
you may have agreed with.
I didn't agree with
a low percentage of the shit that I said. But you did agree with some of the stuff I said.
I didn't
And I
agree.
agree with some of the stuff you said.
Bro,
Don't do that, brother. Don't do that.
Brother,
Don't do that. Don't do that. Come on, man.
I'm doing it.
Really?
I'm doing it.
That's
Listen,
okay, man. Ain't no sweat. Ain't no sweat.
Okay,
I
right.
stand. Listen.
Okay, so I'm saying this.
Listen.
Hold on, bro. You can't keep over talking me.
I stand on integrity. I stand on integrity to
You
admit
came in here instantly jumped on my
Cosmon wasn't 100% wrong. So at least I have that. At least I have the integrity to say, brother Cosmon wasn't 100% wrong.
So what? I wasn't even asking.
All right, then, nigga. Why you mad at me?
So what I'm telling you is, I didn't come in here and say I agree with anything that you said.
Don't put me on the cross.
No, you jumped up there. You made all them pseudo statements. I didn't put your neck in the noose.
And what you got to understand that, Cosmon, I think you probably understand that. It's a point I sometimes I be thinking, oh, I be trying to troll. Cosmon has his own view, so when you say possibilities, that automatically gives him weight to slide in and say, my possibility is this. And then y'all just disagree on what y'all think the possibilities is, and y'all bring things, right?
I mean, I'm just saying, it's not even that I'm trying to twist up what he was saying. It's not that he's trying to twist up what he was saying. I was giving an explanation to where the 10 million comes from.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I wasn't saying you were twisting it. I was saying you understand it's another possibility too. So this is your possibility. Yeah.
You did what I'm talking about.
Hold on. So we just not gonna sit here and act like what Brother Omar said was just so far-fetched.
It's far-fetched to me.
That's all. And guess what? What you're saying is absolutely far-fetched too. But I still love you, Cos. I still love you, brother. No sweat.
That's the wonderful discourse we're supposed to have. Two different views, put their views on the table, give their sources and their justifications of why they saying what they saying. And that's beautiful right there. I love it.
Let me see.
Yeah, like you know, Cos brought out some vital and important information. I gave him his props. When brother Hercules came out here, he brought out vital information. And what did Brother Omar do? I gave him his props too. You know what I'm saying? I just want my props because, like I said, what I'm saying is not far-fetched.
It's far-fetched to me. Watch this. Share my screen.
What you're saying is far-fetched.
Okay, but I'm saying is backed up.
I'm done with the conversation. Guess what?
You right? Okay, be done.
Guess what? Some people might give some people might give you the upper hand. Some people might give me the upper hand. But as far as the way I look at it, the way I look at it, I kicked your ass.
I'm about to give you these hands.
You got your ass kicked.
Share my screen real quick.
You got your ass kicked. And that's just hold on. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah. And let me give you your flowers too, Omar. You bring good information and good discourse and views for people to look at too, yo. It ain't just like you ain't bringing no views. You be bringing some nice views up in here too. Don't get it twisted now.
All right. Simple question. Mathematically, right? Is it possible that 388,000 people who interbreed with each other can turn into 10 million people in 52 years? That's the question, right? He wants to be disingenuous. His time clock stops in 1860. Slavery, or the transatlantic slave, stops in 1808. 388,000 people are documented to have been brought here, right? How does that many people, 388,000, turn into 10 million in 52 years? That's the question. Is it possible? No. It is not biologically and demographically. It is biologically and demographically impossible for a human population to grow from 38 388,000 to 10 million in just 52 years through natural reproduction alone. To achieve that spike, that specific spike, the population would have to sustain during slavery an annual growth rate of over 6.45% every single year. That is an impossibility. Huh? Watch this. The biological limits of human growth, the maximum speed of human reproduction in human history, the absolute highest verified natural growth rate for a community is around, look, 3.5 to 4 per year. 6.45, almost double. Huh? And you trying to tell him the people did that in slavery? It doesn't make sense.
Yo, Cosmon, everybody seen the article I pulled up. The date. Here's the thing. This is where we have a discrepancy. Your source
agrees with this.
Brother,
I bet you won't bring that source back up.
Hey, Cosmon, it's gonna be okay.
I bet you won't bring that source up. I know it's gonna be okay.
Cosmon. This is where we have a discrepancy at.
No, it's not.
To understand, you got to hear me talk first. So I want y'all. Oh my! So I want y'all to listen clearly. Brother Omar used a date. I think I pulled up. Was it 1618 through 1865 or 75? That's the dates. That's the date and the verbiage that I'm using. You're using a 52-year process. So that's where we have a discrepancy. But guess what, Cosmon? Guess what? Let's entertain 52 years. So if the population started out at 388,000 in 52 years, what would be the number of that population?
Closer to what your source says. It hits it right here. Closer to 2.3 million. Hey, look.
Closer to what
you didn't read the rest of your source. You only read that part. Hold on, did you know your source only says?
No, Cosmon, man, it's going to be okay, brother.
1860, there was only 3.5 million.
Yo, Cosmon, why you want to put me on a cross, brother? Relax,
because
man.
I'm just flaying you.
Don't persecute me.
I'm flaying you.
Don't persecute me, brother.
I'm flaying you.
Hey, it's gonna be smooth,
you were
Cosmon.
ignorant enough to bring up a source without reading it.
Hold on. Because listen. This is how you know Brother Omar ain't even biased. Because, like I said, I used a datage of 1618. Now, like I said,
how many people got here between 1618 and 1808 and the stop of slavery?
Hold on.
You keep trying to duck it.
Listen, the time frame I gave was 245 years. You're giving the time frame of 52 years. So, like I said, I'm gonna even entertain your point of 52 years just to show that I'm not biased. So if you start out with a population of 388,000 in 52 years, what would that population be?
First of all, understand
No.
Answer,
brother. Can you just
not
answer my
question? Possible.
Brother, you hold on now, Nick. I'm finna kill you. I'm finna unalive you by your own source, nigga. If the population is 388,000 in 52 years, what would the population be at that point?
Not 10 million.
Nigga, answer my question. Listen, I know it's not 10 million. I'm not dumb. Answer my question.
Well, then why are you making this dumbass statement that 10 million niggas was enslaved?
388,000.
And they come from 388,000.
What would the population be?
In 52 years, it'd only be about 2.3.
Yo, now, put that in your AI, nigga.
It's only about 2.3. We already did it.
No, nigga. Put
Right
that
here.
in your
Look,
put
look right here.
Put that in your AI, and I want to see a number.
Look, watch this.
No, put that
Watch
in
this.
your AI,
I
and I
already
want to
did.
see a number.
Already did. The reality of 52 years at a maximum biological growth rate of 3.5%. Population 388,000 will reach about 2.3 million after 52 years. Hadouken.
Viewers, hey, viewers,
Hadouken. For anybody who watching.
Hey, viewers, I want y'all to listen carefully because what I'm doing, I'm asking him specific questions. And if anybody,
you're gonna start laughing because you're ignorantly
if anybody was listening 45, 50 minutes or an hour ago, y'all would have heard this nigga fucking specifically. He
go ahead and lie and say I said something. I didn't say.
He body bagged his own self. You body bagged your own self.
What did I say?
You body bag your own self, and guess what? You don't even know it. You don't even know it.
It's impossible for 388,000 people to turn into 10 million.
Hey, guess what? Hey, guess what? People are gonna go back and watch this video from beginning.
They're gonna see me punch all on you.
They're gonna see how I left the.
That's still on the screen.
How I left the size 12 Nikes Air Max in your fucking ass.
Yeah, but guess what? It's not biologically or democratically possible.
Oh, nigga, you got your ass kicked.
Everything,
and I know it hurts.
Just got
mine. Guess what, brother?
Watch this. To achieve that spike.
Hey, I know Cosmon, it's gonna be okay, but go ahead, brother. I'll let you get there.
That's why you're crying. You're emotional right now. You can't stop talking.
It's gonna be
you can't even stop talking. I kicked you in your labia and your mouth won't stop running. Huh? This is the biological limits of human growth. You don't know anything about this. It's impossible. Virtually impossible, especially during slavery, for people to grow at 6.5% yearly every year. That's what it would take for 388,000 to turn into 10 million in 52 years. It's in demographic impossibility. The maximum speed of human reduction in human history, the absolute highest verified natural growth rate for a community is around 3.5 to 4.0 per year, seen briefly in places like colonial French Canada or the mid 20th century Middle East. Numbers like that didn't even happen in America. This happens under perfect conditions. 4.0 happens under perfect conditions. Y'all trying to tell me 6.5 happens under slavery conditions against crime?
Cosmon, have integrity. You're using a 55-year period. Brother Omar never said a 55-year period.
We're talking about
I use a 255-year period.
All that if you want to, but it doesn't matter because we're going after slavery. We're going at the end of the transatlantic slave trade, sir. Don't you understand?
And guess what?
2026. We're talking about the transatlantic slave trade.
That's where our discrepancy is, because what I was saying
wasn't no 380,000, 88,000 brought here in 16.
I was saying at the start of slavery until now.
It's not now.
My bad. I'm gonna stand corrected. No. Listen. Okay,
that's
cool.
Dumb. You do know that, right?
Listen. So what I'm saying is, I'm using from the start to
the end of slavery, right?
The 1650 date to 1875.
It says your source says 1619. Your source says 1619 to 1860. So if 1619 is the
Man,
beginning,
no,
hold on.
no.
Listen,
You're not
you
gonna do
getting
that. My
punched
source
on.
did not
If
say that.
you can't answer a
Did not
simple
say
question,
that.
why do you keep doing that?
It gave it because you being disingenuous.
1619 to
Nigga,
1860.
you are being disingenuous and you're fucking lying.
Is
The source,
1619 the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade?
source I pulled up
Is the
gave like a
1619 the beginning of the
255,
transatlantic
a
slave trade? Yes or no?
265-year
You can't answer a
process.
simple
You
question.
know that.
Are
You
you
know
that
that.
dumb?
You know that.
Are you that dumb? You can't answer a simple question. Is 1619
Nigga,
the beginning of slavery?
You've answered none of my fucking questions.
I got in corner.
No, nigga, you've answered none of my
I got in
motherfucking
corner.
questions.
You running like a rat.
You've
running like a rat.
You've answered none of my
So
questions.
if
And guess what,
1619
nigga?
starts slavery in the transatlantic
running
slave
like you
trade,
got track
when does it
A6
end?
on. Put your fucking A6 on, nigga, and
When
run.
does the transatlantic slave trade end?
No, nigga, I got a better question. How fast could you run? How fast could you run with track A6 on, nigga?
Not very fast. Now, I don't do no running. Now, my thing is this. You said slavery started in 1619. The transatlantic slave trade started in 1619. When did it stop?
Man, look.
That's
man.
how you shut a nigga up.
Hey, look. If one of y'all brothers want to entertain, if one of y'all brothers want to entertain Cosmon, go ahead, man.
Silencio, el stupido.
It's all good. I know it hurts.
Shut your mouth.
I know it hurts, man.
None of that subjective bullshit you talking about. Because you don't even have enough integrity.
The information was very,
hold on.
It was vital, and I know
where is he counting 388,000?
Cosmon, relax.
Why do I have to relax?
Gonna be okay, brother.
I am relaxed.
Cosmon.
So no, why don't you answer this simple question?
Cosmon, it's gonna be okay, man.
Like coward.
Cosmon, it's gonna be okay, brother.
When did the transatlantic slave stop, coward? Answer the question. When did it stop? You told us it started in 1619. When did the transatlantic slave trade stop?
Man, I answered this question actually 12 minutes ago.
Okay, answer it again.
Look, man. If you ain't smart enough to take notes down, or anybody else listening, guess what? It's their fault.
How many years? How many years is it between the pause of slavery?
At this point, Brother Omar's beating a dead horse. And guess what, Cosmon? You are the dead horse.
How many years is it between the end of the Atlantic slave trade
horse? But it's okay, Cosmon, man. It's gonna be all right, man. It's okay.
This is how you school these pseudos, y'all.
I
want y'all to go back and watch this. This is how you punch a pseudo out.
You got your ass kicked.
Logic question.
No. This is what happened. You got your ass kicked. How many years
is it between 1860 and the end of the transatlantic slave trade?
Walked you down a dark alley.
I walked this boy down.
And now, guess what? You mad because there's no point of return.
Listen,
so guess what?
Okay, so now walk on down here with me. So if it ain't no point of return, let's not turn around. Stop running.
Have a good time.
You're a coward.
Have a good time. I'm muting out.
Yeah, you're a coward.
There is no
I'm just
point
saying,
of return. I know it hurts,
bro. You up
it's gonna
here
be all right, Cosmon. I still love you, brother.
And then look,
ain't no sweat. I still love you, Cosmon.
Watch
you know what I'm saying? Ain't no sweat, man.
I don't care. I don't care about none of that. Watch this. When was the end of the since he being disingenuous Atlantic
I answered that question exactly 12 minutes ago.
Watch this.
I answered that question. And guess what? I guarantee once you pull it up, if y'all rewind a video 12 to 15 minutes ago, you go watch this. Watch this. Watch this. And then I want y'all to rewind the video 12 to 15 minutes ago. Watch this.
Watch this. Watch this. You know that little girly laugh? Listen, the loudest laughs are birthed in the darkest pits of cognitive dissonance. He's laughing because he's ignorant.
Where they at,
nigga? Read it, nigga. Read it.
The loudest laughs are birthed in the darkest pits of cognitive dissonance.
Read that.
Watch this. Watch this.
Nigga.
Watch this.
Nigga. Read
he
it.
wouldn't answer the question. When was the end of this transatlantic slave trade? Watch this. The transatlantic slave trade.
Read it.
Shut your monkey ass up so I can. The transatlantic slave trade did not end overnight. Rather, it was dismantled in stages through international laws, naval blockades, and illegal smuggling over the course of the 19th century. And the end of the trade can be looked at through three distinct ages. What? The legal ban start in 1808. So my question is simply, how many years?
Cosmo.
Hold on. Here we go.
This is what I want you to do. Nope.
Hold on. I don't care what you want me to do.
Scroll back up to that first point and click that full Wikipedia. No, not that. Not that.
We're not going to do that right now because we're talking about 1808. I'm not going to let you buck dance away from this.
Scroll back up. No, nigga, scroll back up.
Now, when I wanted you to do that, you wouldn't do it for me.
And pull up that first Wikipedia
when I wanted you to do it for me, you wouldn't do it, though.
Click on it and open up the full subject.
Or what?
I challenge you.
The official beginning of the end occurred when major Western powers
challenge you to scroll back up. I challenge
international trafficking of humans. When did it start? 1808. So I asked this Negro a simple question that he doesn't have the wherewithal to answer.
No.
I asked him how many years existed between the banning and the end of the transatlantic slave trade in 1860.
Click on that Wikipedia point to open up the full subject. No, nigga, scroll back up some. Please.
You a buster. You a buster. Look,
hold on,
right here.
Hold on,
you're not moving.
Y'all know why I'm laughing? Listen. Y'all know why I'm laughing? Because I already looked this up. I already looked this up and in my fucking slide.
Shut that ignorant ass laughing up. How many years is there between 1808 and 1860?
Click on that first one.
What does that mean? You gotta answer my question.
That first point. No,
you gotta
nigga.
Answer my question first. My question is, how many years is there between 1808 and 1860?
Scroll up.
Right. I scrolled up. When was the end
first
of the transatlantic slave
trade?
Nigga,
scroll up.
Hold on, we gonna go through that.
No, nigga, you went past it.
Scroll
back down. No, nigga, scroll down.
You're not being fair. You're not being fair.
Click on that.
You're not being fair.
Click on it.
You're not being fair.
You're
being sassy.
Click on it.
Okay, well, as soon as you stop being sassy,
have some balls and click on it, nigga.
You stop being a broad and answer the question. How many years is there between 1808 and the stopping of the Atlantic slave trade in 1860?
And fucking click on it.
Have some integrity and answer the question.
Click on it. Click on it so everybody click on it so everybody can see.
We don't need to see that. We're right here.
Hey,
we'll
man,
click on that afterwards.
I'm done.
We'll click on that afterwards. Be done in it. You can run from this like a coward. I just want everybody to notice. I asked this coward a simple question. How many years from the end of slavery?
You know what? I still love your brother Cosmo.
Right? I asked him how many years between 1860
We put
in
boot the ass.
1808. We can't answer that simple question.
Put boot the
Why don't you
ass.
just
We
beat
put
it,
boot
brother?
the ass, and you didn't want to answer none of my questions.
Beat it, bro.
And then when I posed the
You
argument,
can beat it, bro. You
even
ain't
have
bring up
you
nothing.
didn't even have fucking integrity to click on a goddamn thing that I told you
You
to.
don't have no integrity to answer a question.
Everybody can see it. So everybody can see it. Click on it.
So you want to ask
I'm
me
gonna ask you
questions,
one
but
more
I can't
time.
ask you questions.
I'm gonna ask you
That's
one more
what you want?
time.
You
You
can
have
ask, you
integrity
can
to
keep
click on it?
asking until you
No,
answer
nigga.
this question.
No,
You can't get no answers.
Scroll up just a little bit past legal bans. Just scroll up just a little bit.
No, we're going to stay right
Click on
here.
it.
How many years
Click
is
on
there
it.
between
I'm done.
1860
Yo,
and
A1, you a
1808
good brother.
at the
Holy
stop of the
shalom, love you.
transatlantic
You
slave
know what I'm
trade?
saying?
Leave,
Love all
bro.
your brother. Yo,
Leave,
Omar is
man.
out, man.
Everybody
I'm
see that
done,
you
man.
bullshit.
Shalom, I'll be back.
You
got your ass
full of
kicked.
bullshit.
And I know it hurts.
You did what I'm talking about? Beat it. Right? Because he disingenuous nigga, bro. I asked him a simple question. He said slavery started in 1619. Well, when did it stop? 1808. He said by 1860, there's 10 million slaves. The documented people is 388,000. Huh? And then we ask a simple question. A simple question. Right? And this is what he kept doing. We asked him a simple question. Right? How many years is there between 1808 and the abolition of the Atlantic slave trade in 1860? That's 52 years. That's them 388,000 people you got to make in the 10 million. When at its best, right? We see that the average, right, a maximum, right, biological growth rate of 3.5% to 4% would only lead to 2.3 million people in that time. Right? And look, they saying to get a perfect 4.0 jump in a year, and that only happened in a couple places. This only happens under perfect conditions. If anybody can get up here and tell me a crime of humanity like slavery is perfect conditions, ain't nothing I can tell you. But here go to his clearing up that historical timeline. This is what he was trying to confuse y'all with. This is why he kept putting on 250 years. Because if you put 250 years, that time onto 388,000, yeah, you could turn them into 10 million. The confusion, just like he was trying to do with y'all, here usually stems from mixing up two entirely different timelines regarding the quote-unquote African-American population. The jump from roughly 388,000 to 10 million did happen, but it took nearly 250 years, not 52. Huh? And then that got to be from the end of slavery. What is 1808? 1808 minus 250 equals let's see what that equals. 1558.
Hey, no, nigga, bring that back up. Bring it back up. Bring that shit back up, nigga. Bring it up right now. Bring it up. Bring it back up.
Body badge.
No, nigga. Bring what you know what? I'm gonna pause my screen and read it because I know you ain't got balls. So
what do you mean?
What my fucking
1808
remote?
minus 250 is 1558.
No, nigga. You're fucking done. Hold on. Let's read
You
this.
think because you screaming that makes you lie? Are you right?
Yeah, Omar the bully. Hold on. I got it.
Omar the sissy.
No, nigga. Get up, nigga.
Yeah, you a sissy.
Yeah.
Because you get punched on.
Come on, Kaz, man.
1808 and 1860.
20 seconds ago. Guess what it says? Oh, the confusion here usually stems from mixing up two entirely different timelines regarding the African American population. The
Yep,
jump,
that's exactly what you did.
the jump. Hold on, the jump. What does it say? The jump from roughly 388,000. The 10 million did happen. Yo, this nigga's fucking dead. He's fucking dead. Did happen. But what did Omar say? 250 years, not 52 years. What did Omar say? 200? Nigga, you're fucking done. I'm out, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. You done. You're done.
You're dumb. You're dumb. You just debunked your whole talking point. Right? Because what you don't understand is 1558 is before 1619. There ain't no, they had just reached North America in 1540s. That's DeSoto. You dig what I'm saying? So that's dumb. You dig what I'm talking about? And the counting of 388,000, y'all. This is what he wouldn't answer the question for, because the counting of the 388,000 is from 1619 to the end of slavery, proven by David Eltis. He can't get around that. That's 1808.
That's true.
That's 1808. He can't get around that. So them enslaved, indentured people are 388,000 in 1808.
Yes.
So now he has to show us, which we know is a biological impossibility. He has to show us how, in treacherous conditions, right? In perfect conditions, it's only a 4.0. So you got to show us how you get to 6.5 in conditions that are crimes against humanity.
Yeah, didn't happen.
How does it? So obviously there's some pencil whipping going on in here.
And that's exactly what I was. That's exactly what I was gonna say. I was letting y'all talk.
Yeah, you right,
I was gonna be like the condition,
right.
The conditions.
They was whooping on these people with pencils.
Yeah.
What up, Caesar?
What's going on? Ain't nothing. I'm just listening. I agree with Cosmine on this, man.
Yeah. And look what it say. The legal bans, the official beginning of the end occurred of the transatlantic slave trade occurred when major Western powers outlawed the international trafficking of humans. Great Britain passed the Abolition of the Slave Trade Act in March 1807. Making it illegal for British ships to traffic enslaved people. The United States passed a federal ban that went into effect on January 1st, 1808, outlawing the importation of new slaves from Africa into the U.S. So where did the growth of all these slaves come from?
Man, they
was enslaving indigenous people that was already here.
Yeah, we was already here.
Come on, God damn, man. How hard is that?
Talking about? Well, bro, you know that all black people ain't like us, though, either.
Come on, man. Thank you.
Ain't the same. Ain't the same. We don't come from the same people.
Right.
The 388, like you said, that is at the end of slavery. That's how many people at the end of slavery that they had delivered to the Americas. 388 in 1808, whatever that number was you said. That's the end. That's when it was 388,000. Not at no damn 1619.
19.
No.
The 1619, the 388,000 come between 1619 and 1808.
Yes, sir.
And that's the document. That ain't talking about the
They was bringing people all the way until then that added up to 388,000.
And we don't know if some of them bodies that they was counting was dead or alive. They could have been counting them and they got them over here and them bodies was dead.
And look at this. It says the starting point. Look, the 388,000 figure represents the total number of enslaved
over
Africans.
150-year period.
Come on now.
Over 100, and you tell me we've been 250 years, and now it's 50 million of us. Shut up.
And enslaved Africans brought directly for watch me killing. Africans brought directly to the mainland of North America over 150-year period, primarily between what? 1619 and the official ban of the transatlantic slave trade in 1808. That's a Hadouken.
Yeah, that's a Hadouken. That's a Hadouken. I like Brother Omar.
Hadouken!
You gotta be
Hadouken!
Instead of trying to fight with Cosmon and put words in my mouth and say stuff that I ain't saying. You dig what I'm talking about?
Nigga, just listen. You putting it right there. You was telling me because when I just joined, I knew what you were saying when you was talking about 388. I mean, it's right there. You just gotta be able to comprehend. You know.
He just want to fight though. He just want to fight because it's me. Because I'll beat up on him every now and then. You dig what I'm talking about? That's my bro. But I'll fade him up quick, wash him up.
Yeah, yes, sir.
You know what I mean? And you did what I'm talking about. I don't never try to tell them about who they is.
No,
that's the crazy part. That they be up here trying to tell me who I am.
Yeah, how y'all gonna tell me who I am and we know our people? We gonna say it like this, man. If your people ain't playing Gap Band, James Brown, if you ain't playing
Funkadelic,
Earth, Wind, and Fire and stuff like that, you not like us. We them people. We come from them people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's facts.
Yeah. That's facts.
And I just want to put it up there one more time. Is it a possibility that 388,000 people who interbreed, mind you, with each other can turn into 10 million people in 52 years? No. It is biologically and demographically impossible for a human population to grow from 388,000 to 10 million in just.
Hey, Cosmon, let me ask you a question. Cosmon. I wanted to know what your take was on all those hundreds of tribes of people that they reclassified.
Many of them was us. There was just the people that didn't move. Right. Many of them people, a lot of them people did sell land. A lot of people did move. They moved out west, took head rights, got on the Dawes roads. They did other things. You did what I'm talking about. But there are some people who just wasn't having it. They wasn't moving. Wasn't nothing you could do to make them move. Right? Those people got reclassified as Negroes. Right? With a stroke of a pen, you go from an I to an N.
Mm-hmm.
And we see that on the record when they just overwrite the I.
I seen it when my great grandpa's birth certificate. You know what I'm saying? They had him down as mixed. That's just what all it had on there. It had mixed. Then when they came to Oklahoma, like some years later, he was Negro.
Yeah, I got one. I got one where I got a grandmother that go from white to mulatto.
Yeah.
To colored to Negro.
Yeah, that's what
in like 40 years.
Come on, bro. Yeah, that's why I just want to touch on that. We know who we is. We know where we come from. Them stories being sent down from generation to generation in our family. They not making that up. My grandma always used to tell us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Really.
Yep. And then come to find, if you really go ask somebody in your family, somebody then usually already did the history. It's written down in them old church Bibles, and you did what I'm talking about in them old history. That stuff be written down. Our people wasn't no slouches. They always try to make us dumb, though, bro.
Yeah.
They always try to make it like you know what I mean? Y'all wouldn't have went for no dumb deals today. Why you think your ancestors would?
And they were saying that they wasn't no Africans and stuff like that. Why you think we saying it now? That shit was passed down to us. These ain't no words that we just started saying or things that they've been telling them people, even in the slave documents that they got at the Congress and all that about them people coming around. And they was like, man, we didn't come on no boats.
And then remember in the movie Roots, he said, you look like a fine Mandinka woman. She said, I ain't no Mandinka, I'm full-blood Cherokee.
Straight up, nigga.
A sister.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what you talking about? I ain't no Mandinka. I'm full-blood Cherokee.
Straight up. You know, and these things have been passed down to us. Some things are verbal traditions because of the way we had to do stuff. That's why it passed down to us like that. That's why we know that our people was native to this country.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we know. You can just look at us and tell, though. I can look at any American black and know that he's an American black. I don't care if he's dark-skinned, light-skinned, or what. I can tell you, like, he ain't no African. I can just look at him.
You can get some truth to that, man. Yeah.
Yeah, just look at him.
A bunch of truth to that. Yeah, man. You dig what I'm talking about? I just want everybody's, because Omar gonna look back on this. That's my bro. He gonna look back on this and he gonna see that he was wrong. He said that I tried to put words in his mouth. I'm the one that said the words.
All right.
I'm not putting nothing on him. He didn't bring up a paper genocide. I did.
Yeah. But I mean, to me, that got like stuff to do with it. Well, so far as Black American history, you know what I'm saying? I just love it. So I like to go through all generations of it, centuries of it, because, you know, my people, we fought in the Revolutionary War.
Yeah.
So they can't tell me about being no American when they people migrated over here in 1930, man, gone. You know,
and my thing is, looking at my history, I can't find one war that my people didn't fight in.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's how you know you a real Black American or whatever. You know what I'm saying? The native people, because your people been fighting every war. Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, the war, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then I got two grandfathers, one from the War 1812. He got land from one of them presidents, early Van Buren? Yeah. He got land way back then, like 1812, 1815.
Right.
For fighting. And then my fourth great grandfather, William, he got land from Adams right after the end of the beginning of Reconstruction, 65, at the end of the war. You dig what I'm talking about? He got 120 acres in Tuscaloosa.
Right. Hey, what's your
from Adams? And
it's
in it say on the thing, huh?
Excuse me. What's your family's last name, if you don't mind me asking? I'm just asking.
Peoples.
Yep.
Yeah, we them. Yeah,
them. That's one of them.
And then most of the time, look, this is what they don't know. Most of the time, don't matter what your tribal or familial clan, you dig what I'm talking about, chiefdom name is, the overall general term, are you, whether you're saying Haudenosaunee, you're saying Onguigan of the Algonquins, you're basically saying you're the indigenous people.
Right.
Every name, Shakta, Chickasaw. You dig what I'm talking about? Who, by the way, Shakta and Chickasaw are twin brothers. Where the Chickasaw and the Choctaw understanding come from, they twin brothers in that story. I didn't know that till just recently. You dig what I'm talking about? So, it's just a lot going on, man. And what I've been finding out is they lie about everything. They lie about everything. And then they'll lie on a lie and then put some disinformation on it to make it sound like it's true.
Mm-hmm.
They'll lie on a lie to make a truth seem false.
That's why we want to delineate. It ain't no hate to nobody else. It's just that we.
Hey guys, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry about that, Caesar. Hey, I'm about to step away real quick. I'll be right back. Y'all continue with the good conversation. Cosmine, I appreciate all the sources you be putting the information. I hope people taking notes if they watching.
Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about, man? It's gonna be all right though. We got to soon. It's gonna be okay because we're gonna start loving on each other. And then a lot of the issues that we be having with each other, we got to get our stuff, my own, your own. And when we got everything our own, then we can start polying with each other. You know what I mean?
Right.
But we're gonna have to start doing a lot of this dark work on ourselves, yo.
Yeah. But it still got to be based kind of on the same thing, like, because we know they got us all spread out, and then we like mixed in with people too. So like,
yeah, you got to be on code. You got to be on code.
Yeah, we got to have branches. Like, I don't care if you're in Oklahoma, Philadelphia, Oakland, Miami, whatever. We all on the same page, and ain't nobody up under nobody. We do our thing, and then we meet up in the middle, and we do things as a block.
Mm-hmm.
We vote as a block. We shop as a block. We do everything as a block, man. I don't want to spend my money with none of these white people.
The crazy part is we the only people that don't do it.
Exactly.
Everybody else do it. Why you think it's a Greek town? Why you think it's a Chinatown? Why you think it's a little Italy, little Korea?
Because these niggas want to go back to Kemet all the time, and we talk about it with our people right now. Yeah, I mean, like for real though, I ain't trying to be funny or nothing, man. We not going back. We talking about American history. We are what stuff that disenfranchised our people, our ancestors, the things we went through, the burning of cities, and every time we got something, they come burn it down. Like, this is documented facts. What are we talking about here?
Come here. Get your butt back here. Little nosy Negro.
That's why I like listening to Dr. Claude Anderson, man. I just sit back and listen to that dude. I read a lot of Henry Clark, Dr. Claude Anderson, W.E.B. Du Bois, Booker T. I be reading all of them, you know what I'm saying? But I also read, what the white man was writing too.
Yeah. Because sometimes you did what I'm talking about. They done told so many lies, they don't know when they telling the truth.
Exactly.
They'll let some truth slide in that mug.
Well, you just got to figure your enemy out, bro, and just see what they was doing around that time, too. That's why they say, well, if you want to know the history of this, just the nigga study your enemy. And you study them white folks first, you know what I'm saying? Not that you just all of them, but you just studying history. If you study history, then you can kind of put together and understand kind of like what's going on,
And then, but this is what we got to not do. We just can't pigeonhole it by color. Because we got to remember a bunch of the people that got close to us, and the reason they got close to us because they looked like us.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? They wasn't us, but they looked like us, claiming that they got our best interests at heart.
That's why we delineate.
That's why you got to.
And it ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. I mean, what I'm saying is like, bro, I'm going to keep it real. I'm talking about taking the if we not talking about Black Americans and we just talking about Black people, if we talking about that conversation, bro, I love the Black people because I know that it's Africans that's poor, and I know how they've been done with them people that had the power over there, where the colonial people is controlling them to control them. So all the way around, I love all Black people because I feel like the real ones think like us and won't even argue with us when we say we Black American and what we doing. We not saying nothing bad about y'all. We telling y'all who we are. And like you said, Y'all telling us who we are. Y'all don't know where y'all from. Y'all shut up, boy. When Nigeria just got created in the 1900s.
Right.
Y'all, boy, don't make
All
me
their
sit down like
birthdays on January 1st.
yeah, and I don't like to get on that because we could everything that they say we can really debunk all that. Like they can't go back to. I heard you say great grandpa. They can't do that.
Yeah.
It wasn't no documents back then for them to even do that. They wasn't keeping records of it.
Yeah.
They can't go back to the 1800s.
No.
They can't.
No.
They can't. Nigeria wasn't a country in the 1800s. Ghana wasn't a country. It was one big thing. The white man, I don't want to get on that though, but I'm just letting them know, man. When it comes to black, yeah, we love black. We've been fighting for black people, but we seeing right now in our history, right now, what's going on in America, and we looking at all this, and we seeing all the money going different places that need to be going to us, and they ain't gave our people reparations and gave us our land yet. That is due to us. We not begging for nothing. That's ours. We're going to keep asking for it. We're going to pass it down for them to push for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. For real, black people still going to overcome, but we still going to keep that in y'all face. We know all the race stuff y'all did, just like the Asian dude just ran that boy out that stove and went and shot that boy down in the back, man, and got off on that case. Then Carmelo Anthony goes up under somewhere. You got these bully white people, and then the boy, he told him, and the boy touched him. It was like 4 y'all.
They
really
jumped him.
Yeah, then he
They jumped him.
Yeah, y'all get this boy 35 years. He didn't go there to kill nobody. But that's like me leaving right now, bro, or you leaving your house, and you in good spirit. I mean, you ain't on that no more. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I take it that you probably older, a little bit older and smart. I hear how you talk, but we ain't going out to do nothing to nobody, but we ain't gonna let nobody do nothing to us.
Nothing to me either. That's right.
I mean, come on, man.
No, that's right. And then it was 6. See, they keep trying to tell y'all like it was one boy. It was 6 of them.
Yeah, I heard it's a video.
4 of them jumped him.
Yeah, it's a video that they ain't been showing though, right?
They ain't been showing it.
Yeah.
They didn't even show it in court. Man, listen, he didn't even, the dude didn't even, his defense attorney didn't even bring one specialist. Not one specialist to speak on the behalf of Carmelo. I think there's been a disservice done to this young man, and this may even be a psyop. So to get niggas mad, right? Oh, you can't protect niggas in America. What?
Come on, bro. You know what they trying to do, and they mad that we ain't doing it. We done already learned, man. We plotting, planning, strategizing.
Bomb first.
Yeah, for real. I'm talking about with the soul of the Black Panthers, man. We know what they didn't do nothing wrong, man. Everything they was doing was right. They did not do nothing wrong. That's for black people. They started walking kids to school. They had programs. The FBI got on them for doing good in the community. That's what they got on them for. They didn't get on them for doing nothing. When they first started putting them on them, it was because what they got programmed, what they been and so they got arms, they done bear arms. Yeah, they wasn't selling back then. Hey man, we gotta break this up. That's when they went to putting crack through the system. That's when the Crips and Bloods and all that formed, when the Black Panthers fell off.
And then I you know what though? The children of the Black Panthers are the Crips and Bloods. Exactly. Spades and then they locked up early in the when it was just being formed, because to my understanding, right, and how how I see that things work, hip hop and gang culture came at the same time. Hip hop is gang culture, right, is a brotherhood. But just like any other brotherhood, no different than the cops, you got to have rules and order to make it run. Those rules and order are called hip hop.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what we named it hip hop though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, knowledge in motion.
They put a name on it. New York, they put a name on it, but we was black people in America, period.
We was already doing it before it had a name.
Yeah.
Right? Before it had a name, we was doing it. You dig what I'm saying? And And you know,
Sorry, bro, if I threw you up.
I was about to say something.
You was talking about
Yeah. See, gang culture as we know it today, because there was gangs before, 69, 68, 69. But the gang culture as we know it today was birthed in 1969, the same year hip hop was born. Right. What the remnants, the true remnants, all the way being birthed out, come out of these same cultures everywhere.
Right.
At the same time, because the same thing, it was just happening in New York. It was happening in Detroit. It was happening in the Chi. It was happening in Miami. It was happening in Texas. It was happening
in South Carolina. It was happening everywhere. Black folks always dressed nice. Always, at that time, when you looking at TV and you like, oh, that's how they doing. Or if you more West Coast influence so far across that Mississippi, then you wearing Dickies and Chucks and stuff like that, and you still watching Yo MTV raps, like getting yo, I'm just saying, like me at my point, I was born in '78, so I'll be like, nigga, I was raised with hip hop.
And then,
so that's what I'm saying. Everything you saying is true, bro, because I lived it.
Yeah, and then you got to remember, we had whole government organizations like COINTELPRO that was out there wiping niggas, setting niggas up. Listen, they was getting the leaders of the gangs off it, every one of them, just about, mind you, these were kids. See, and the oldest of them, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Them was the old heads in this.
Man, thank you.
You dig what I'm talking about? But they took the Raymonds off the street. They took the Tookies off the street. They took the King Davids off the streets. You dig what I'm talking about? And structure waned. You dig what I'm talking about? And without that stomp down, you dig what I'm talking about? In the early stages, it went left fast. You dig what I'm talking about? And then it stopped being about the virtue and all that, and it was just about mobbing.
Yeah. I mean, you got to deal with the conditions that you're living in, though. So if the government has the power to create and manifest conditions, I mean, we living in them, so we got to deal with these conditions. I mean, that's just how it goes.
And then my OGs used to tell me back in them days, it was plenty of white gangs. And like that, certain places they would try to say niggas can't even go. And that if you go over there by yourself, they gonna jump you, beat you down. You dig what I'm talking about? So you had to be in crews. That's where the Spades and all them come from.
Yeah.
That's where Crips come from. That's where Devil Disciples and them come from. Protecting themselves.
Protecting the community. And then when they seen that, like you said, they broke off out the pants. These day kids, Crippin' and Bloodin' and Disciples and all of that, they didn't start for nothing negative. They started, like you said, for community. And then them white people seeing how good they was doing in the community.
Get them niggas out the way.
Come on, bro.
I get them niggas out the way. And the thing was, you got to remember, a lot of our OGs in them times, they was, okay, how do I put this to be real? They wasn't.
Go ahead, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
No, they wasn't the sharpest knives in the drawer all the time. They were manly. They were manly men.
Yeah.
I mean, these boys walking around strapped. You dig what I'm talking about? Back big as hell. You dig what I'm talking about? These niggas exercise kung fu out. You dig what I'm talking about? A lot of people don't know. We had a whole thing in the 70s, 80s. Where niggas really thought they was Chinese for a minute.
Man, we was martial arts out. Boy, when I was a kid, I've been kicking boards and stuff and can do that shit naturally just by thinking I could do it, bro, for real.
Come on. You dig what I'm talking about? We had a whole thing up here, man. It was real. So, and they got that manly man understanding out the way. So ain't nothing but the babies out there. Who telling the babies what to do? Nobody.
Mhm.
You know, now the OG 14.
Yeah,
What y'all about to be doing?
yeah, for real.
Mobbing.
I
You dig
mean,
what I'm talking about? So,
I
and
just
then
know
go ahead.
about my
My bad.
about my own. No, I was just saying about my own experience though. Like back in the day, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm way young, but I'm 48. Yeah, I'm way young. But what I'm saying is, I was still came from that era though. That I was an '80s baby for real. I was born in
Yeah, me
'78, but I
too. I
was
was born in
raised in the '80s.
78 too.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
ain't no doubt.
saying? And dang, I forgot what I was supposed to say. My point I was saying to, but
No, you ate breakfast.
oh man, that slipped my mind. Was saying, bro, go ahead, bro. What was we talking about?
Uh,
Point I was
yeah,
making.
but you dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
How they put that work in on us. You dig what I'm talking about? On the
Mhm.
down low, they was locking niggas up. You dig what I'm talking about? And then right after, you dig what I'm talking about? George Jackson and all them get locked up. You dig what I'm talking about? That whole Panther movement. You dig
Exactly.
what I'm talking about? They, you know, the children of them, you know what I mean? The youngsters in the hood right behind them. Them is the one become your Crips, your Bloods, your Vice Lords, your GDs,
Yeah.
and such.
And so yeah, yeah, yeah.
Young
Mhm.
kids, young kids.
Young kid. That's what I was gonna say. Because of my own experience, bro, I was like 18, but due to all the older homies and big homies being gone, like I was kind of like me and my guys was like the oldest ones and
Yeah.
the ones moving the stuff. So we kind of different, you know, because at the time when we was like from 18 to 27, wasn't
Well,
no big
nobody here to
homies
tell
out.
me shit.
Bro, and we was, you know, you know, so
Hey,
bro,
tell me
I'm just
what.
confirming what you saying is that real history, bro. That's all I'm just
Mm-hmm.
spitting it, bro.
And who gonna tell me something?
For real,
I'm out here eating. I'm getting more money than you.
for real.
How you gonna tell me something?
I'm running a whole apartment complex.
Come on, man. Come on, man. You dig what I'm
18,
talking about?
yeah, for real. You know,
15. 15. How you gonna tell me something?
yeah, it was
Getting
crazy, bro. But
30,000 a week out of another nigga bag.
that's why they know our generation right now living is the most dangerous. We done seen the most change.
Yeah, well, honestly, and I say this a lot. Sometimes I get pushed back, but a lot of times niggas just think about it and be like, you right. We the last of the OGs. We the new OGs.
Yeah, no, that's right. I know what you're saying. That's real. They'll tell you that real street people here, like, oh yeah, them niggas about 48, 49, up
Yep.
there for no 50. Them is the we know we got big homies and older homies, but they let us do what we do now. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
And you know, we the last of the fuck around and find out era.
Exactly. We the last of the real morals, bro. We don't play with no snitching. We don't play with nobody touching no kids, bro. We
Mm,
don't do all that backbite talking. We don't get all on social media just to be
nope.
like we tripping with somebody and put it out there that we tripping with somebody and filming ourselves and we don't do
Listen,
that.
y'all listen. This brother's gonna back me up 100%. I don't know where he from in the world, right? But he about to tell you Cosmine ain't lying. Brother, when we grew up, we didn't even get in front of the camera, did we?
Man, we would have thought somebody was the police if he brought
Thank
out
you.
a camera.
Thank you. We didn't even get, we didn't do no pictures, no
Mm-mm,
cameras,
mm-mm.
none of that. So if you got
None of
us in a picture, we was like in school.
exactly.
You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? You might got a
Mm-hmm,
couple with the homies with the
yeah.
8mm or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and them was back in the days when you used to have to still get them printed.
Man, bro, I told this same subject, bro. I said, if back in the days you would have came up with your phone and we was doing something and you started recording us, you getting beat up.
Yeah, you getting you good. We beating brakes off you.
I
All
mean,
gas, no brakes, and we taking that phone.
and we taking that phone, you know,
What
and
is you
that's why
doing? What is you recording for?
Yeah, that's why back in the days, them people didn't come around those guys. You know what I'm saying? And people know what I'm talking about when I say those guys. We didn't worry
Right.
about. Yeah, we heard about big old Hank around the corner. He be whooping people over there. He be robbing people, taking stuff out their pockets. We never had no problem with him.
None.
He come over here and spend money. He know what's going on over here. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? You know, so we
None.
those guys.
Frank was the nicest guy in the world, as a matter of fact.
For real, we used
Frank
to
be
be
coming
like,
over
for
with
real.
the steaks. He come over with the steaks when you dig what I'm talking
Come on.
about. And,
Come on, man.
and he got furniture for the low.
Man, we was wondering where Frank was getting all this shit from. That's the homie. That's the homie. Like y'all like, man, he over there doing this, and he just ran, and you know he took something out of whoop pocket. I thought, for real? Like, shit, I don't know nothing about all that, you know.
$200. Frank just brought
like
$200 over here.
In our generation, like how we used to do so. Like I said, we was you know, it was like morals and stuff. Even though we was young and doing it, like, bro, for real, like if you come around here and you got any smut on your name and we can prove it or whatever,
Oh
bro,
man,
you getting handled. Just put it like that. You getting
yeah,
handled.
don't even, just better off not even coming around, because it's gonna come out and it's gonna be a problem.
It's gonna be a problem. See, it ain't no problem in today's time. That's why I be staying to myself, doing what I do, bro. Because I know the rules that I follow. They don't follow them no more.
They don't follow them rules. Crazy part is, you know, listen. I come up in the era, y'all, where they said snitches get stitches. Now, niggas are still mess with a rat long as he got the bag.
Come on, bro. We used to take his bag.
Come on, man. You can't even be around here.
What that OG Crip say? He said, man, we used to die for respect. Now we die for attention.
Shit crazy, bro.
When I heard him say that, I say, wow. Don't nobody want to go sit down and talk to the elders, though. I do.
Yeah, they be having the game. That's who I want to talk to.
Yeah, them 80-something-year-olds and 78-year-olds, 60, you know, but even they got something about. I'm trying to talk to them OGs, man.
Yeah, them niggas in their 60s, and you dig what I'm talking about, late 50s, and you dig what I'm talking about, early 70s. Them the real OGs.
Yeah. But if you can catch one that's like 80, if you can catch one like 84, like Dr. Claude Anderson, bro, I'm just saying that's a blessing. Like,
yeah, that's different.
My dude's my homeboy's dad, I think he was man, he might have been 86. I mean, he was old, 84, something like that. Rest in peace, Mr. Thurston, bro. And was a smart, intelligent, him and his wife. His wife had was a professor and an executive. She used to be till she retired at Langston University, or HBCU they have in Oklahoma. You know, they was them type of guys. So when you go talk to those type of black people, put it like this: I don't say the N-word around them, even though I feel like we is them. You know,
right. It's respect, though.
Yeah, they watching the stream. They be watching the stream.
They take it different. So I'm not gonna say it around. If you take something different, bro, I ain't got no problem with not saying something to you, bro, that you don't. You know what I'm saying? Want me saying, bro? If I'm talking to you, hey, bro, no, I ain't. Oh, all right, my bad, bro. I thought you.
Right, especially, and I respect you, and you tell me like, look, Cab, don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't say that, because that's whoop-de whoop whoop whoop. All right, I ain't gonna. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna say no more. My bad. Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? And then we can keep pushing, but I don't do no disrespecting the OGs, man. That's not cool.
No way, no how.
And then I was always taught, and look, OGs, look, old schoolers, you got to get you some young heads.
Oh man, you got to stay connected to your community, bro. Like that's one thing I do. Like, but at the same time, I'm not trying to be politicking and doing all that, bro. Cause I just know who I am. Soon as I say something, people take it out of context, depending on who they is. He said, "What? I wasn't even saying it like that. I'm just saying, if it was me and my guys, he would be getting it. That's how I'm just telling y'all the truth, whoever it is. It don't matter his name or nothing. Just give me the situation. Don't say no names.
Right.
That's why I say people don't even got to be saying names. That's like somebody like back in the days, and even though the dude didn't so-called per se snitch, I still used to be like, why did you even say anything to him though? You know?
Right.
I'm just saying. You around a nigga like me, you gotta excuse me. You around somebody like me, you gotta kind of really like watch what you do. I ain't saying in the
Yeah,
same
you gotta
way,
watch yourself. Yeah.
yeah, because I'm gonna take whatever you say and how you do stuff, and I'm gone. So it wasn't a situation where I was gonna do nothing to you. It's just a situation that I don't want to fuck with no dude like him. I don't want to. No, he got them characteristics right there. No, I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? Before it even get, you got to be able to be a grand strategist. Grand strategy in the 48 laws of power is already maneuvering like it's gonna happen. Everything you do, you already maneuvering like the worst could happen. So you moving like this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's how I move.
They got a little saying up here. Proper preparation prevents a poor performance.
That's a real thing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, speaking of books, you was talking about 48 Laws of Power. We got some books floating around the community right now.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book, and it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A1 Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal laws shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns then act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now.
He got confused and he was.
That's the guy.
Big shout out, man.
Yeah, man. That's shout out A1, the Agnostic Guide. That's to help people deconstruct if they having problems finding things. I helped publish that through Only Divinity Publishing. So we got some black business going on up in here. Back to you guys.
No, we was just chopping it up, man. About black.
Yeah, that's good. I'm
Black
glad.
America, so if we can get on something else. I ain't tripping.
No. Y'all good. It's good sometimes to you know what I'm saying, talk about our problems or not problems. Talk about the things that we see.
Well, what you think about the UFC punch? You ain't heard about the UFC fighter that was fighting on the Oli. Oh, I forgot that shit, man. I got a bird talk. I don't like doing no bird talk.
No, I hear you chirping. Go ahead.
I'm a silverback gorilla. We don't do no chirping, but check this out.
Nice. Real chill.
What you think about that UFC fighter? When Trump had that UFC fight, it was a heavyweight dude, and then they had the white dude beat the black dude down. I said, man, they didn't put he had to be from Nigeria. I ain't gonna lie, the way he looked, he wasn't from America. But
who was it?
I don't know, some nigga from Ghana or something. He had to be. But the white boy beat him down, and then after he won, he said, Michelle Obama is a man. tell me I'm lying. And I'm like, after you got through fighting, that's what you said?
Let's see what happened.
Bro.
That was just
like,
a day ago.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was on Sunday. Yeah, man, and that just made me so mad. And I said, man, if don't none of them black UFC fighters that know that they can whoop him, lock with him on some, not no street stuff, y'all fighters. I want to fight you next.
Yeah.
I'm just saying though. Like this is what I'm saying. Like every time they do something in whatever arena it is, not being so far as like illegally violent, yeah, we need to be slapping them in their mouth.
Let's see what we can find about that topic, man. Shit might sound like somebody stepped in. Let me see who that's stepping in the car. Oh, that's Omar Bet. What up, Omar? Let me see if I can't share this screen real quick, man. See what they talking about on the fights last night. I didn't get to watch them. I had flew in.
No, it was Sunday. He had a UFC fight on the White House lawn. I mean, I'm
On the
just
White
saying,
House lawn.
come on, man. We ain't man. We at war right now. Oil price, man. Y'all, come on, man. Y'all got Israel over here bombing Lebanon and everybody else trying to take over the whole Middle East, and y'all backing them while they genocide. Come on, man. It makes me mad, man. For real. He's throwing a UFC fight on the White House lawn, and then got this white boy after he win put his hand all up off.
Hey, don't get. Hey, we ain't gonna act like the. That's the problem because the white boy man won. If that black dude should.
No, I ain't saying it's the problem that he won. It's the problem that when he won, he said what he said.
What he said? Is this dude right here?
Yes.
Let me make sure I can find the right one.
It didn't even hurt, Pump. Let me do the give me a pump.
Well, I can't hear it.
UFC event last.
Stop! Go sit down. Go get in the cage. Get in the cage.
Well, I got it up, but I can't hear it playing. Let me see. That's right. Bam. That's Sean O'Malley right there. Oh, look at this toupee almost come off. Lawmakers and billionaires were in the crowd, huh?
If you missed Donald Trump's UFC event last night on the White House lawn, you didn't miss much.
I don't want to listen to him. What reason in particular?
If you
who playing that? What you trying to get my page to go? Just be careful what you playing, man.
Oh, what you got? Oh,
what you think you could play UFC fights?
That wasn't a fight. That was just a.
Just be careful, bro.
Oh, I guess.
Because that 7 day strike, you gonna feel it. All right, go ahead, do your thing. Just watch what you play. I don't, certain stuff they want their bread. So
yeah,
be careful.
Especially if you show them doing any action, they gonna want that. Most people help. And that music too. Ooh-wee.
Yeah, definitely that music. But yeah, man, I'm gonna look at it. I want to find the dude.
Yeah, but that's what happened though. He won and said Michelle Obama's a man. That's what he said after he won. So
what Trump do? Did Trump laugh? Did Trump laugh?
Yeah, Trump laughed. He ain't came out. Man, I'm just saying that's Trump. Trump is Trump, man. I'm just saying Trump don't do nothing surprising to me. I remember when black people used to love Trump in the 80s.
Man, most of the rappers had Trump in their raps in the 90s. Going to Trump Tower.
If you're rolling like Trump, you get your meat long.
Hey, but Pop said a long time ago, he like, See, America is like Trump, just greedy, just give me. He said that long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Elon Musk done became the first trillionaire off the IPO. You know what I'm saying? And everybody thought, they did the little play like, he was in trouble with Tesla. His stocks is going down. All of this.
Man, Elon Musk got the. No, I ain't gonna even say nothing. I ain't gonna even say nothing like that. Start no conspiracy theories. But he a trillionaire though. That's what they say.
Elon got that plug.
What's that? Explain that. What you mean?
He know the real El Chapo.
Man, Elon Musk got that computer system that's getting all that money that they act like they giving to Africa for aid. That's how he got into getting all his money. He been running that system that they take money and take all that stuff in. He been running.
Talking about Doge.
Well, whatever the continent of Africa and the government, whatever they do when they supposed to be getting funds from America, have America.
USA.
I think he's talking about he talking about the EUA or something.
No, he talking about USA. Remember Doge caught all the millions and millions of dollars being dumped into
people right there acting like them people right there. The reason they knew that he knew that because he was running the systems that all the money was coming in, ciphering from the top of it, and now he's just getting all of it and giving it to the. I'm talking about.
I think they're gonna mess around in a couple years. Doge, XRP, a couple of the other big bits like Bitcoin and all them. They're gonna fold into an American cryptocurrency.
Definitely, they're gonna become the new bankers. They're gonna become the digital bankers that take the federal, like they took the federal government
gold off the gold
money. They're gonna take it from the paper standard to the digital standard, and this gonna be that's what the wealth is gonna transfer to.
Come on, man. We see it coming a mile away.
Get y'all some crypto.
A mile away.
Wallet. You better get your wallet right now while they little.
Yeah. And but the way that crypto is though, they the biggest thieves ever. They get to be scamming people too though. They get to be scamming people like a mug, and you ain't gonna be able to trace.
You gotta know what you're doing. You gotta deal with the trusted commodities, and sometimes it do be whoop de whoop. But why would you buy anything you don't know nothing about?
Yeah.
So before you do, I would say everybody do your homework. You know what I mean? Know who you dealing with, what they IP look like, how they roll out, all that stuff. And then, you just try to learn. You know what I mean? And, we gonna always be okay because we understand buy low, sell high.
Buy low, sell high. I'm telling you. Technology is a real good one to get into. I got me some stocks in CRISPR right now. It ain't a lot of them, but I got me a 20 that gene.
I know your shit did a woo wop. I know they did a woo wop when they brought them dire wolves back. I know it did.
They branched off. They got another company that they done branched off now. You know how institutes do. They just start getting more money and more money, trying to find a way to make that the biological bodies where they can put their own intelligence in it, and the robots that people be talking about is gonna be.
I think they're gonna mess around and make something, boy, that's gonna be bad, and then it's gonna have this big old bad body, but it's not gonna have a true soul, but a entity will inhabit it in it. I don't
listen. Hey, them white people is finna bring Jesus back.
Just say the people.
Just say the people, bro.
Just say the people.
All right, the people is finna bring. Sorry about that. Hey, sorry about that, A1. The people, them people are finna bring Jesus back.
I say is I got a question, because I'm glad
How
we
you
jumped
gonna
on
bring
this
back a
subject.
literary invention?
Hey,
No, what I'm
watch this.
saying is,
Watch
you
this.
know how they
Hold,
try
hold
to.
on, hold on, hold on, Caesar. Let me
I'm
let me
gonna
let me.
tell. I'm gonna tell him what I was talking about. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
All right, I was just gonna say this real quick, and then you can answer this question. When I was going through all my research and stuff before I formed my full philosophy, you come up with ideas to ask questions. I was always asking questions, and one of the questions that I asked myself was, if somebody was to take over the world right now, how would they do it? Like without doing no weapons. And I understood that if somebody could actually bring Jesus back, now how would they do that? If we read the description in the Bible, it just say Jesus gonna come across amongst the clouds and stuff. And I don't look at no supernatural nothing, because I kind of understand that if it's people in the world who say that they got this lineage and they got money, and it's scientists, it's physicists, it's all like, yeah, we got the atheist people who don't believe, but it's some of these people who actually still believe in God. So when they do their research, they researching it in the name of God. And if we look at prophecies, and prophecies are blueprints for things that's supposed to happen within history, and it say Jesus is coming back, and we don't think about no supernatural nothing, and we say, how can they make Jesus come back? We see this CRISPR technology and stuff going on. We know about DNA, and we know how they can form things out of simple molecules and aspects. So if they, let's just say and I'm not, and this is hypothetical, this is nothing I believe, that's my disclaimer. Now, let's just say somehow they get a space type station on the backside of the moon where can't nobody see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they got a lab in there, and they form this being.
Mm-hmm.
It comes out. They start raising it. It never have a mama or daddy. And the people that's raising it, remember, they from Earth. They done came here. And in their heads, they going by what the prophecy said. It said Jesus have to come back. So when they dealing with Jesus and Jesus is growing, they feed him, and he start growing and start asking questions. And they start giving him all the information they got. And he's soaking it up about this being that's supposed to come back. And they telling him, you Jesus, you Jesus, you Jesus. And he get a certain age, and then he come from around that mountain or around the moon where ain't nobody know, and they come back, and he say that he's Jesus. Is that or is that not Jesus? Of prophetic return. I mean, what do y'all think
I
about
would
that?
say
That's just
no.
that's just a mind
Yeah, I
exercise.
would. Yeah, I would say
That's what
no
they gonna do, though.
because
Hold on. See, let Cosmo, and then you can go next, and you can answer his question that he asked before that too. Sorry about that,
I forgot what I was going to answer. Go ahead, though.
but go ahead, Cosmo.
I would say no because you're forcing prophecy. You're attempting to make it happen through you know you know intervention of man, which you did what I'm talking about would negate the whole thing in my eyes. But
But don't you think that they be doing that right now with like other different
you
parts of
kind of
things
sound
like they
muffled,
do?
bro. You said
You
we can't
muffled,
hardly hear you. Talk,
you
please.
muffled, Caesar.
Okay, hold on.
Hey Caesar, you talking to the phone because you sound muffled, bro.
Okay, y'all
Can you
go
hear
ahead
us,
while I
Caesar?
get this fixed. Yeah, y'all go ahead while I get this fixed.
All right. I gotta say now, which led to my next question, Cosmo. I said to myself, just that right there. But then I thought to myself, if somebody give a prophecy, and some people believe that they still in contact with God and the moves that they make, or
Mm-hmm.
because God tell them to do this, and
Mm-hmm.
somebody left a blueprint of what's supposed to happen. Because let's just think about Mary and Joseph. They grew up, they knew about a Messiah supposed to come if they was worshiping what they were supposed to be worshiping. They knew that. So it wasn't no
Well,
surprise that she got pregnant. And it ain't like they didn't know that these steps had to be taken. Now, if they continue to take these steps, because the prophecy says, isn't that what a prophecy is? It's a blueprint for somebody to walk those walks, right? Jesus even went back and studied all of the religions and stuff to find out the steps he's supposed to take once it came to him doing what he was supposed to be doing. So we see that prophecy, to me, in my opinion, seems to be a blueprint for people to grab a hold and make these things happen. Not no wait and then it happened. You say, oh yeah, that's it. Because then who else gonna be like, nah, that ain't it. That ain't the one. They can still say that person ain't the one. That's why they still having the problem about Jesus right now. People saying it, you know what I'm saying? He just don't fit their description of what they think was supposed to happen. So even when it does happen, if it happens naturally, people don't still have a place to be. So I believe, in my opinion, that prophecy is blueprints that they leave for people to grab hold to. And if you that person, you walk that walk and make them prophecies come true. Now,
well, ain't that by deed indoctrination?
Cosmo, we talked about this before, and you gave me a word that it's called when somebody tries to make prophecy happen. Or was that? Hey, I thought it was you though. It's actually a word. I ain't at my computer, but it's actually a word that they call it to try to defute when somebody makes prophecy, or they say it's prophecy, or they the ones that's fulfilling the prophecy, and they say that it's a regular.
Oh, a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, what you? It was something. No, it was another name. Like they
That's
called.
basically what you talking about, where these niggas make that shit happen themselves,
Yeah.
and then say this is the prophecy.
Right. We was talking about that. You said it's a name. It was another name that you said that they don't. I can't remember it because it was the first time I heard it. I can't lie. Because like I said, when I was doing my research, I only was going by what I see, and what I saw was, oh, people are reading these. They part of it. They don't see it happening. They don't see it happening. And then they say, can we make it happen? And then they make it happen. And if they make it happen, that's how it's supposed to come into being without any supernatural interference, unless, you know what I'm saying? And if these people, even though they in power, they still believe that they Jewish or they Christian or whatever, and that, oh, I got the power. God is telling me to do this, and this is what we're going to do. This group.
Are you talking about backdating?
You said you gave me another name that day. I can't, man. I get to my computer, I'm going to look it up. I got from my phone real quick.
Go ahead. But what was we breaking down?
We was breaking down that, like I said, if a group of, let's just say, Jewish people are trying to make the Messiah come the first time, or a group of Christians are, and they got the power, they got money, they can build rockets, they can get a space station secretly on the backside, they can do this with a being, and they can make it happen because they feel God is the one that told them to do this, because this is how they make it happen without any supernatural beings, but it's happening like by human means that we can understand. And I was just saying, like, is that being not, would he not be Jesus? And would it not be the prophecy? I guess I should ask you, like, would that be the prophecy being fulfilled?
Well, I would still say no. For the simple fact is, Jesus, per the text, right, got to come back a certain way. So even if he said, yo, I'm Jesus, my niggas, let me get that 10% on Sunday about you dudes, or it's going to be hell to tell the captain. Even if he came back and did, he got to do it a certain way, or it ain't going to fit the narrative. Because what I know about niggas in America and white folks in America is let something crack that sky if you want to. Go ahead. Go ahead. We're going to have some green alien soup. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they're going to shoot that thing and sort it out later. Trust me. So you going to be held to tell the captain, try to, you know what I mean, And then we got a problem right here. Jesus, you're supposed to be dead. You're a spirit. You dig what I'm talking about? How am I going to get my physical body on this spiritual horse? Because remember, you got to come out the sky on a horse with a sword. So he kind of got to fit the narrative, and then my thing is, what he look like? Don't African Jeebus look like African Jeebus? Don't Middle Eastern Jesus look like Middle East? Asian Jesus look like Asian Jesus. They got an Indian Jesus. He look like Indians. Got European Jeebus. He look like Europeans. Right? And what if he come back? We still ain't figured out how you got your nigga body on this spirit plane or this spirit horse. We ain't figured that out yet. But if something cracked that sky, right? Tell you, oh, get on the plane with me, niggas. I am your God. You know what I mean? And you get on that plane, you get on this, you deserve to get exactly what's about to happen to you. And what's about to happen to you is they about to hit you with some onions, some celery, some tomatoes, little paprika, and a little Old Bay seasoning. Because if you get your silly butt on a plane, a Starcraft, talking about Jeebus, you deserve to get what you gonna get. Remember, Jesus is a spirit. If something physical came down and got your physical body, it's physical too. And guess what it got to do? Eat. So it's gonna be like picking up, groceries from the stove. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all niggas, they go, oh niggas, come to me, I will heal you, niggas. You know what I mean? It's gonna be tons of people that get right on the ship.
I ain't gonna. I always, and that's crazy. The reason I asked it because, like I said, that was one of the questions I was asking when I was going through my research to get me to come to the conclusion that I came up with. And I know that if something like that happened, that is how it's going to happen and why it's going to happen. Because it's going to be a group of people who have to stay in power, and they have to provide what the Bible says is going to happen. People ain't going to keep waiting around for some type of supernatural. And then even a supernatural event like that, somebody is always going to refute it unless, like you said, unless the time change. If Jesus come back and still asking for church money, like if something don't change at that moment, if it ain't a great occurrence at that moment where, governments just drop the leaders of the governments, drop what they doing, the people, and this actual person or being came in a way that's fashionable enough that I agree that this might have been what that book was talking about. Until like if he coming in a spaceship and some of that stuff, no. That's a real being that had an agenda.
And listen, you get on that thing if you want to.
You think he gonna leave? You think he gonna come and then leave with people?
No, I'm more like with what a waspy say. Ain't no loud speaking angel or messenger gonna come. Why? Definitely. You niggas wouldn't believe it. No way. You will laugh that nigga up off the block. Nigga, get on the shit. Nigga, you a giggle little god off the block. He'll be mad by time y'all a joke on that nigga ship. Y'all talk about his little Jesus sandals. Y'all call him a musty A-Rap. You didn't call this man Jesus would be sad with his alien ass by time he hit the block.
If he have to come in a spaceship, I ain't trying to He should be
Nigga, if
able to
he
have
come in a spaceship, but then that ain't the nigga we expected.
That's definitely not the guy I'm expecting. I know that's somebody, like you said, who's been able to get away from this place, be able to form a being in some way, and act like he came back. Now, if they get this being to believe that he's actually that thing, now that's a whole different thing because that's what he's doing. But I don't think it's gonna be able to be nobody on Earth and then say, "Yeah, I'm the return of Jesus." No. What's his name? My guy. That's over there in Ethiopia. That's you didn't come in the right way for me to believe that you're supposed to be the Messiah the first, second, third, or whatever time the Messiah was supposed to come.
Oh, you talking about Haile
Yaju, my
Selassie?
man. Nah, my man's Yaju Judah.
To who?
Yaju Judah.
Oh, yeah. Oh man,
You know what I'm saying? Like
I'm
people be
surprised.
doing
I'm
stuff.
surprised you even brought him up, bro. Go
Well,
ahead, though.
I had to. You want me to tell you why, Cosmo?
Yeah.
Where I be going through my walk, I be walking across people. I've been going across pages. You know, I'm the owl. I fly across the little pages and stuff. I flew across the page. He was on there, and at this time, he was saying he was Jesus.
Yeah.
And I asked him, "Why are you saying that you Jesus instead of saying that you are the Messiah?" That's why he don't say he Jesus no more. Simply because of me, I had to get up on there and tell him this because I proposed a possible world like you be doing. Is it possible that when the change of the age came, it's supposed to be a passover to a new uh system, a new way of belief? And could that person, when Jesus was talking about go to the city and find that man bearing a pitcher of water, follow him for he know the way, could he have been pointing to the age of Aquarius and talking about an individual who would come with a new knowledge? That water jar is the information in this new information path. Why do you keep saying that you Jesus if Jesus was a failed mission and was pointing to somebody else? And plus, if you a Jew and you say your name is Yaju Judah, that means that you don't even believe that Jesus came the first time. So are you the Messiah or are you Jesus back? And from that day forward, he ain't never said that he Jesus again. He's saying that he the Messiah, which pushed his purpose a little further. Seemed like more people getting on to that. But yeah, man, I
Mm,
take credit for that. So y'all, Jew.
mm, mm, mm.
I would never say that I'm Jesus if I'm trying to make it. That would be silly. Why would I say I'm a man that's already done been here and did something? I'm talking about I'm him.
And
No.
then there's a misunderstanding even in that, right? Because they claiming that Jesus is gonna come and do something new. When Jesus said, "I didn't come to break the law or do anything new. I came to uphold it."
If you come and you can die still, you is not Jesus. 'Cause when Jesus come, Jesus shouldn't be able to do. That's why I say
No,
it's
my
a
thing
God.
is, so that mean he ain't coming in no spaceship. He coming on a horse. He ain't
With the
got no
clouds,
he ain't got no Draco. He got a sword.
with the clouds. This
You
is a
dig what I'm talking about?
special.
He
This is
said he not coming to change up nothing. He coming to fulfill the law. So why would they be looking for anything different?
I told you. That's why I say like I believe when they wrote the prophecies, some of them might have wrote the ones that can't be attainable. Some of them seem to me to have been like blueprints. Because then at the end, when they trying to prove that Jesus is supposed to be God or whatever they doing, they always talk about how he fulfilled prophecy. He fulfilled prophecy. He fulfilled prophecy. If you don't think that Jesus knew he was supposed to ride in on a donkey, if he happened to, like he didn't do that just magically. He knew what he's supposed to do. Like he said, I came to fulfill the law. That's because he knew what the law was.
Yeah.
He knew what the was. The prophecies are blueprints for people who seem to or who believe that they can make those prophecies happen. I and that's just my opinion
I'm
on
not
that matter.
saying I would I would even go a step further that in just about every religious system, there are hierarchies that, you know, attempt to make these prophecies come true. Like you saying, I would take it even a step further than that. That they know, for the most part, they charlatans and shams, and to hold to some credibility. First of all, they put things very far out, right? And then, just like the brother who was trying to say Jesus was coming back, I guarantee you in 2025, Jesus is coming back. He talked to me. You dig what I'm talking about? That day went by, man. People was. Do you remember that they was giving away their bank accounts, cars?
Yeah. And then he said he was coming another day.
Yeah, a whole another week later. No, it was next Thursday. My bad. I had my calendar.
Didn't he get arrested for that in the end?
I believe
Something happened. He faced some type of backlash.
Yeah, he I know he got a lot of backlash online. I don't know if he got arrested, but I remember that they had to have police presence around him more because they was trying to do something to that man.
Yeah, man. That stuff like that. That's why when I was forming my philosophy, I can't lie and act like before I knew what I was doing, I wasn't trying to tie myself in to that whole scenario. But then I understood that these would all be incoherent and unintelligible thoughts and ideas to put forward to say that something has gotten over me to come up with this stuff that I come. And I know that these are just the ideas and the questions that I seem to solve. Why would I put some type of, if I really want to make an impact on what I'm trying to do, which is, I feel like, I tell you every time, if people start just taking accountability on what they're doing and how they moving, and like you say, the community's gonna always get better. People gonna start back acting with they kind and moving forward in the process of existing. Then accountability has to be taken first. I feel like we can't
Yeah,
keep looking for supernatural means like we just talking about right now. It seems that even if something happened, we ain't gonna believe it if it don't meet a certain form of fashion. And if it do happen and it don't happen in that fashion, we know that somebody did that for the benefit of themselves and they family, tribe, religion, you know what I'm saying? So it ain't gonna be no man pop up in Dubai and say that he's the Al Dadin, because it's another dude that's saying that he's somebody that's supposed to be in Islam. I can't think of it,
the
but that was
Mahdi.
supposed to come. The Mahdi. You know what I'm saying? He done showed up. And all of these people, you know what I'm saying, is trying to benefit off this story again and bring it back. And we stepping into the age of information, the age of Aquarius. I can't help but call it that. You was talking about the
Yeah,
processions,
the
the
age of
procession. We in the age of Aquarius. That
yeah,
man
we
said is going
already in the age of Aquarius.
definitely. That man said that follow that man in the city. He got a picture. Why he didn't say he was gonna be no prophet. He didn't say he was gonna be special. No, nothing right there. It seemed to be saying that he was gonna have the information, and that information is what we know as the movement of the information. When we can get ideas out like we getting out, like we knowing, weighing them against each other, saying what's really this is, what's making you thrive, and why you believe what you believe. You saying what's making me saying what's making me thrive when I recognize what I recognize. This is how we gonna have to do if we ever gonna
That's
get
called spirituality, brother. A lot of people don't believe that. It's called science, but it's also called spirituality.
spiritual. Got you. Got you. I know exactly what you mean when you say that. And that's what I say, like, it has to come to a halt sometime, but we know it's gonna be after a big move is made. But if we don't start making it in our communities right now, so when that big move made, we be able to sidestep that shit and continue in a mannerable fashion. Shit, boy. Like you said, there's gonna be people hopping on spaceships and all type of shit.
Hold on, give me a second, fellas. I'll be right back. Go ahead, kick it, y'all.
Omar, I see you up here. You there? You ain't said nothing in a minute. You got something to say about the topic? They say you quiet. I know you got something to say. Go on and pop it up on the screen.
Omar. I was just waiting for y'all brothers to cook. I wanted to chime in about the UFC thing, but y'all said a lot, but I didn't, because I know how brothers say, oh, Omar be jumping in, interrupting. So you saw I waited patiently and I waited for my turn. But let's open up the dialogue. So I don't know if y'all had questions for me about the UFC thing, the MMA thing, or about biblical scripture.
Well,
So
first take it on
I'm
to the
open.
UFC thing. Please take it to the UFC thing
Cool.
first, because I didn't get to see the video or know who it is. You might actually can tell me the fighter's name and stuff, because I know if you're sitting over there, you're gonna do your research before you speak on it. So can you tell me a little bit more about what Caesar was talking about? I was trying to pull it up and find it.
Well, first of all, this is the ironic thing. Uh 30, 40 minutes ago, once I dialogue with Cosmon when I left the stage, I turned on my TV because I got a Fire Stick. I'm actually watching a UFC fight on the White House lawn right now. Yeah, yeah, I got the jailbroken Fire Stick, so I get everything. All I got to do is just type it in, and it pulls up and it plays. You know what I'm saying? So I'm watching it. I got it muted out, but I'm watching it right now. So uh some a few of the brothers that was fighting, I know that one of the fighters was Justin Gaethje. I like him. You know, he a pretty solid person. And then, y'all did mention Patty Pimblett. And then, you got the other brother from Europe, the black heavyweight brother, Cyril Gahn. You got the other brother from Brazil, Alex Pereira.
Pereira, yeah, I seen that one.
Yeah. And then you got the other dude who's the champion, who actually surprised me, Deborah. Um, Great fighters. I like it. I do have a background in boxing. I do have a background in MMA. So the thing is, like, a lot of the times, like in my spare time, I love like I love combat sports, boxing, MMA, kickboxing, all of it. I like watching it.
Yeah.
I noticed Hercules said something before about him with his background in Tang Sudo. I fought a lot of brothers back in my time with Tang Sudo. I started out because I studied kung fu. My fist was the five fists, which I studied. I had loads of point tournaments, and then I had full contact tournaments. So you know what I'm saying? I know what I'm talking about because I have a specific background. I got a couple of my brothers too that actually was did boxing that was in Golden Glove back in Chicago too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I ever told y'all, my father was a scrapper. He was Golden Glove. And like I said, when I was born, that's how I got my name, Omar Muhammad. So when I was born, I came up in it. I came up in the NOI in Chicago. My father was a part of Minister Louis Farrakhan's bodyguard detail. You know what I'm saying? So, I I I have a great background with just things like that, you know what I'm saying? You know, uh a background of unschooled fighting and a background of school fighting. You know what I'm saying? I was the Midwest champion for 3 years in a row. Back in 92, 93, and 94. You know what I'm saying? I had some of the quickest knockouts too.
Yeah, that's
And
I used to my bad, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was about to say,
no, go ahead, Oli. Go ahead, Oli.
I dabbled in MMA for a few years with with my guy from my hometown, Lamont Stafford. Shout out Lamont. He do bare knuckle now. He done lost his last two. Um, I ain't been
I
training with him for a little bit.
I know who Lamont Stafford is, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's my guy. We
Oh shit, okay.
we he back in the day he trained with he used to go to Colorado and train with Justin Gaethje through my homeboy Jabin Barchu. Shout out Jabin Barchu. But you know what I'm saying? Gaethje done came a long way. Like I got to not really see him, but through Lamont, you know what I'm saying? And my dealings with Lamont and Lamont's dealing with him. What Gaethje was getting.
Well, you know why a lot of fighters go to Colorado and places like Utah to train is because of the elevation. So that
Yes.
helps that plays a critical part with your stamina and your breath.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah,
You know what I'm saying? But because of the elevation.
so and it probably was Gaethje who was the one that said that who was the fighter that said that about Michelle Obama? No, it might have not been Gaethje.
No, it wasn't Gaethje. It was that other fuck. It was that other. I don't even want to say that dude name, man. Yeah,
What's his initial? Because
he's
I
a
didn't see
piece
who
of
I seen
he's a
Sean O'Malley. You said Patty Piblet. I didn't even Patty fought last night. Patty and Shane fought. Oh, they had the Irish in the building, then didn't they?
Patty Pimblett ain't even American. He's from Ireland.
Ireland, yeah, him and Sean O'Malley. That's what I said. Ireland was in
Yeah,
the Irish is in the building. Him and
yeah,
Sean both fought on the same card. That's cool. They had the Irish in the building last night. Then
yeah, man. Um, hold on. You know what? You know what? That's crazy because yo, that's crazy. Yo, that's crazy because I remember one of one, one of my seafoods back in Chicago. Uh, he was a cop. He was Irish, and he used to be really hard on me. He used to talk shit, put me down, and be real hard on me. And then I remember uh my mother was dating this guy named Yonatan. They used to call him Yellow Man or Red Man. I didn't even know that the teacher, one of my teachers that was Irish, who was a cop, he trained him along with my other Sifu and Master Quan. Y'all can look this up. The school I attended was uh this this the 7-star school of Northern Shaolin 5 Fists on the north side of Chicago. I got accolades. I have easily probably over 60, 70 trophies. I lost count. they're still in the school in the window. But my teacher, well, no, one of my teachers, like I said, the Irish dude used to be real hard on me and put me down. And then I remember I didn't even know that the dude that my mother was dating, he was an enforcer. He was an enforcer for the GDs in Chicago. And he he would show up and fight like 4, 5, 6, 8, 9 niggas at the same time and knock all them niggas the fuck out. So he gets in an argument with my mother one time. And then he shows up at the school, let alone I'm only hold on. I'm 15 years old at the time. I was only 15. So he comes in there. He comes in there, and like I said, the Irish one of the guys that was training me, the Irish dude that used to be harsh on me, he came in there and he stepped on the floor without removing his shoes. So long story short, they got to fighting. And the dude, Yellow Man, my mother's boyfriend, fucking knocked that nigga the fuck out. Knocked the Irish dude out. Now, my other teacher, Sifu Kwan, who was the master, was like, look, Omar, get up in there. And he said, I don't want no excuses. I'm looking, I'm like, shit, nigga, I'm only 14, 15 fucking years old. Like, what the fuck is I supposed to do? He just knocked a grown man out that's bigger than me. And Master Quan looked at me and was like, there is no excuses. And this is full contact. No gloves, no nothing. So the first couple of shots, he hit me with some good shots. He busted my eye. And then I started crying and I was thinking. And I was like, yo, this is the same nigga that put his hands on my fucking mother. And my seafood told me, no fucking excuses. So we got the rumbling again. And then, yo, I rolled that nigga up in a fucking chokehold and choked that nigga out so that nigga was fucking blurple. That nigga threw up on the floor. But the reason the reason why I'm sharing this is because, you know what I'm saying? You should believe in yourself. You know, even when you have criticism and people put you down, it's important for you believing in self, to have faith in yourself and believe in yourself that you can overcome anything. You can overcome anything. Believe in yourself. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, brother Oli. I just want to say that, man.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely what we're pushing. Believing in yourself, not even just believing in yourself, but recognizing exactly who you are, what you stand for, what you will take, what you won't do because you have no logical or coherent reason to do such things, and push forward, man, in a persistent manner. That's what the existence seemed to do. Just continue to push forward in a persistent manner, coherently. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have our flops because of the way we interact with existence, but we're going to get there. I'm telling you, we're going to get there. We got technology, like I say, that's moving forward. We know the minds that's making the technology. We know the minds that's going to end up having control of the technology. And then we just got to understand that the technology will never come up with its own problems. I don't think AI systems will ever worry about why they aren't us and how they can become us in a manner of taking over the world and none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Think about the way that you use your AI right now. You just ask it questions, it answer the questions. Ask it if it's having a good day, stuff, and watch some of the replies that it gives to you. Let you know that it ain't worried about its day. If you wouldn't have never asked the question about how its day is going, you know what I'm saying? That's the way it is, man. And but yeah, I like critical thinking. That's what I be doing in the morning. My coffee after a late night flight. Uh, some good information. I still don't know I still don't know the the dude that was fighting though. You never said the name, man. I ain't at my computer. I'm in the
Was
car.
it Pereira? Was it Pereira?
Pereira was the one that fought Sirgan, wasn't it? I'm talking about who was it that
Yeah,
ran up
he
and
fought.
said that,
He fought. Yeah, uh, Alex Pereira fought Cyril Gahn. Was it Temporia?
I don't know who it was. I got to look at it. Caesar said it was somebody, must have been a white American though, who said it. I hope it was somebody from America that was
No,
saying
no,
it
no,
and that's
no.
why I'm coming
It wasn't. It wasn't Temporia because Tim. Oh my God, yo, this nigga Alex. Oh my God.
Yeah, Sergey slapped him. He was punching him out. I'm telling you, that's what a good jab will get you. That right there is what a good job will get you right there.
Yeah, man. But
Nigga, why you ain't
yeah,
trying to get on? I always trying to get on there and just look silly and shit. What you trying to do? Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm just put you on. Just put you on.
All right, I'm on there. But yeah. There ain't no elevator to success. You know what I'm saying? How y'all doing, Titans? You know, I'm BG the Scorpion Sinus. You know what I'm saying? Over with the homie the Al, Oli. But yeah, there's definitely no elevator to success. You have to take the stairs. You have to take the proper steps to, you know what I'm saying, to you gotta do the math. Success, you know what I mean? You gotta put in the work. You know what I mean? So you gotta put in the work to equal to the success. You know what I mean? So it's no shortcuts. You definitely gotta do the work. It don't matter if you MMA fighting, it don't matter what you're doing. So yeah. Hell yeah, man. That's what's up.
hey,
I
hey,
like that
hey, hey,
story though, Omar.
who is that talking?
Hey, I'm just an apprentice right now. You know what I mean? I'll be on here
No,
with
what's
y'all
your
pretty
name?
soon.
What's your
What's
name?
your name,
BG the
brother?
Scorpion Sign. BG the Scorpion Sinus.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Shalom and much respect. But sorry to cut you off, brother. Go ahead.
No. You good. It's all good. Y'all all fam to me. You know what I mean? I'll be watching y'all. I'll be listening to y'all shows and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's much respect. I just want to say what's up. You know what I mean? And just keep doing what y'all doing. That's much love and respect. You know what I mean? For real. I
Thank
respect
you,
that. I
BG.
respect
Thank you,
all that.
BG. We the show
And everything.
appreciate you
All right.
tuning
Already.
in.
But it's on y'all. I'm gonna let y'all get back to y'all thing.
Bet we
All right.
appreciate you tuning in whenever you tune
Already.
in.
Already. All right.
Like, share,
I
and
bet.
subscribe for those who don't know. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Share it to your friends. Some of your friends might need somewhere to have their morning coffee, man. All y'all in the
We
chat.
we respect your point of view too, brother. You know, well heard. We do respect your point of view. Good looking out for dropping in, brother.
Already. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, man. I got to find out who this was that had to fight real quick. I'm back in front of my computer.
Yeah, but the brother that just got done talking, he came in and showed respect and you know brought up good points. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you studying for, whatever you doing, guess what? There's going to be roadblocks. There's going to be points. There's going to be contention. There's going to be hardships. But guess what? If you believe in yourself, push through it. Push through it. You know what I'm saying? Don't shit come easy. Ain't nothing easy. You know what I'm saying? But a person believing in themselves, no matter if we want to talk about martial arts, comedic theory, Bible, Islam, no matter what, you have to stand on your square and believe in yourself and believe in whatever that you following. Because guess what? The moment you stop believing and you don't have faith, because see, here's the thing: a lot of people want to criticize a word called faith. Once you stop having faith and believing in yourself, guess what? Everything can go down the drain. But that's why.
You threw your
But
free will away. You threw everything away. My bad for interrupting, but no, that's what like they was talking about last night.
no, cook,
Free
cook, cook,
will.
cook.
Free.
I'm a mute. Cook,
The,
brother. Go ahead. Do your thing. Cook, brother.
okay,
Cook, brother.
okay, yeah, yeah. So they was talking about free will. There ain't no free will. It's only absolute. No, 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 no. You can make free will absolute if you apply the proper steps. If you keep on applying yourself, you can make it absolute. So yeah, free will can be absolute. If free will, it is such thing as it. You know, it all adds up. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like putting in that work and staying consistent and doing everything. That's when you willing it into an effect. You know, you making it happen. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's gonna equal to, regardless. So yeah, it's gonna be absolute. You know what I mean? It's your choice. If you choose not to do it, or you can choose to do it. But you know, it's your choice. Whatever if you choose to take the steps, then yeah, it's gonna add up. But if not, then yeah, but it's gonna be roadblocks and obstacles. But you gotta outweigh that. You gotta apply more math. You gotta apply more work to it to outweigh the obstacles. You know what I mean? So it's all yeah, it's all nothing but a mathematical equation for real.
That's right. That's right. What's up,
That's
All right.
Sadiq? Sadiq to the
That's the
stage, real
excellent.
quick.
That's an excellent point, brother. Go ahead, Oli. But that was an excellent. That was an excellent point, brother.
Definitely, definitely. What up, Sadiq? See
What's
you
up,
stepped
fam?
in.
What's going on,
Having your
brother
morning
Oli?
coffee. Oh man, just having my morning coffee, shooting it with the homies.
What's going on? What's going on, man? I just jumped in right on time, huh?
yeah, yeah. We just having a little discussion.
For
We've
sure,
been
old
on a
man.
whole bunch. You
Kicking
know
it.
how it is at the coffee shop. Been a whole bunch of coffees, but BG just touched back in what my show was about last night. Know the ledge.
Shalom,
Talking about
shalom, and
free will.
respect. Shalom and respect to the brother that just came on, Sadiq. Shalom
Hey,
and
what's going
respect,
on, brother
brother.
Omar? Shalom, brother. Shalom, shalom.
Yeah, much
Indeed,
love.
indeed. We do have the ability to use our will to bring forth what we want, given the perspective. I would just say that when at where the manifestation of free will is concerned, where the absolute is mainly concerned in the purest form, then we would have to look at what that means. And in my circles, we know that the truth is very simple. It's always simple at the end of the day. And so, simply said, if we were to give an example of absolute free will, it would involve the superseding of absolutely every universal law, right? If we truly had absolute free will, there's no law that could basically undo your will. That's key. See, if free will is absolute, you can actually supersede every law at will. in any given time. Absolutely. See,
And that's why I just call it a will. I don't see it as
facts,
free.
because
It
nobody's
ain't.
not gonna undo
I,
cause and effect. Yeah, if you
Cosmo,
if you disagree, then it would be easy, simple for you to prove. You would have to literally mute the law of mentalism. You have to mute the law of cause and effect. You had to mute. It would be a profound preponderance of the evidence that would become prevalent to produce.
yeah, Cosmo yesterday kind of explained it the way, in a way that I see it. I don't know if he exactly was saying it like that, but he was saying like if it's a free will, he was saying yeah because there's a free want, which
Right.
actually means he's just saying that. I believe in anyway in my view that's how I was saying it, but he might can touch on it. But that's why I just call it a will, not free or none of that. It's a will. We know it's
Indeed.
constraints upon it.
Facts.
So
It had.
we got
Yeah.
to deal
Facts. It is.
deal
We
with what
can't.
the constraints we know
Right.
because there's constraints within all of existence. Like Cosmo said, there's things that I just know I won't do. I make the choice not to do it, so I know I'm making the choice to do it if I want to. That leads to what they call free will, but to me, it's just the will. I have a will. Yes, I have a will. It can't be free or it's constrained within time and nature or what we call existence. Just as other things are proven to be constrained within existence.
Indeed. You have to subvert the law of vibration. Just give an example, right? You have to subvert the law of hell. Uh, you know, correspondence. Shit, man, good luck. Good luck. You know, but yeah, so and some laws are immutable. To those who would say, well, they're under immutable universe. Yeah, some of them are, but not absolutely all of them. And some are immutable, but then not absolutely not all of them, right? It don't matter which way you go with this stuff, it applies. Right. So, when we find that sweet spot and then we can put our will forth, we all have different degrees of exerting our will. I always use my own self as my own example, given my experience to back up what I say, and I'll source up where need be. But yeah, I meditate a lot to try to master such laws, right? To only reach a plateau. Parents apparently reaching a plateau. You never reach that plateau absolutely, as some have said. You never wake up absolutely all the way, right? No one's going to wake all the way up, quote unquote, right? There's always an alluding. It's been said that as man becomes more ascended, quote unquote, if you will, in his line of his magnitude of thinking, he approaches what he thinks is perfection to find out yet it just eludes him just that much more. As he goes up, the ceiling just goes above him, just ever so out of reach, right? See, you never reach to what, it's always a struggle to get there, right?
Mhm.
See,
Yep.
So do
That's
you
what it
mind if
said.
I piggyback off you, brother?
go ahead, brother.
So you cooked. You did justice to this thing. So what are we talking about? Laws, concept. So what is a law? What is a concept? If I have a ball in my hand and I release it, is it going to drop down or is it going to go up? It's going to go down. So laws and basic and what I'm doing, y'all know I'm an Israelite, but sometime we have to give a fair shot to say, you know what, the ma- the majority of my philosophy and my ideology is all behind Bible, but we got to keep it 100 and we got to keep it solid as being brothers. So
Fact.
when we dealing with these philosophies and these things, what movement, motion, ideologies, different thought processes, we just got to be fair. Some things are definitely always are going to be absolute. Some things are not going to be absolute. Some things is going to be up for scrutiny, and I think that that's a good thing. That's what we come up on these panels for. So do do we expect every brother to agree 100% with another brother? No.
No.
But
We
do
know.
we have to have it? Do we have to have integrity to be like, you know what? That brother's making a good point. So the thing is to be fair, you know what I mean? Can things be subjective? Yes. Is
Indeed.
everything is a lot of things that we say up to face scrutiny? Yes. But I think it's a good point for us to respect each other points, bring up good arguments. But remember, the object of duality falls always. And if it makes sense, it makes sense. And I have no problem with that. I'll mute out.
Thank you, brother, for that. You cooked as well as usual. As usual, you guys were cooking this morning, man. I woke up by 8 o'clock. Turned to, tapped in like, damn. I heard the guys going back and forth. Heard the cars going back and forth. Man, I said, that's what I'm talking about, man. Keeping the kitchen warm. we doing this in shifts, huh?
Yeah, they came right on over from Know the Ledge right on into morning coffee, man, and heated up their coffee with us and continued to have nice little old Discord. I appreciate it so much, you know me, because I was on my ledge and I falls asleep sometimes. I'm an owl and I do have late hours, but just like my grandma used to fall asleep in the daytime and she went to sleep at night though. I'm an owl, I be up at night and I fall asleep sometime in the nighttime and wake up in the daytime. So yeah, man, they
Indeed, bro.
helped us
Facts.
slide right on into that morning coffee with that good dialogue. I was telling Omar, shout out how they be bringing the sources and bring information. Cosmon same, you know what I'm saying? And that's real good because sometimes if you got your phone turned down, but you're looking at it, you're looking at that information on the screen, and you don't even know that they're dialecting. Are you tuning them out? You know what I'm saying, and getting your own idea about the information that's right there in front of you. And I thank him so much. I'm trying to get into that because like everybody know, you know what I'm saying? I'm really fresh in the conscious community. I've been spending my years actually asking the question and forming my view. And now I'm in the conscious community at the capacity that I am. It ain't too much of nothing, but you know what I'm saying? I'm still learning different people's views. All I figured out was how I see it. I don't know how everybody else see it. So I like to be here and listen to it, form ideas, because in the end, I know we all just trying to find out what it is so we can know what it is we can do to change our environment and our way of being. That's
In
one thing
fact,
that
totally. Yeah.
I recognize. Like I said, I don't believe it. I recognize that. I know it for a fact that that's what we all got going. But go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to. I'm laying right there.
You got it, brother. Yeah, you got it, brother. As science progresses, so as with man's endeavor to learn science and mastery is concerned, we understand that there is a difference between those who lack mastery and those who acquire more mastery. It's been said that the difference between the poor man, where law is concerned, what law is being tested is the same, but it's only their relative respective levels of mastery that creates the appearance of separation, right? Given the different various diversification between their lifestyles, as it's seen between their lifestyles. The law that's being tested is the same. The laws are the same, more or less, right? And so, likened to a bird who suppresses some laws, which allows for flight. There's laws of force and motion and momentum and all of this, and has to be understood. But the bird has ability to suppress and supersede certain laws, giving it the ability to fly, right? And we see the bird and flying creatures affiliated with those who reach spiritual attainment in the many different ancient mythos. They typically use flying animals to convey such logic when certain degrees of mastery is obtained. See, per law, you're not superseding all absolute laws, whatever. It's like you're creating your own law. It's like you have to prove all that. You have to, illustrate that. Not only prove it, then you have to illustrate how they work and things like that. But I mean, if anybody can do it, go ahead, knock yourself out. I'm all ears. But we just and if you do that, you're just going to just open the door to discover additional laws that's always been there, right? See, it's always been there. Just that's just new. It's not new. It's just new to you, right? See, everything we all know on here is all old as existence itself. You just been given access to your materials or your experience, what gives you access to learn what you so-called learn. What I've learned and what a little bit I've learned in the few minutes I've been on the earth, I just been given access to a universal truth that's been around since time immemorial. Right? In my opinion. I don't own the information. If I own the information, then I create a paralyzing absolute probably. And I become frozen in a permanent form via my information. I'm permanently frozen in formation. I become fixed, absolutely paralyzed via information. See the issue with absolutes? And so I don't grow with the conditions and the rates of evolution on this planet now on pretty much on all levels, spiritually, physically, mathematically, scientifically, intellectually. If you don't evolve, you ain't gonna make it. You won't make it. See, I'll just stop there. For now, you ain't gonna
No,
make it.
I
Right.
get.
You actually brought out a good point because the thing is when we dealing with these concepts, like you gave the analogy of the bird, how does a bird do what it does? It uses actual physics,
Right.
Well, it's easy.
concepts,
I can tell you that.
concepts,
I'm an
arrow,
actual Al. No, I'm
arrow.
just.
You know what? I'll be right quick because Oli is the all-seeing owl. Even
I'm gonna
though
tell you this.
sometimes
Right. Facts.
even though sometimes I be disagreeing with my brother, but Oli Oli stands on his square. And guess what? If you disagree with it, you disagree with it. But you gotta love a brother for standing on his square. And
Facts,
I
bro.
and I and I'll be real quick. So when we dealing with these concepts, even as a bird, because me being an Israelite brother, do Omar just want to throw away anything that do with science? Absolutely not. Because science, some points of science are facts. Like you just said, brother, look at the bird. Aerodynamic forces, thrust, lift, using these concepts to lift
Facts.
itself up off the ground
Right.
to be able to fly. Go ahead, brother Oli.
Yeah, no. That's a definite. It's just like we was talking about um earlier. When we was talking about the humans and how we are moving forward now, but we take it back. Like, how do we come up with these concepts? Like, we wanted to go fast. We bred a horse that we could ride. We built ships to do like what the fishes and the whales and stuff do. We you know what I'm saying? We started building vehicles to do the things that these animals do naturally. We were intellectually able to have comfortability within certain parts of the ongoing wars about God and stuff. There was always people still able to be away from it and be doing experimentate, asking questions. How can I fly? And that's what he was talking about when he was saying you say it's an absolute, but then you look and then you can break that. So why did you make that an absolute? Because we
Right.
start seeing that we can actually find answers within existence with this thing called mathematics and
Indeed.
geometry. And you know what I'm saying? We continue to press forward. Now we doing the things that these do. We're getting ideas now that's going beyond that. I'm talking about we're so great as a race of beings within existence that um I understand the ideas that have always been put forward because people have had time to make nature fit. And when we don't, if we don't understand what it is, we go to try to explain it. That's what make it even better. This is why we got a lot of time
Mhm.
within existence to go, because that's part of what being is. What is this? We trying to
Yep.
find those things out for real.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
to hit a for me to hit a floor when I see something different, for me to be told a story, and then for me to go out and search myself and see something different and understand that that actually ain't the floor to it. There's more going on because existence is an ongoing event. That's how I know it ain't created,
When
because
you
it's an ongoing event. It's not done, and it never will be.
hmm you know
Have
what's
you
But
ever heard?
ain't that a misnomer to think that creation would stop? Wouldn't creation always be creating?
I mean, if you're a creationist, you better believe that if
well,
you're a creationist.
creation can't always be creating because at some point there's nothing new to bring into being.
But what if it was never bringing anything new? What
Well,
if
then
it
it
was
wouldn't be
just bringing
creation.
what
If
it
you're not bringing
produces?
anything new, that's not creation.
That's formation.
Yeah, no, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
You
it is.
can't create
You don't
something that
have to
already exists. You
consistently.
sound like that. That's just like Christopher Columbus talking about he discovered America. How do you
No,
discover
that's
some stuff that's already found?
that's a false dichotomy. I'm saying like like even though the planets are planets, right? They're all planets. Mercury is not like Saturn, not like Neptune, not like Uranus. Even though they all have their own individual beauty, even though they are the same thing. I'm saying it seems to me what we see in quote unquote nature or creation or however you want to put it, is that nature is not random. It seems to have intelligent divine design, and it does a thing over and over and over and over. It doesn't like
But
you know.
I think that's the misconception with religious people when they
You know, if
see
I was a religious person,
nature.
that might
Watch
fit.
this, Cosmon.
But
When they
hold on,
see
one second, one
nature,
second, one second. When I wasn't done, and
go
see
ahead.
that might fit on other men, but I'm not religious at all. You dig what I'm talking about? So while that may fit on them, I'm just looking at it objectively.
Okay, real fast. That's so the to make the assertion that because you see nature operating in a certain manner to insert intelligence on nature just because you seeing it doing a certain act. Anytime we observe nature doing what it does, the number one thing we see in nature objectively is survival. Nature doesn't do anything unless it's trying to survive. It
Is
doesn't do
is
anything outside of that.
hold
Can you
on?
show me one thing that
Is
nature does
survival
outside of survival?
is is survival the survival use intelligence to attempt to does a living animal, right, or human or whatever, use its intelligence to survive?
They use instincts.
Okay, so those instincts, right, which are pre-built in, because nobody
Mhm.
teaches a bird how to build a nest,
There you go.
right? So like I said, that it doesn't do anything new in a sense. It'll make a new bird. You dig what I'm talking about? But it's nonetheless a bird, but it's geared towards it has a purpose. right? And nobody teaches that bird how to build a nest. So yes, it is. It seems to be, and I think it is intelligently designed, because nobody has to tell a dog that it likes bones.
Now,
So these things that you're speaking about, Cosmon, is called intuitive instincts. Animals are born with intuitive instincts. Do you know, if you set up an electrical fence, right, and put some animals in there, we could put a mice, we could put a dog, we could put a cat, right, whatever you want to put in there. Once that animal is exposed to that electrical fence, the babies that it have will also know about that electrical fence. And they will stay away from the fence because they know that they'll get electrocuted. How did they do that? That's called instincts. That's inbred instincts. That ain't them sitting around talking, hey, yo, listen, we're not going to go to that fence right there because it's going to electrocute us. That's not how that's done.
Yo, Humble, that was an excellent point. That was excellent.
Listen,
I'm going to back out. That was an excellent point.
Actually, it goes to
that's an actual study. That's an actual study.
It actually goes to prove my point.
That is
the 100 monkey mind, right? It's called the 100 monkey mind, and it goes to prove my point. Nobody taught this other entity or ape to wash its apples, but the lowlands somehow the monkeys in the highlands got it, right? No monkey taught a monkey. You dig what I'm talking about? So see, what you're mistaken is the instinct comes from within. It's built in, right? And I say that animals are perfect in their order. They do exactly what they're supposed to do, and they don't do any more. And then the animal, the man is an animal too, but he has the right to choose, and he has a higher knowledge. You dig what I'm talking about? So he is, in a sense, ruler or has dominion over the rest of the creation, because he is the only animal that truly affects his environment.
So here's the question, Cosma. If an octopus mother die at conception, at the point of conception, and the octopi is birthed with no parents, how does the octopus know what to do in nature?
It's already built in it. It's designed intelligently.
It's designed for survival.
Intelligently, though. It's perfect for what it does.
But what do it do? That's the point. What does it do?
Yeah, depending on what animal it is, that's what it does.
That's why I talked about an octopus.
Yeah, right? Okay. So an octopus
do like the fact that when a baby octopi is born, right, it doesn't have any parents to teach it anything.
Right. Because it's not like a human.
It's coming to reality.
It's an animal.
Life, not knowing anything about life.
No, that's cap. It does know. It's already built in. Do you think when these octopuses that never seen a can before, right, and they put a little crab in there and it figures out, you dig what I'm talking about, how to do that, how to open up that can and get that crab up out of there, that thing didn't intelligently use for whatever purpose, survival or otherwise, it didn't intelligently use what it had, right, in its environment to overcome it.
But that's natural. That's what anything in nature would do.
Okay, so natural mean it come with it, right?
Yeah.
So that means it's already in it. So you never have to teach a lion how to be a lion, right?
Exactly.
Right. You never have to teach a bird how to fly south, right? But the bird knows how to fly south.
Why? Why is that?
Because it's intelligent. It has instinct.
Because the bird have an instinct within it that allows it to
that is called
the magnetic pull of the earth. Hold on, Cosmon. Maybe because the bird has a built-in instinct that allows it to track the magnetic pull of the earth.
Yeah, and those could possibly be true also. But
That's
also
not
these
possibly
hold
true.
on,
That
hold
is
on,
true.
hold on. I'm not saying that it's not. What I'm also saying is the ability to do that is already in the bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody teaches it. It's already intelligent. You're proving my point.
But is that intelligence or is that just
Yes.
being in tune with nature?
Is there any difference?
Intelligence is when something is able to operate outside of the natural order that's going on. That's intelligence. When
I
you're
don't think
able to do
so.
something outside of what the system provides of you, that's intelligence.
Well, then, if the system is providing for a thing to do a thing and it does it, right? Doesn't that mean that the intelligence came from the entity itself?
Can I can I jump in there real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead, Quantum.
I think what in quantum onlyism, I propose what I call persistent design from my research and what I see. Because intelligent design in most people's minds means like a conscious agent, a planner, a designer, or a supernatural mind that intentionally arranges reality. I believe that Cosmon's creator outlook is a little bit different than that. But I ain't sure he can touch on it when I finish. But to me, that's when you use that type of language of intelligent design, that means that you're bringing in like creator language, which or external world, or you know what I'm saying. But in persistent design, it's to me what I recognize is that reality wasn't designed by intelligence, but that reality displays like stable, repeating, and persistent structures of individual things within existence, all the way down that we can break it down to into the two conditions of time and nature. But things hold form, they obey like the pattern and the structure in which they're trying to persist in. Those patterns and structures show coherence because of the consistency of them trying to persist, especially once we're able to observe and make our own assumptions about the individual things that we have in reference. And but we see continued order relations of the things. And to me, that's what I see, because intelligent designer implies a designer, but the persistent design means that things unfold and endure their pattern in the stable form and the ongoing structure for as long as they can persist. And that's what I see. And that's what.
Yeah, I mean, you dig what I'm talking about. That's a pigeonhole way to look at it. You dig what I'm talking about. That's no different than ontological, methodological ontology and all that stuff. It's just a frame or a point of view to look at reality through.
Right.
Now you can choose to ignore all these other things in reality that he seems to call persistent, and I don't debate that when for anything to happen, the conditions must prior to be set, right? But if you already admitting that, you already admitting to design, right? And then once we see system and order in creation, right, we must ask what gives it. Is it by chance? What else by chance is in system and order? And we look out throughout the galaxy and it's all working together like a clock.
Yeah,
Definitely. I agree with you on that.
So I find it, I couldn't argue that point that if you wanted to take it out, you did what I'm talking about. That's, you got that right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Certain conditions, I think a real good way of looking at it is certain conditions make energy form or make up energy in certain forms or make form emerge into certain forms.
What make energy?
And that's why I say
nothing makes energy. Energy just is.
That's what I but that's what
So what is energy
that's
before
why I
it's
say
energy?
Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only transmute from state to state.
Yeah. So what is the state before it's energy? Ain't it
Energy
potential?
cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only
But ain't
transmute
it?
from state to state.
Ain't it? Well, I mean, I'm just saying objectively, we don't really see energy without minus movement. You dig what I'm talking about? We don't really see it. So I don't get how you separating one thing from another and, applying like one thing only happens here. You know what I mean? When we see the thing happening over and over and over throughout all creation. I don't. You dig what I'm talking about? We was just seeing for the people who have been watching, like last year they was seeing what they were saying was the beginning of a galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And watching a black hole bend light and all that stuff. You dig what I'm saying? It's just that many things that we thought were false at one time, you know what I mean? Untrue, fairy tale, myth. You dig what I'm saying? They're coming with a new type of understanding now.
Mm-hmm.
I think you know what I mean, it'd be prudent for anybody not to just turn your nose up at anything. To just or uncritically believe anything.
Yeah.
You know
But
what I
this
mean?
is why we have to
I
start
would say
doing the
test it
research
all,
ourselves.
but I would also say don't limit yourself to anything.
Mm-hmm. But this is again why you go do the research for yourself. Don't just. The thing is, having experts in the field is very important because that's who we listen to. That's who we don't know this. This is where we can get the information. Once you get the information, now it's your job to test if that information is accurate or not. We can do that in 2026. Back in the 90s and the early 2000s, that was kind of hard because we wasn't in the place of technology that we are now. Now, we all of us on the panel right now are researchers. We all have the ability to gather this information that we're talking about right now. And we all have the ability to get some proper understanding of this. It ain't
Yep,
hard.
just like Owaski say, we all scientists. I agree.
Mm-hmm. That's what you said before. I remember you told me that.
Yeah.
When I asked you, I said, I came up with my thing where you said, oh, Waspy say that. Oh, Waspy say everybody's supposed to look. Everybody's scientists. I
Yeah.
remember you told me that.
You know I ain't lying. I ain't double down. You dig
Yeah.
what I'm talking about? Hell
No,
yeah,
and that's
you better apply some something. You dig what I'm talking about
and
to
that's
this
what I was saying.
because what we looking at we can't see.
And that's why I stated earlier, I know you believe in a creator, but your ideal once you got creator ain't exactly like other people's ideal of creator.
Right.
That's what I understand too. So when you be talking, I still be knowing like you be hearing me talking and you saying, yeah, you talking about creating. When I be hearing you and I be saying, yeah, you talking about formation. We talking in the end, we come up with our own ideas and we stand on that
Words and stuff,
to
yeah.
make us to make us persist in what we doing in the end.
Yeah,
Because like you
or
said,
just to make you understand it to you.
Yeah, quantum
mhm,
do the same thing as well. This
that's
is
it.
why y'all don't hear me disagree with his philosophy, right? Yeah, we use different words, but the concepts are the same.
Exactly, and it's when the concepts are used personally that we have problems with them. Like
Mhm.
Owaski don't seem to have no personal agenda, but for everybody to be able to look at existence and, like you say, form your own thing. Once you get that, it don't go against no science. It has ideas that it propose and things like that. But in the end, it's the same thing as anything else, trying to get people to look and persist within existence. Now when you get to some of them old religious, when you call them religions, like you said, oh, watch me look like that, but it ain't a religious outlook. I don't believe like
At
that.
all.
It's more of this is what happened when I looked in myself, or whatever God, when God got into me and this came out, this is what that is. And then you read it and it's informing you of things. You can make your own assumptions about it. It ain't no reason that you have to say some shit like, oh, that's dumb. That's stupid. No, that ain't. it's a way that you can persist. That man right there, like Cosmo, I say, I'm making more money than you. I'm persisting way better than you in the way that I'm believing, because that persistence ain't fucking with you. When we sit, I mean, excuse me, ain't imploring on you. And this is what I'm doing to get me through. And you can look at it too and do that. You can look when you asking them questions. This is what I see. You can do that too. You don't have to, but this is what I see. And when you come with some incoherence, I'm gonna tell you why I've seen incoherence in my view. And that's what we all supposed to be doing. You grab on to something, or at least you grab your own idea and push forward with some form of evolution to the idea or the concept of what we're trying to get done.
Or really is all about paying attention to life, bro. Paying attention to reality. Are you paying attention? That's what all of this boils down to. Are you paying attention to life? Right? When you look out here in the world, we all go outside. Like, I just came from outside. When I look outside, where I see humans walking up and down the street, I see we got little trees on the sidewalks growing, you know what I'm saying? I see the birds flying, I see the baby birds on the ground picking up the leftover bread and the sunflower seeds that the humans that threw on the ground. When I walk, you know what I be thinking? When I was just down the street, you know what I was thinking? I actually went to the store, I stopped, and I literally bought a loaf of bread. And I started throwing it on the street for the birds. So I'm like, damn, they really out here eating scraps for real, bro. I remember when I was young and homeless, and I was on the street, and we was eating scraps. Crazy. I really started thinking that must be how the birds be thinking too, man. They got to come down here and eat open sunflower seeds, shells. They got to look through the little paper chip bags. Ain't nothing in them. They hungry as shit. What human on the street, though, is walking around like, damn, let us feed these birds. They probably out here hungry as shit. Because we know how we are when we hungry. So I took the due diligence. I went in there and bought a loaf of white bread, $2, spread it on the streets. Now birds come down, they on the ground, they getting that nice wheat. Now they get to be healthy for the day. Now they get to fly further. Now they get to look for something to drink. We gotta help nature be nature. Because we fucking it up. I apologize about that too, because we messing it up.
We appreciate that, man. And bird houses is good. Any place you get, you might can get some of them hummingbirds flying around looking beautiful. Put up bird houses, man. Thank y'all. Yeah. I'm a bird and I'm an owl. I appreciate that. But back to y'all. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I land my plane, but that land my plane. Just man, listen, we just gotta start doing our due diligence. We gotta realize that we are a part of life. And when we go outside, I know some people live in a country where it ain't nothing but grass and things of that nature. But if you live in a city like myself and you walk outside, then you see the pollution in the air. You see what I'm saying? You see all the trash bags in the harbor water. Like, we got it in a harbor. You go down there, you see trash bags, bottles of water, a couple bodies at the bottom. Like, yo, we do our environment bad, man. And we don't stop to think. Like, dang, what could I do right now to improve my environment? Because I know by improving my environment, I am improving my very own livelihood.
You know what? You know what's crazy? You're not saying nothing different than what Jesus would have said. Yeah. And I don't even rock with the Bible like that, but he said, basically, do good and treat other people like you want to be treated. That's, in a sense, your whole lesson.
Yeah. That's everybody's whole lesson. Listen, any philosopher, any spiritual teacher, any of these people that you could have named in history, that's all they said. Imhotep, to Jesus, to Muhammad, to Shiva, to Gautama Buddha.
Well, then they gotta be
the same thing.
Well, then they seem like stepping. Well, if that's the truth,
to be good to you. Do you want to others as they have as you have them do unto you?
Well, if that's the truth, right? I'm not debating that. But I'm saying if that's the truth, well, then all the religions and the understandings would just be stepping stones to a greater understanding. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are y'all boys agreeing with Owaspy? Y'all just don't know.
No. We know it's going to be some people that agree with us.
So for me, it's not about
agree with us.
That's a stepping stone to understanding the universe, which what we call the creator.
And for me, it's not about solely agreeing about the thought process of what's going on. When I disagree with these religions, I disagree with the operation that they have,
application,
not their thought process or their worldview, but how
how
they
it's
apply
applied.
that in this world. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, how it's applied to the people. I agree.
When you look at, and it makes, listen, man, when we look at this world, man, and we look just at history, it makes sense that sometimes we should do a lot of the stuff we do. Just when you look at other cultures, when you, like, for example, when you look at the Jewish culture, can you spot a swastika anywhere in their culture? No. And they not going to mess with nothing like that, because they enslave, they cause genocide on their people. They don't deal with nothing like that. But then you walk in America, and you walk down the street from Harlem to Baltimore to Ohio to San Francisco, and you'll see a billion melanated people, heavenly melanated people, with crosses around their necks. Why is that?
Indoctrination.
I don't understand it, bro.
Indoctrination.
You got another reason?
Hey, nope. That's you hit it on the head. Indoctrination
At its finest.
Yeah. Stockholm syndrome. What do they want to call it? Stockholm syndrome.
I'm talking about government has been able to evolve past religion and to still keep religion for all the power and worth that it is.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
They was just arguing on the news the other day. I was over my sister's house, and on the TV, on the news, they was just talking about the cabinet houses was having a discussion about God building America. The United States of America was always a Christian country. But then the other party was like, well, doesn't that go against the freedom of religion? If we just proclaim America Christian, then where does that put everybody with everybody else religion?
Well, I think that's
the underlying tone in that is America has always been a biblical believing country. This is what the British did over here. This is what I was talking about this yesterday on
Oh, you mean since colonialism?
Yes, since colonialism.
That over here. This is the very reason when the British got here, that was their whole. Go research why the British that came over here.
Yeah,
their whole reason for coming over here was to put the indigenous people here in slavery.
Yeah,
that
the Protestants and the Lutherans. The Protestants and the Lutherans came over here strictly for that. So they could have religious freedom. And see, now that's the only beautiful thing that came kind of with that. Once we see that the American government, and that's why I say we see the evolution of it. The American government, they stood on Christianity, but they let everybody worship their own thing. And then now they done step past it where they taking in God we trust off of the bills and things, and we already talked about how that's supposed to evolve into digital currency. It went from gold standard to silver standard to paper standard, and your word. Now it's going where it ain't even gonna be your word. You better be able to work these digital assets to get to the money.
Hey, Oli, hey, Oli, this brother Omar, yo, I'm finna jump off, man. I'm finna watch the rest of this UFC match. My rib just made some fried chicken. I'm pissed off. Yo, I'm pissed off because I ain't got no goddamn hot sauce too. But
hey yo,
yeah.
who fighting, Omar? Who fighting?
Well, no, I'm watching a UFC fight from Sunday.
Yeah, who you watching? Who fighting?
On the White House. I'm watching the dude Temporia fight.
Temporia, yeah, I know Temporia.
Yeah, versus Gaethje.
Yeah,
That was a good
yeah,
fight.
yeah,
I know that
yeah,
was a good
yeah.
fight. I probably gotta go back and watch that on YouTube. I know that.
But
Yeah, that's a hell of a
hey
fight.
man, hey
You better
man,
get some eat that chicken, huh?
I love yo. I got so much respect, and I love y'all brothers. You
Likewise,
know,
brother. Likewise.
um, when whenever we go at it, man, I don't ever want nobody to take to take
Mm-hmm.
it personal. This is just like what I do is I try to do my best to bring knowledge, but also make it entertaining. So I don't. Oh my God, yo, ooh, he did. Oh my God. Okay, he just left. He just left this nigga. But don't 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 take brother Omar words like super um personal
Mm-hmm.
because y'all already know whenever I leave, I always show love and I tell my brothers that I love them.
Facts.
But I'm pissed off because I have no fucking hot sauce on my fried chicken. I
What
love
kind of
y'all.
hot sauce? Louisiana?
Yeah, hey, no, 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 no,
You,
no, no, no,
you,
no, 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 no. You know what? I'm a red hot nigga.
oh, you like red hot?
Old
Yeah.
school. Hell yeah. Me too.
And I'm pissed, yo.
Me
I'm
too, bro.
pissed because I'm pissed. I just went in my cupboard and I'm looking. I'm like, damn, I ain't got no hot sauce. But I mean, fried chicken is good regardless. So you know what I'm saying. I got a little mac and cheese too. So hey man, I'm gonna watch this fight, eat, and I'm gonna drop off the panel, but I'm gonna still listen in on my phone, to what y'all brothers saying. It's to always show love and respect, and you know, and just to show love to what brother A1 is doing. But guess what? One of y'all niggas need to send me some goddamn hot sauce. I love y'all.
All
Yeah.
right. Oh
Peace.
my.
Peace and love, brother.
If we on when you
Appreciate you, man.
available to come up, make sure you come on back on up and give word whatever we talking about. I found out who that fighter was we was looking for earlier, Josh Hokett. He beat that looked like Blades back there in the I didn't look at the topic because that wasn't the title of the article. It was talking about him talking about Michelle Obama. That's you know what I'm saying? I would be embarrassed if I was the UFC. I probably wouldn't have him back. Uh, but that's just my view on that. Anyway,
Man, y'all heard about China beat Elon introducing their mass commercial produced brain chip?
hmm,
China just announced it. They got their own brain chip that's commercially available, beating Elon's release of
commercial.
his Neuralink to the masses. Yeah. China just made an announcement. What I'm reading an article here now, dated June 7th. I was trying to get to MIT. They got a nice article on it, but they want a subscription. I ain't about to pay a monthly.
Hey
But
Sadiq,
what's up?
you see the guy who got the Neuralink from Elon? You see the guy?
Yeah, a
Yeah, you
while
see
ago.
how
I
he
can't remember.
look,
Yeah, it was
bro?
about a few months ago. Yeah. What you see on it?
Man, he looked like a zombie. Like he wasn't even there, bro. He
Right?
looked like he wasn't even there, man.
That's
And then
interesting,
they
bro.
asked him, well, what do you think? He gave the standard answer. I think it will help with multiple sclerosis and back injuries and help people walk again. Wouldn't you like that? That nigga
Wow.
said, I had to he said it took me about 2-3 days to get used to it. You know what I mean? That he could control it, but he seemed to be tapped in. But bro, he not there. And his eyes is all bugged out. Man, y'all gotta see this stuff.
I
It's
think
a
I seen
black
that
guy
one.
too. It's a
Oh, John
brother
Wayne. Oh
too.
no, okay. Hold on. I didn't see that one. I didn't see the black guy.
Well, hold
What?
on. I got to pull this up, Sadiq Rob. Hold
Oh
on.
yeah, you
You're
got
not
to,
even
bro.
gonna believe this. Hold on, watch this.
And while he's doing that, the one in China, they named their chip is called. You guys gonna get a kick out of this. Of all names, Neo. Neo, the implant developed by Neuracle Medical Technology, which say translates the thoughts of a person with paralysis, right, into movements of assistive or a robotic hand in that case. Interesting. And it's marketed here that says to help people with paralysis caused by neck and spinal injuries and other issues regarding the movement of their limbs and so forth. And it's brought forth it was approved for its safety by the China's National Medical Products Administration. Approved for implants in people aged 19 to 60 years old with those conditions I mentioned. Man, I don't know about all of that. But anyway, it goes on to say, according to Nature, the magazine Nature, the implant embedded in the skull is about the size of a coin, which is about what Elon's is. About, I think he said his was an inch by inch or so, about the size of a quarter or whatever. Embedded in the skull is about the size of a coin, 8 electrodes. And not to interfere with you about to say, cause I was just getting this while you were. If you're ready to roll, man, go ahead, brother. I can fall back.
No, I'm trying to find. I got the video. You know what I mean, the dude, but I wanted to. I want the original video. No, okay. Well, dude, here go. Well, this will be good enough because dude is kind of, showing it. I want to show you the original video so you could just see it for yourself. But he's looking at the original. Right. Hold on.
I ain't seen that one with the black guy. That's why. Okay, I gotta see it. And man, I think that's where they're gonna try to put most of that shit on us, man.
Watch him, bro. Watch his eyes, y'all. Watch the brother eyes. Something ain't connecting. You know, when you're looking at something that's live and conscious, it has this awareness about it. It's just there. I can't explain it. You can tell when something is alive, though. Like you like when the smile actually reaches the eyes. You know, it's something.
I know what you mean.
He ain't got it, bro.
It's like if a person's the parallel, the person, a living thing has an infinite amount of variables and process at any given unlimited amount of process. We still trying to figure out the limits of the mind. Functioning, running concurrently at the same time. No, absolute. It's many different facets, many different calculations, quote unquote, and many different points of analysis. Some conscious, some unconscious, but nonetheless running at the same time. That's really what the life is all about. And so what scientists have done is to try to negate some of those other quote unquote nuances or thought processes as points of interference where their particular direction, where they want to take the mind, how they prefer the mind to work, to streamline it, to reduce it to like an absolute. So what you see, right, and we're going to check that video out, he sits there and a parallel, he's thinking only pretty much, right, only about one thing at a time. That's heavy when you really think about it. That's why he's sitting there in the absolute. That's what an absolute physically. What you guys are going to be holding is an like almost an absolute. You can never reach it, right? But you can. But they're trying to get there, and they're eliminating so much of the other shit that's going on in his mind that he sits there with a blank and shit.
Hey, look, man, you ain't even seen the video.
Ahead, it's interesting.
You ain't even seen the video yet.
No, they cut out all his issues of hunger. They trying to eliminate this issues of sex. He ain't thinking about no sex in that state of mind, like not like we would, and all of the nuances around. Right,
y'all. Watch when he starts talking. Can y'all see that?
Yeah, right.
Y'all can see that?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back. Okay. Now, I want y'all to see when he start talking. It looks like behind his eyes, like he's reading a script before he says something. Just watch, y'all. Watch this.
On TikTok or Instagram or wherever, he's the guy that's gotten the Neuralink implanted into his brain. Now, when I first saw this video, I did not react to it because me personally, I thought it was clearly obvious that this was AI. But I'm starting to see far too many channels report on this as if this is a real thing, as if this has really happened. Now, this guy actually exists. This is a real man. This video is not a real video. Let me play the video for you, and then I'll go into some detail in my search on how ChatGPT lied about this whole thing and how the truth is out there.
And do you have any side effects?
No, I don't have any side effects.
Do you have any?
I don't have any.
Can you feel it?
I can't feel it. I was able to do it, and then I did it.
And how long did that take you?
That took me about a week.
And then you went home and
I practiced at home.
And so what do you think the biggest benefit of this is?
The biggest benefit is that it's going to help people with spinal cord injuries and people with Parkinson's disease and people with epilepsy and people with depression, anxiety, and all these different things. I could still move the mouse with my mind.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I had. Yeah. It's actually pretty cool.
Is it like a chip?
It's a small chip, yeah.
So I'm curious about the device itself, the actual, how long did it take you to get used to it?
It was a process, it took a few months to really get comfortable with it, but now it's just part of me, in my head.
Can you show us?
Can you show me where? Right here. So the future is going to be amazing. We're going to be able to do so much more.
Now, to me, it was very obvious that this was an AI video. The cadence of their language, the smoothness of the skin, like the flawlessness of the content. And so I went and I asked ChatGPT because I've been seeing so many of these videos literally going viral about this guy. And so this is what I asked ChatGPT. I couldn't paste the link in, so I had to upload the video to it. And this is what ChatGPT says. I reviewed the uploaded video. What I observed, this video appears to be filmed at a large technology convention or expo. The person in it is wearing a Neuralink t-shirt and just states all the obvious. Then it says, does it look AI generated? From the visual evidence, it does not appear to be AI generated. I did not notice common AI artifacts such as warped or changing facial features, extra or missing fingers, people melting into the background, inconsistent text or logos. That one's important. Impossible lighting or physics. Is it proof of the account's claims? No. Even if the video itself is authentic, that doesn't verify any extraordinary claims the creator may make elsewhere, such as shape-shifting, supernatural abilities, or other paranormal assertions, right? So they said that the AI's assessment is that the video is authentic. It's likely a genuine smartphone recording, evidence of AI editing, none that stand out from the...
Hold on. There's another fella who was on Joe Rogan, who was paralyzed. Now, I can't show Joe Rogan, but I could show some of this Good Morning America stuff. It's another fella who's crippled. First Neuralink patient on living 1 year with brain chip. This is 1 year ago from News Nation. Let's check him out. Now, for anybody who doubted the other one,
in how knowledge is
this is a guy who's proven who has this
at Houston.
Before getting the implant,
this is his second
you couldn't
year.
be alone without help for more than half an hour at a time. You obviously couldn't send an email or watch a movie or play online chess. I know you're a big fan of online chess. You couldn't do anything without help. And once you got the implant, you said it was like magic. So talk us through this technology. How do you use it on a daily basis?
Yeah, it's I like to say it's pretty simple. What I mean by that is, of course, the technology itself is not very simple, but how it's used is pretty intuitive. And I use it for all sorts of things.
Do you have to turn it on? Like, do you turn it on?
I do.
Okay.
So I have a little hat that has a charger in it. It plugs in and I can command the implant to connect or disconnect at any point. And after that, I just do whatever I want on a computer. Whatever anyone else can do on a computer, I can do, and I use it for all sorts of things.
Do you have to say something in particular when you say you command, the computer to do something? Do you say cursor move or?
Yeah, just in order to connect, I'll say implant connect, and it'll connect.
And then after that, you just think a thought, and it happens on the computer in front of you.
Yes, ma'am. That's basically how it works.
Have you had any negative consequences or side effects from this?
No, not really. At the beginning, there was some thread retraction, but so right now there's they've told me plus or minus 10% of the threads are in the, I guess their intended spot in my brain, but they changed how the signals are read, and I got cursor control back just fine. It's better than it was before, actually, and so I haven't had any sort of physical side effects, mental side effects. It's been all positive so far.
So you are, say you want to write me an email, you would talk me
This
through
guy.
what you would think.
So essentially, I just have cursor control. So I'll go into my email, click around, do whatever I need to do to
So you
send
go
you
to
an email.
inbox, start it, you click, start, you
Is
say
he
click,
looking
start a
at
new
it behind
email.
his eyes though?
Yeah, I don't have to
or-
say anything. It's just I think I want to click, and it clicks. Left
Wow.
click, right
I
click,
don't
whatever
know.
I want. And then after that, I will either use dictation or I can use a virtual keyboard on my computer screen to type out whatever I want to say. And then again, just think, click, and it sends.
Wow.
So I was struck by something you said recently, that you have read more in the last 14 months than you had in the many, many years after you were paralyzed and before that implant was put into your brain. This implant allows you to read a book on your own, or in your
Yeah, it's
case, many
something-
books.
Yeah, it's something that I missed a lot. I was an avid reader before my accident, and reading books just kind of wasn't very possible. After my accident, I got stuck listening to audiobooks, and those are hit or miss. Sometimes you don't like a narrator. Sometimes the book just doesn't sound the same. It's better to read. So I've been able to use like a Kindle or other reading apps, and I read all the time now. It's one of my favorite pastimes.
And you now have a job. Is this because of Neuralink?
Yeah. So I'm traveling around and speaking. So I know there's plenty of other things I could do, but it's something that I have a big passion about. Talking about Neuralink, talking about my faith, my story. So I travel around and speak to whoever wants to hear me at this point.
Neuralink is constantly updating your software, making things faster, making things smarter. Have you noticed the technology changing and improving in the last year?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of
This
the
nigga say
user interface
absolutely.
has changed. I think a lot of how they are calibrating, how they are reading the signals. They've constantly been updating things. So from where we were at the beginning, it is massive improvements. And the more people that join the study, the better it's going to get. I honestly don't know what it's going to look like when it gets, completely released, but I know it's going to be leaps and bounds better.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based.
So, the old musky dusky, you've been working behind the scenes, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you see that black dude? Did you see his eyes?
Yeah. Nobody's home.
Ain't nobody. Hello.
You saw the white guys was looking at him, standing around him with glee. So that little lady over to the left.
Man, it looked weird.
It was all in his face on that shit. Oh man, he was like, you're helping us make advancements by leaps and bounds, sir. You don't understand the power of your sacrifice.
Think about how good he acting like he can learn. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go do a lot of research exactly what it means when he hooking up to the computer, or is that Neuralink actually hooked up to some type of holographic film that's placed?
I would say it's probably using your own vision as the so-called holographic view.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They done found out that. Remember, Siddiqui, I was talking about that holographic film.
Yeah.
Mind.
Right. In terms of memory recall and so forth, and to produce imagery and recollection of certain events and your experience is concerned. They talked about that in Adam Talbot talked about that in the book Holographic Universes. We're only some of this. He compared based on his research, Talbot versus how the holograph generation works in the laboratory is that he used an apple as a test subject, and he acquired a holographic plate, film and slash plate, and so he was able to use laser light to shine uh, from a source through using cameras through a constructed fixed path where the laser was split off, right? Same laser, right? And so the laser, but a part of it was aimed towards the apple, and the other half was aimed at the plate. And then they met back around on the other side, like a fixed loop or so forth. And at the other side over there, they were able to regenerate an image, an artificial image
Of the apple?
of the apple, the full image
What?
directly from the plate. See, once that light, the other half of that light that went to the plate, it's kind of hard to explain. It's without actually breaking this book out to read the process, but you get the
Mhm.
idea that the plate, the light, once the light hit, in other words, once part of the light hit the apple, it
Yeah.
was etched the signature into the plate, and then there's another laser read the signature on the plate without the physical apple. Just read straight from the plate, produced the apple, right? And
Wow.
and so that was just the beginning. They began to reduce the size of the plate, but yet the apple was steam. The apple, the signature was scattered through the plate, right? And so they didn't know it wasn't in a fixed location on the plate, right? It wasn't an absolute, but they just know it was on the plate. And so no matter where you shine that light on the plate, you were able to produce the whole image. And so our brain can
Even when it got
reproduce.
small,
What's that?
even when the plate got very small.
Right, that's where he's beginning to reduce the size of the plate eventually, and he was still able to reproduce the whole apple. No matter what part of the plate he would remove, it would still produce the apple, showing how the brain could recall memories. Like to those who've had me, I was on a pseudo killers panel. They talking about something similar of how the brain could have pieces removed through. They said gang member was shot in the head and part of his brain was removed, whatever. That he could still move, walk, talk, whatever, recollect, have a fairly normal way of life even before the gunshot wound, right? And so but yet Talbot noticed that now as you remove more and more, and like into brain material, as you remove more and more, though, the image is not as clear. The subsequent, the rate of removal or the degree of removal became where its clarity is concerned, or how clear your memory is to recall, and the speed in which you recall the memory began to slow and blur, right?
Is that would be like equivalent to like in a computer, like loss of data or
Right, in a way, right? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
loss of
from my take,
memory?
from my understand, yeah, which,
Yeah.
based on what I understand, yep, yeah, pretty much. And what's interesting about this is that, and another aspect too, is that they're mapping the brain. You create an artificial. I'm gonna go into. I've been going to get with A to put together a special on a new world order called the Age of Verification. This is what we actually headed into that a few years ago. This is what all of this is part of. We're dealing with the age, which is simple. Everything will be verified. This is the kind of age we're heading into. Verification, and it'll touch every aspect of society, right? Including where human biometrics and human mechanics is biometric and mechanics is concerned in this context. But moreover, when you look at what they're doing to the planet, right, in terms of putting up these data centers on the Earth's surface, which is like the
Man.
flesh of the Earth, right? Let's go a little further, right? We've seen the reports, right? We're becoming more familiar with some of these AI related terms. In this case, data centers, which is the brain or the chip of the AI mechanism, more or less. They're putting this in on the Earth like a big square looking thing, and it maintains a lot of computing and power, and it creates heat and all this other stuff, and it's hardwired into the physical Earth. It's literally stuck to the Earth. Well, your skull. Do you know your skull is likened to the Earth in some regard, containing material and flesh and so forth? The flesh come from the Earth, but yet your skull is being mapped as well. Yeah. When you get a chance,
Now,
guys, look at the correlation between a computer chip and a data center. The data center is a giant computer chip
yeah.
and vice versa. Think about that. So if
And
you look at the Earth and they keep adding these chips and they chip in your brain, you get so the chip on dude's brain, be it called Neuralink or China's variety and other varieties that come out, those are little minute data centers. Yes, yes, incredible.
and then when we look at them data centers, what are they doing? They're using massive amounts of water. And then
Yes, right, and it's right on your head, right? Yeah, right. You see where they're going with it, right? You know, you're going to have to feed that thing. Now, how many? Not to cut you off, but this is so juicy, I can't help it. That when you read up the energy demands of these data centers on the Earth variety, and the macro, I'm going to start calling these macro data center, macro chips. They drink a lot of the resources from the environment in which it's in contact with.
and yeah, and then if you look
Mm,
at it, they're having a big thing about it in Detroit right now because they popping up these data centers in these places and people are immediately getting sick.
right.
They're immediately getting,
This is a matter of just looking up. It's not. We're not making this stuff up, guys.
yeah.
This is all online. Like for instance, let me see. Can I just give you something about it? If you
Definitely.
just Google, it's
That's
the
why we
data
need.
chip center, but similar to the data center. You know, according to the GRC immersion coding, they'll say as a fundamental level, yes, data centers are functionally similar to the mega scale chip processors. See,
Mm.
both receive, both receive raw data inputs, perform mechanical operations, and generate outputs. However, they operate on vastly different scales. It's only
Yeah.
the scale by which they're different. I'll just stop there because it's a whole thing they're going into it about.
That's why they're gonna. What we're gonna have to do is find a way to beat that. They're gonna find places where it's raining a lot, and they're gonna find a way to recycle that rainwater for them.
It's or
That's what they
you know
better
what
do if they
though?
want them to keep working.
I don't I say with things like AI or man's creation, you gotta dominate them because AI only does what you tell it to do.
Right.
But AI also hallucinated a verse, right? And
Right,
admitted that it hallucinated.
right.
I asked it to spit it back, tell me what was really there. It lied about another verse that was there, made up some other stuff, and then told me, my bad.
Oh
In a
no.
sense, you dig what I'm talking about? Or I'm just they got a term for it, a language something model,
Right.
Learning language model.
Right.
and it literally said I hallucinated. I said,
Yeah.
oh wow,
Yeah.
okay, so all in the attempts to keep a conversation going.
Mm-hmm.
You
And
know what
that's
I
how.
mean? So
Yeah,
you
man,
gotta
interesting.
be careful, brother. We gotta be careful, man. All of us.
Hallucinate on that. Yeah, yeah. They're giving you feedback and results and rationale you didn't ask for. You type it in, that motherfucker produces random outputs, right? Like into a biological mind. That's wild, man, that we're dealing with artificial hallucinations at the age of that,
Yeah, yeah.
you know?
Because see, somebody had to teach you to hallucinate.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. That's wild, man.
Hush.
That's wow, but it's going to take. We get it. So we get into ultimately we get into we're going to touch the aspect at some point in the future, the concept of, and I'll get into that. I'm going to put this presentation together as soon as I can about the environment. Will have to be terraformed. This is what we're dealing with. They're literally terraforming the environment, which is a fancy term. Terra, earth, form. Hence the word. They're adjusting the environment, modulating, basically modifying the environment to suit this digital artificial presence. See, and so to say that is to say that whoever takes these chips, your body has to be terraformed. See, it has to be.
My
See,
man said, his neural link
no,
was changing the,
yeah.
the structure in his brain.
Right. That it has to occur because it's a competing presence. It's
Ugh.
not biological. The material the
Ugh.
chip is made of isn't biological. It's not organic. It's inorganic material comprising of metals. What kind of metals? Well, if it's like what's in these cell phones, you got all kind of probably potentially toxic, radioactive ish,
Ain't no
potentially depending on how far we're going to go with this. With the piece processor speed is involved in a different kind of capacity. See, you had to add all kind of fancy exotic metals into this stuff. We ain't dealing with the cheap aluminum. You're not gonna
right.
have nothing cheap up in that mode. Just, that's what we look at the data center. We can just parallel it to the minute variety, right? That we went by, that we already established. And
What we
so,
doing?
and we're not going to get into infections. See, as these chips accumulate in their ability and all the different electromagnetic waves that this thing is going to core, there's so many different moving parts of this stuff. It's going
Right.
to affect your psyche and your thinking, and particularly where
Your
infection is
mood.
concerned and your
Your
environment.
mood.
Yes, plants
Yeah.
die. Right, right. It's just so much. Right.
And years to come, if they find a way to make them smaller and they get the populations into being able to put them, you got a bomb in your head, they can microwave.
I was
stuff
gonna
in.
say the
Like,
same
all
thing.
they, like, you know me, I think deep. Hopefully that ain't gonna
Right.
happen.
Only be all right.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It better
hold
be the
on.
right amount of people who putting that shit in their head. Because if everybody do it and one person don't, or even
Now look, the crazy part is they just had a movie. Do y'all remember that they just had a movie?
Which one?
It's a spy movie, and I want to say it's the Kingsman or something. And they had these implants in their head, right? And it was supposed to be this Neuralink connection. Hush it. It's supposed to be this Neuralink connection thing, and it ended up being a bomb.
Damn.
Do y'all remember that? And all the bombs went off in that lady's restaurant thing, and all the people were blowing up.
I
I
think
think
I
that's the
remember.
I don't think I've seen that one.
I seen one like that. I remember. What else was remember on one of them Blade movies? Now this one wasn't no Neuralink, but remember he was stabbing them with them bombs in their head.
Yeah, and they was blowing
did
up.
They do it, and I just think about a Neuralink inside it with the same potential to be able to do that. Yeah, man, that's a dangerous thing, especially with just if the right type of radiation comes from the sun at the right time, not to kill humans, but we know how microwaves act, and you know what I'm saying. Just the right limit of microwave
this.
pop your
They
head.
got one that's even more terrifying. They got these little itty bitty little drones.
Oh yeah.
Right? That are probably about the size of your finger, packed with explosives. Right? And they attack like bees and swarms. You dig what I'm talking about? And they just boom, 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 boom. That's how they took out the airfields and air communications in Venezuela. They did it so fast. Nothing could do anything. They brought out that new technology on them boys and got Maduro out of there in 45 minutes.
Damn, 45 minutes. He didn't barely had a lunch break.
Him and his girl.
They was falling, they was throwing up. And, they couldn't do nothing. So it was only about 4 or 5 people hit the ground.
Come on. You dig what I'm talking about? They said with a total 7. Now, mind you, it's 7 pilots. It's 7 pilots. A total of 45 people, 52 total. 45 people actually were in the black op.
And I bet you they talking about people behind the desks watching it and all that.
45. Got them niggas out of here.
Damn.
Listen, they shut a whole quadrant of a country down. No power, no nothing moving. Everything getting blowed up. If it even looked like it's boop, 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 you don't even know what's happening because it happened in the dark.
Like one of them murder mysteries. The lights go out, pop back on, somebody missing. Dun-dun.
And then they got you. If y'all been watching, they've been talking about many of the Venezuela troops, right? They've been asking them, well, you know, what happened? Why was things so ineffective? They was saying basically, bro, in a sense, these niggas was appearing and disappearing. You did right if they would be in the room with them, but they couldn't see them.
Mm-hmm.
They was using some type of camouflage technology. They by the time they cracked his country, he was back on the ship in 45 minutes.
It was
He was
like a
back
whole
on. He was
group of
back in the air
predators,
on his way back to America already. Got Maduro and his wife.
like a group of predators came in and
Right.
kidnapped you.
Yeah, bro.
Super
They said that
predators.
shit.
Damn.
They said these boys was like phasing in and out.
And they wasn't lying either.
They ain't
Because
lying.
we know we sent people over there doing that. And
Yeah,
that's what I
it's
Come on,
all
man. We've been
online.
had that technology. We've
been
been
Right.
had
had
that technology.
because to perfect it and send it on a mission like that, you have to be did rigorous testing.
Come
To
on,
send
man.
people
We
over there,
seen the Chinese man almost 20 years ago come out with the cloth that is that he wrapped around himself and he disappeared in front of the camera in front of us. What the technology allows light to pass through, but it shows what's behind you and projects that forward
in front of you.
So you look invisible, man. If you don't think they got that on clothes by now,
man, you know they do. And you remember they always, like they say, they always show you the type of ideas and stuff that's going on within movies. Remember one of the Mission Impossibles, how he got through that hallway? They was looking at it. He had that holographic thing standing there where he could get through there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've been showing you. And I remember like you said, because I was way back in the 90s. And when I'm saying 90s, I'm talking about 90, might have been 94, 95, 96, when they was talking about the thread and stuff that they had and the materials that they had, that they were starting to learn how to do this. And they just didn't got better at the time. Like that was way back in the 90s when they was doing that and having they got the right tools and stuff. And that's what I say, like the brilliant.
If y'all remember before 94, 95, they was using this technology on the skins of airplanes in the early Iraq war.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? They was coming through with these planes that you couldn't. They was there, but you couldn't see them from the ground. They looked at see through. By the time you seen them, it's too late. It's over with. You know what I mean? So
right,
and then they start coming with all type of tech, man. All type of tech, to so much so that some of it I don't think they can hide. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they too greedy. Because they gotta figure out a way to, first of all, weaponize it and then make some money off of it.
Right. They're gonna weaponize it, make their money off of it, and then give it to the public and make some more money off of it.
That's it.
Right.
That's all they want to do.
That's it.
Sell guns, sell these type of technologies to each other. So you can go fight over here, we can go fight over here, act like we don't like each other. We're gonna supply these people when they fighting, and then you supply the other people when these people is fighting. I'm talking about
that's the oldest trick in the book. Oldest trick in the book. And then the thing is, it keep working. It keep working. Playing both sides against the middle. It works.
Yeah. Jay Snake.
What up, though?
We got to talk about too how Nvidia's looking at wanting to pay people to hell, they forget they're trying to get more personal. They ain't just focusing on putting data centers out in middle plots of this land, soaking up a lot of real estate and just putting them away from the residential areas. They're actually looking at suggesting that individuals can put that shit in your backyard, bro.
Yeah, smack
for
dab in
$22,000 a year to pay you to rent your space, rent your residence.
You ain't gonna live long enough to spend a quarter. You gonna be dead of radiation within a year.
Oh, hell no, man.
Man.
Oh, man. Did you see the mock-up? You see the drawing? You seen the image? Yeah, this had a box in the dude's backyard like a damn refrigerator or some shit.
Wondering why you and your wife can't have children.
Right.
You sterile now. You dig
for 22,000. You know, a lot of people gonna go for that money. Some estimates. I think Nvidia. I'm looking at the sites here on Yahoo Finance, MoneyWise.com. Talking about they're looking. I think according to Nvidia's pushing this. Nvidia, they're saying that neighborhoods might be fighting crime against data centers in the area, but NVIDIA and California startup are betting those homeowners could be okay. It could. There's always a noble cause tied to this stuff. It could be okay. You should do it. It's not for us, like, right? It's for you. It could help in this case curb crime and these homeowners, right, as they're saying here, going along that line of reasoning, these homeowners would be okay if their homes became data centers.
Wow.
Right? It's always for you. It's never for them. We don't have a sadistic, insidious agenda. We're helping you. Help us
And
help
we love
you.
you guys.
Yeah, we love you guys.
Yeah, bro. Come on, bro.
And with that being said, they're going on to say it's an unusual ask. It's unusual to ask in the current environment, but the two companies believe the promise of quote heavily discounted end quote energy and internet bills could sway homeowners. So it may help your utility bill. You could eliminate your utility bills. And so it is kind of going into that. But basically, to wrap it up, it says California-based Span, company named Span, like Lifespan. Span has teamed up with the tech giant to create the NVIDIA. They teamed up with Span and the tech giant NVIDIA. Teamed up to create fractional data centers. Oh, look at that term. Fractional data centers, guys. Okay. Via nodes. Nodes. That's a new term called XFRA units. That yeah. XFRA. Yeah. Yahoo
Extra.
Finance. Right. Yeah. Let me see if they're going to go into it. I don't know what that means. Let me see what they say. It says
Those are
that
all the
can be
different
put on
raises
the
probably
side of
putting up.
homes and small businesses, working as a cluster that can supplement or replace large data centers. The company says, oh my goodness, full stop. Dude, you guys hear that? So those big plots we're talking about, they may or may not go away in the future, but given the context of this story thus far, we can look at the intent that they're just stated here and say their intent is to actually put them right in near your homes, in your homes or just outside of your homes.
To
That's
replace
going to be the data center. Your house is the data center, right? You the data center. You're going to be chipped the F up, sitting next in that surrounded by a physical data center, macro data center in your
Right.
shit.
And what's
Chipped up.
and
In
what's
some
more
cases. Right.
and what's more
damn,
what's a more persistent mean? Think about when you think about atoms and molecules and things, and then how they've come together in these bodies, and then you think about the optimization of that type of form, and then you think about, like Cosmo was talking about, the clusters of the weapons, how they come together and do a certain big job with their own little individuality. What would be more smarter than to have individual places of gathering energy,
right,
to feed a big or a cluster, like you said, like a cluster within a region, as opposed to one big substation. Like when we got energy, we're talking about substations and things, but you can still do it in clusters, because substations do end up being a cluster at the end. They're just big clusters, but that's the most efficient way to do it. If you want a smart system, you just power it yourself at your house. You learn how to get some solar energy when the rain comes, because that's what it's going to always be. It's going to be a way to channel the elements that do what in a big way.
Yeah.
This is scary. Listen, I just looked up XFRA, right?
Can you put it up for us?
XFRA. It says created by the energy startup Span in collaboration with NVIDIA, is a decentralized. Listen, y'all, this is scary.
Well, I got stock in NVIDIA. I got stock in NVIDIA.
You better. I'm about to get me some too. Span in collaboration with NVIDIA is a decentralized network that turns residential and small commercial buildings into a fleet of mini AI data centers. Diabolical. Instead of massive decentralized mega facilities, XFRA deploys small liquid-cooled compute nodes right outside your house to tap into the electrical grid's unused headroom. XFRA operates by installing an exterior compute node, roughly the size of an HVAC or heat pump unit or AC unit, directly on a home or business. It functions as a distributed network to handle artificial intelligence workloads
Damn.
and cloud gaming. They take it.
I'm supposed to get some money. I'm supposed
Oh
to get
yeah.
some money. My stocks is good. I'm supposed to go buy some more.
Oh yeah. It's big money in that AI right now. Damn man,
Technology.
damn cause that's crazy, bro. Yeah, hell yeah, it's only man. Yeah, I'm just y'all see the SPC, not to change the subject, but there's the SPCX that Elon's stock.
No.
I bought some of that, man. Y'all don't even want to know what that mud looking like right now.
Uh,
That boy, he opened up some of it deals with some of his space endeavors and where he's trying to enhance Starlink and so forth and other initiatives using the company's ticker symbolized by SPCX, SpaceX. And so he basically he had
yes.
an IPO recently. I think it was earlier this month, the 12th, June 12th or whatever. It opened at 135 a share. Man, everybody named Mama jumped on that motherfucker. Everybody named Mama jumped. I threw like 5 G's on that motherfucker. Should have threw more than that. And it's went up from 136. It's at dude, it went up to let me check the latest price. And I bought some of that. Dell, Nvidia joined with I think Palantir. They got to grow AI. All this is all AI stocks. All AI
So
stocks.
so
And
another one that Nvidia y'all might want to look into. You might want to look into this too. Sadiq Ra is Span. That's who they saying they doing this with.
span. And I
Check
want to give
out
you the
Span.
price on this SPX real quick. And now it went from 135 opening to 16 currently.
Shit.
Dude, it just opened about a week or two. If you put whoever put tens of grand, if you put like 100 on this, dude, or 50 or 20 or 15, whatever, dude, you done made dude, just within what, June 12th to now. You
You done
done
wait.
made
All your
you dude, it's a thousand, 10, 100. Some people
money.
made millions, dude. Yes, yes. And with 2 weeks.
Mm.
And see, I kind of kicked myself because I didn't want. I'd be kind of scared to go in more. I could have went in way more. I'd be leery about it because you try to pull that stuff off
Damn,
these that
Sadiq,
you.
man. I
Yeah,
want to
man.
say, listen, you right, Sadiq.
Some people got rich, bro. And last two, some people already became millionaires. See, in 2 weeks. Oh,
But
what was it? Yeah.
I want you to see this. This is
What's
bad.
that? Not even 2 weeks.
Because
It's
I'm
only the
because
16th. It
I
opened on the 12th. That's like 5 days. A millionaire in 5 days. But
oh
what you
no,
said? What you
that's
got,
no,
brother?
oh no. That's great. What you talking about? That's great. I'm talking about. I'm still looking at this XFRA, and it says
What you
how the
got?
technology works.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God, you right, bro. Each outdoor node is heavily packed with enterprise grade tech, such as liquid cooled NVIDIA RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell Server Edition GPUs and integrated whole home backup batteries. Watch
Huh.
this. And this is what I was scared of right here. Smart panel integration. The system operates in tandem with a smart service panel that actively tracks household energy use and what else?
Right.
Rather than pulling power that the home needs, the node stays safely siphoned,
Right.
stranded, so you can't cut it off.
Oh no, you're not gonna be able to turn that off. Right. And much less service it. I'd have to see. They haven't said that yet, but if we think they're going to do what we think they're going to do, from what I think, if I get you guys drift, you're not going to be able to open this stuff up. And I'm going to put this into my presentation. You're not going to be able to service not only these data centers. You're not going to be able to service a lot of things as AI ran in the future. I don't want to give my little presentation away. But
Yeah.
right now, GM and a few other major cars, not to digress real quick, I just want to add this real quick because if it just jumped in one sentence and I'm done. And they actually putting together legal initiatives and corralling the world conglomerate, the world global automakers to make your car in terms of how can you say you can't work on your own vehicle, the
Damn.
AI ran vehicles. Yeah, they're looking at doing. I'll just leave that there. Go ahead, brother.
I got to take my car to where I bought it from for them to
Uh-huh.
service it, to do anything, and that's what they're gonna do. I wonder what you think, Cosmon, is they gonna be having AI service robots instead of humans, instead of making a trade to do it?
Right, make that, but
Hey,
was AI
listen, you can't
right?
even
You
make
see
a
where they're
trade to
going?
do it.
You're
And they're
I'm
gonna
sure.
You can see where they're going, right?
I'm sure just because you can think of it, it's already happening.
Man.
Facts. You see where they're gonna control your. You can't even drive. You can't, man. You see where they're going with this stuff. You put it in your
And then
house,
if
man.
you see how they different they making the cars now.
And it'll
You
all
used
be
to,
for you. It'll be for to make your life better, cause
yeah, and
all it
look,
is
hold
a bomb.
on,
fam,
hold
viewing
on.
fam in the audience, make your audience for you.
You used to could break a Monte Carlo, a Regal,
Right.
down with a 5/8 inch wrench. I mean, nut to bolt.
I remember them days. Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? Nut to
Right.
bolt. And
Right.
now, listen, bro, you don't even know where nothing is in your car.
Right.
You can't even see when you open up your hood. It's all plastic covering everything. You dig what I'm talking about? Yo,
And ports, plug-ins, it's
it
ports
is.
and shit. Right.
It's crazy back there. And then for the
Right.
most part, you to do anything to the engine, you got to go under the car.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about for the simple stuff, oil changes, you trying to get what's your little filter off, or you're trying to get any type of belt, or man, that stuff be way in the back. Man, they know what they doing, man. They know what they doing, man. They know they dirty for that too. You can't
Yeah.
tell me they don't know, bro.
Man,
They don't,
and everybody that have one got a bomb right behind their head.
man. Hey, have
We won't
y'all
we
been
won't get into
seeing?
the cloud storage. Remember, all of this stuff is going to be a lot of cloud. The cloud providers will be great investment opportunities too.
Yeah, that's what they tapping in with them AI centers. You just got extra clouds.
That's probably what most of that would be cloud centers, cloud providers. Those centers will be performing cloud services by and large. Some of them we deal with direct computation, where others are focused on mainly on storage.
Dig this though. They
What's that?
said if your home hits a peak electrical load, the integrated battery safeguards the compute workloads and keeps the home running smoothly. So that means if it can turn down your energy, guess what else it can do?
Turn it up.
Turn it off.
Turn it off too. Yeah.
Right? It got control of the energy in your house.
You know they're gonna keep the knot on that. That's what.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just in case you get your universal basic income, you feel like you want to act a fool and join
like
these
you
talking
said,
point, talk these platforms and go on
like
social
you
media
said,
and bend some of these community guidelines. They just go
they'll
ahead
be
and
able to
wind
cut
down
your
your
house.
allotment.
They'll be able to cut your house off and still have it running, huh?
That's coming. We laughing now. We talking free now. Kind of talking whatever we want to say. Enjoy it while it lasts, family. Enjoy it while it lasts.
They're gonna make them. I used to work on power lines in my walking life one time, and they had to update the readers, and we had to update really whole cities, whole infrastructure for their power. So we had to update a whole bunch of technology and put new readers in, how they read the energy and stuff, and they had to do it because like people voted it in, like the technology came to do it, so they voted it because they wanted their system to be ran like that. So think about it, if people start voting and they start making, because of course they always gonna make the landlords put them systems in them places first, and then it's gonna be, man, they have a lock on everything, man. They have a lock on everything if people agree to do it. Like I was talking about the Neuralink. What if they say, yeah, maybe baby should have this because that'll knock down schooling. We can take down the federal schools and not for education because
that's all tied in. It's all tied in, right? It's
on the
all part of it.
computers. We can still monitor how much time they doing on these. We can still do it in the education department without having teachers everywhere. Like they can break it all the way down with these type of things all the way
Yeah,
to
they about to get away. They about to get a lot of the service jobs. You dig what I'm
Right.
talking about? Out of there.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that's pretty much over with. At least in the
Yeah,
conventional sense. That's it's a wrap on that. Now we call it was hard to. It's another area we could kind of just throw this. We'll call roll the dice on this. Just throw this into the on the table at the casino while we're at it. Remember, it's an issue buying housing. Housing is an issue.
yeah.
Well, here we go. What about this? What about making it easier to buy a house, or even incentivizing your first house comes with what family?
Oh,
You only qualify. You know where I'm going. You know where I'm going.
you
You
get
get a
that baby
nice
data
discount on
snippet
your
back there.
purchase price, yeah, and your home taxes if it's included with a built-in data center. Isn't
Damn,
that beautiful?
scandalous.
Isn't that lovely? Isn't that wickedly, in my opinion? Isn't
Man,
that
that is just
wickedly lovely? Isn't
that is
that beautiful?
seriously evil.
Surely you want a home.
Hold on, Sadiq. After
There's a
you say
housing
that,
crunch in some
after
areas of countries. It's hideous, right? Well, go ahead,
after
brother.
you say a statement like that, you gotta say,
No, right. You know what? And I'm going to go ahead and just might as well just do a little search on it. Huh? Let's see what the internet say about that.
"Oh
Well,
Lord,
whammy,
don't
bammy.
do it."
Looky here. Uh, they say this within the same article actually. This shifted gears into how the housing. Let me see. It says fractional data center. This would allow AI providers to draw them from them as needed. Whatever. This is more theoretical right now. It says the company has already conducted testing of prototype nodes with paying customers this fall. It's going to do that this fall. It plans to deploy them in 100 new construction homes in the southeastern Western United States.
yeah, right
Ooh,
over here in
assuming that
Oklahoma.
it goes well, the company hopes to begin scaling the network to words here scaling means we're talking about proliferating and spreading out the approach to other areas beyond the
Uh-oh.
initial point to this network to an annual capacity of more than one with the capacity of each home containing more than 1 gigawatt, not more than 1 gigawatt. So, and they're going into how it's going to lower bills, and they're going here. They're talking about the risk here, paying a span rather. It's talking about the risk. Let's look at the lowering of the bills. It's a short read, so only like a little small few
Yeah,
sentences. It says,
I was gonna jump into that too.
"Oh, go
This
ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go. Yeah, go ahead."
this is called value proposition, right? Just what you were saying for homeowners. Er, Early,
That is so sadistic, bro. That's
yo, this
insidious as
is
hell.
evil, bro. But it's ingenious.
It is
So
ingenious. They're
it's so
brilliant with it's wickedly brilliant.
it's wickedly brilliant. That's the perfect way to put it. It says for homeowners, early deployments focus on newly built homes through partnerships with major builders like the Pulte Group.
Right.
Y'all
They're
might want to
huge. Pulte's huge.
look them up because
Right.
they about to go crazy too. The Pulte Group,
Facts.
Pulte.
You know what? Why you saying that? So I need to write that down because if they're going to do that, that's a new business incentive that may drive their stocks.
Right, and so they already got government funded. So
Right.
participating participating homeowners get heavily discounted electricity, free
Ooh, I like it.
free internet, and potentially heavy subsidized or eliminated utility bills
Facts.
in
Facts.
exchange for hosting the hardware.
They came out right out and just said it right there.
It just said it.
It just came out right there and just it removed all doubt. Yeah. Facts. What they said, the truth is simple, right? They said it's simple and plain. You can't put it more direct than that. For those who may have issues believing some of this stuff, maybe you need to run the video a few times and really let it till it soak in and
That's a
connect
new
the dots
oral
to get the
read right
picture.
there. That's a new oral
They're
read. Let
making
me
it
put
clear,
this up
simple,
on
and
the
plain,
link.
guys.
And they're doing you a favor, like the brother said. We're saving you
It's
money.
all for you.
We're saving you money by taking on
Right.
this massive project. You did what I'm talking about that we don't have to really do.
Right. We're
We could
absorbing most of the
actually help
cost.
you,
Right. With little cost to you. It's free, actually. Right.
right? It's free that we're killing you. I mean, helping you.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got to put this in my prayer. I'm gonna put put a little something together over the next coming weeks. Yeah, man, this is too
And
juicy. We gotta
then
go
my
into it.
thing
Nobody's
is,
talking about this like this. No one's really talking in this area strong right now that I see in the community right now. Just putting this
my
stuff on,
thing, my
tying all this
thing
together.
also is if the the little AI hub can't be disconnected or moved, does the government have equity in your home?
Right. Good question. Um,
If the government put it there, if the government put it there, and not a
how I
private
would see it
company.
based on what I understand, the answer would be an indirect. Of course, an indirect yes. It will be a yes, but I would
Mm.
say indirectly. Um, we've seen. I know most of we haven't shared the same literature and the same lifestyles, so I have to use the movies
Mhm.
by and large to paint the picture to the public. A lot of people we ain't read the same books because I can't really go into a lot of literature because people ain't read that stuff, or so I have to use certain movies. Most of us have seen similar movies, right? It's always the Bob Heyman said that's always one of the best teaching tools because a lot of you'll know what Santa Claus Returns is or Terminator. Yeah, everybody know what happened there, so you can use some aspects, some education, some educational value there. In my opinion, I agree with him
Yeah.
in that regard. We've seen what was I going to say? I forgot my damn point. Shit, what was I about to say? What did you just say, Kaz? You
Uh,
said something, man. Shit.
we was we was talking about the
Oh, direct government control property,
yeah
whatever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fact,
equity
indirectly,
in the home,
yes.
equity in the
And
home.
facts. In a lot of your cinema and popular movie, in a lot of your in areas of where popular media is concerned, right? Particularly in the movies, we can also look this stuff up. It's easy to verify this stuff. They're hell of saying it outright in just a couple articles we read so far, and I'm only halfway through mine. This other, they're just telling you outright, right? And so, and the answer is indirectly yes. Point being, me bringing up those movies and Terminator and others and iRobot and all this other stuff and the Matrix, we noticed that a lot of and we're seeing it now, real time. For those who say, okay, movies, that's fake. Okay, scratch the movies. Look at who's introducing AI to take over the forefront in key areas of your life where your finances, where your security is concerned, where saving money is concerned, where future allotment of fixed government-based income is concerned. And I can go on and on and on. Look at where these areas is concerned. They're not coming directly from the government per se. They're coming from private corporate entities.
Mm.
Right, and that's what I
85%
said.
of how this stuff gets from a point of theoretic cloud-based thinking process to physically in your backyard or in your home in that little room you got back door in your basement. It's going to be a private company that put that down there that may
Mm.
be sponsored and incentivized on the backside to said X corporation, but it will be a private. The government will move between. Notice, look at Elon. Elon's a private entity, literally married
Right.
within the White House in broad daylight with Trump. That showed with Trump as an elected government, a public official, but his close affiliation with AI and through Elon and others, he says it's just a conglomerate that he's dealing with right now. He's organizing. They showed a public marriage between the two. That's what that represents. I won't go too far ahead of myself. But the we see this coming about in the movies and so forth, and also in real time right now as a lot. Nvidia is a private company, guys. Micron, it's a private company. That's another big name AI based company right now. Span, private, again, private. Okay, the U.S. That's not good enough. Okay, Trump is talking about privatizing and backing, thus backing U.S. currency with what cryptocurrency right now with what a private company that
Yep.
owns the
And
Tether
that's what
coin,
I
right? Do I need I
Yep.
right.
could go even further? So,
And that's what I was
so you
about to
have
say.
it there. There's
Uh,
several. There's a new renewed effort to privatize everything. See, and this is no exception.
Mm.
See,
no,
so
it's
it'll
always
be a
been
government,
privatized.
perhaps be government incentivized on one way or another. I'm pretty sure of it. But
Right.
even in the movie, now go back to the movies. Now we've seen how the Matrix and Terminator, particularly where Skynet was concerned, Skynet became a prolific company in that sequence. But notice Skynet was flirting dollars and flirting its services and its electronic, digital, and AI based endeavor to the government, but from a private corporation. Skynet is a private corporation. See, in that movie. And it's actually
Well,
based on a real
that's
company in China. That's real. So that's even real too. That's just a kind we get a chance, Google Skynet China and tell me what you see that comes up. But anyway.
And that's what it's always been, to be able to shop something with the government. Who is the best
So,
customer better
and
than the government?
it goes on here in this article. Uh, it says span. It says span says smart panel and battery backup would not cost the homeowner. Oh, look at there. Would not cost the homeowner or business hosting them anything. See, and the people who have them will receive discounted rates on their utility or internet. So, like my brother Kaz was saying, you're not going to never agree to this, right? Not if you have even an ounce, an iota of a doubt. Anybody in their right mind who can see and think outright, maybe 6 months to 6 years beyond or further out, can see what's going on, would never would agree to this. Surely you would compromise intentionally, undermine your own quality of life, right? Where your thought process and sovereignty is concerned, if you give a damn about that. So what do, you put yourself in their position. What would you do to get to convince you, to confuse you? I would pay you. This is why they're incentivizing. Notice these measures we're mentioning is contingent on incentivification. That's a damn word. We'll just say incentivizing, a more popular word there to get the point. So they're incentivizing you to agree. And I'll just stop there.
We do that with it's safety. It's safety. And then motherfucker can't argue safety. So
What you got, Cause? Your article. You finished that one up you had?
All right. All right, fellas, man. Your boy, the Kung Fu Kid, got to get up out of here, man. I'll holler at y'all later, man. Y'all boy be safe. Hey, Oli. Hey,
Yo,
hey,
only.
Oli. He ain't on here no more. Hey, Sadiq, you could do something for me though.
Yo, what's up?
yo.
Hey, man, just breathe in and let that light in, man. I'm Cosmo, y'all.
Facts, bro.
All right, Carl, man.
All
All
right,
right, man.
Cos, bro.
Who that root guru?
Yeah, I was sitting in the cut,
What going on, my guy?
Hey, what's up, Hero? What's
chilling,
up, bro?
chilling. Hey,
Yeah, man.
y'all
About to
see
go
my
ahead and lay it down, man.
lay it down, take a nap.
Yeah, a little nap. I'll be right back up in an hour.
All right,
All right,
yes,
cool.
sir.
All right,
All
later,
right,
though, brother. Good stuff. Appreciate you, man.
peace.
What's up with you,
Peace.
Sadiq?
Oh man, it's just shooting the breeze, just chopping up
Mm,
with the fam, man. You know, on our subject, man. I didn't know you was in the house. What's going on here, roommate? Dude, did you drop on that SPCX?
nah, I ain't no trader like that. I'm making
Okay,
this little bot because the Superman got me doing it. Cause I'm gonna get in it though. I'm learning it as I go. Cause right now I'm testing my shit right now. I'm finna add a new zip package, some upgraded files, and see what it do. Steps away
man. I
from
was going to ask you how it's going on your
you know
project.
it. You know it. You know some of that lingo, don't know.
Regarding trading, yeah,
I,
yeah. I know.
can is anybody here I can share my screen? Cause maybe you can give me some
Um,
insight on some of these
I,
words.
I know a little bit of it. I'm not not huge on it,
You gonna be better than
we can
me.
work on it. Yeah, that's
You gonna be
yeah,
better than me. I
yeah. We
promise
can do it.
you. Who
We
got
can
to
do it,
share
brother.
screen?
I don't know if only a yo a
They probably done stepped away.
yo
Whenever he pop
only.
back up. Whenever he pop back up.
Okay, I don't know if only was on here. It's his. Let me see. Yo, only might have crashed. They might have went to sleep. Yeah, they the
Mm,
ones that got the admin. Uh, yo,
I
only
got
quantum. Yeah, he might have been maybe.
you. Yeah.
Dang man, they did. SPC that opened up SPCX. That's the my buddy Elon's SpaceX program. Let me just bring up an article on that real quick, cause that's just dude, that exploded, bro. People make millions, man, within a few days, bro.
But people been knew about SpaceX. That
Right.
was something that was gonna happen. I don't know why.
So it didn't
Niggas
open.
ain't
They was
niggas.
waiting for the yeah, they was waiting for the IPO. The IPO
Yeah.
just opened. It,
So let me ask you a question about that. It's just opening. So
yeah.
when it open, niggas like us, maybe I'm just saying niggas like us,
Right.
but niggas like us don't be in the mix to say, all right, let me put 2,000 in there with when it open.
Right.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah. That's what's going on, bro.
So
So
let me ask you
about
one
go
more
ahead.
quick question. Is there a way now I can go in there and buy some of this shit while it's open, or
Yeah.
I'm too late?
No. It could just give you a quick brief background and give you an idea. Pretty much he's has several endeavors, and this we can easily just read up on that what that's about on his website on about what Elon's SpaceX program is dealing with and
Mm,
what is involved. It's tied into AI heavily, of course,
mm-hmm.
and other related tech and other related companies that's also can profit off his successful launch. Long
Yeah,
story short, him and Trump particularly, this is where the magic is, where making money is concerned.
yeah.
He got with Trump, and Trump went public telling everybody to basically, and Elon went public to telling everybody to purchase this stock and other pundits, stock pundits, AI stock pundits, leading up to the weeks to the launch of an initial public offering, hence IPO, which is a fancy term to say stock will be released for any given company, company, right? So, at any rate, what make it so critical to me, in my opinion, based on how is that you don't see elected officials, much less the president, coming out publicly saying, and they said this and not just this stock, but others, but he said buy this particular stock. He said, you want to just buy it. And he don't want to say it's a great stock. You know how he does. It's great as this, that, and other.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So he did this leading up to the launch. The launch was, I think, let me see, a few days ago. Let me get the actual date. It was back on SPCX. Let me get the date for you. IPO launch. Bro, the date was the 12th. Okay, the day is like this, the 16th. Bro, that mofo, okay, I think Elon was worth whatever, 600 billion or whatever before the launch. Dude, he done became the world's first trillionaire off this shit. Moreover, where we're concerned, this is what he was gauged to make. He's become that now. But so he said to become that, he would have to roll out his initial stocks with the SPCX to be worth about $135 per share. That's the amount. That's the amount you have to pay to even own one share of that particular stock.
How much?
135.
$135 a share.
Yeah. And so and you couldn't even buy them. I had to reserve my shit. I had to call. So you can't just buy them and go on and whatever. You can't just go log on and just say type in where can I purchase. You don't get a lot of listings of platforms, and the platform I'm on is called Robinhood, and I'm on also on the Webull platform, like we and then bull like bullshit like Webull, on the
Yeah.
word we, and so I got mine through Robinhood, and so Robinhood uh allows you to reserve. And so I just went on click to say how much you reserve, how much money you want to spend, and they'll let you reserve based on how much money you put in there. At any rate, so when that launch came, as we approached that launch day, everybody and mama jumped on that mother,
Mm-hmm.
including me. I threw about 5 racks on it. And
Ain't nothing
so
wrong with it.
about a rug gift for take up that, and then it's got Dale and Palantir joining with him. There's a few other things, but other ones too that's tied into it. But everyone's waiting for Elon because given his electric environment, his electric personality, his popularity, whatever, everybody knew that anything he get behind was going to be, raw take off. At any rate, long story short, so here comes June 12th. Dude, that shit went from 135 to currently it's at sad. Where the hell is that? Where the hell is scroll all the way down? Okay, currently it's at 216. That motherfucker went from 135 to 216, bro, in like 4 days. If for those who put 100 grand on there, or 300, or whatever, so even few 10 grand, dude, piss people became rich, bro, in the last 4 days off this shit.
What you say? It went from 135 to what?
to 216,
Oh, okay,
and it's
almost
going
double
up.
their wealth.
Well, still going up. It's just been 4 days.
I'm back. I'm
Now,
back. I had to make a run up the street. Sorry, my bad. Haru, you said you had something you wanted to share.
Yeah, he was gonna help me with my little upgrade in my box. He gonna decipher some of this language and shit. Cause my partner who got me building this shit ain't here, and I'm on a little set here. Hold on, man. Yeah, I want to share my screen in a second if you don't mind. Change components and source folder.
so
Hold on a second.
it's just so that's one that's like that could be potentially a Bitcoin when it's at $20. This that type of a moment with this particular stock, in
Mm-hmm.
my opinion. This is Amazon, and when he's in his basement, or Apple when he had the the 2007 version, pre-launch 2007 version.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which should we? Is it too late? No, I mean you're looking at about
No,
$200+ a share. I mean, I don't know how much you want to go in, but you know it's the opportunities there. This thing can go up. There
it's
will be
gonna.
a correction. I mean, it would drop. Correction means once everybody jump on and drive this thing up through the roof. Of course, the people what we call whales. Whales are people who invest heavily, and they go in by millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions at a
Mm-hmm.
time, billions. And so these guys will quote unquote take profits at some point. And so when the big what's called big wigs or whales take profit, you will see a correction on the front. We'll see a correction in the stock price. What does that mean? If they take money out of the pot, the value drops. The stock price drops. I know there should be, depending how much you take, it'll be depending how much you see the drop.
Right.
So how much that'll drop soon. I mean, I don't know, but we in this stuff is for the long run anyway. I would say put whatever you got in there. You can put it in there, leave it in there for some years, man. Forget about it and see what
I'm
happens.
telling you,
I
So
got you.
that's
Give me a
what that
second.
technology gonna do.
Um moving this file where I need to go. One second.
By the way, Cosman, I seen you leave. I heard you say, "Come to the light."
right, yeah, causes something else, man. To come to the light in this month. I know that's right, man. So you had to run down the street, huh? Only.
Yeah, I had to go pick my daughter up from cheerleading practice at our school.
Wait a minute. Okay, there you go. That's right. Yeah, a moment here. So this the app right here. It's got this the console page right here. It's got this is the save session, so it saves your information. I can export everything. This is the different settings. I could put it on save balance, aggressive, paper trade. I could
Okay.
live approval, live auto approve. Mac, put you can adjust these numbers based how you want the box to run. Approval required or auto, let it go. You don't need no approval. Just
Approval,
trade bot.
right?
Just trade bot. Or you can say, hey,
Approval,
ask
well,
for my approval. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? It's Play Money Simulator. I had to add that because I had to see what the shit was doing without using real money. You feel me?
Right.
And losing my money and don't know what the hell I'm doing. But
Hey, money simulator. That's some sweet, man. Commands. Man. You got this boy cold as hell, bro.
it's running right now, so it is scanning on this basically every 8 seconds, persistent at 1250.
Okay.
Um, I could
Oh,
run some of this shit right here, but I'm finna run a test right now because it just those files you showed me move. It was
yeah.
updated this shit. This some of the data it's reading. It's supposed to clean up this shit because it's everywhere. I can run calibrated paper run, learning, discover, stress tested. This shit we in the phase right before we put this shit up to live money. So
Oh,
let me keep going down. Got 8 issues, so that must mean some of that code he wrote probably is gonna fail the type check. But this is why I want you to read here. Some of this trade plan watch shit is it's short Solano USD It's got some of these numbers. I don't know none of that shit be mean. I have to add
Let
AI.
me
What the fuck
see.
this shit mean?
Entry 73. Shit. Man, shit. EMA 200. Trade stop. Look like you got a stop loss construct in there.
Mm-hmm.
Stop one. Those stop losses like basically this, you stop. You don't. Of course, you don't want to lose. You set a limit to loss, and
Yeah,
there's
you
a
said that.
max. You know,
Mm-hmm.
there's a max loss. I see it. You got 0.0038. So that means you ain't trying to lose really no money at all. You got that
Okay,
motherfucker.
no, hold on. That
You
what?
got that
Wait a
for
minute.
almost a
That's
zero
funny.
point zero
Hold on.
zero.
No, that what the bot said though. That was funny. You said that because you like, damn, the bitch too strict, too strict. We gotta
Right.
loosen this bitch up on the next test. I be
Right. I would probably lift that up a little bit just to be,
but see, I don't know what the number settings is. So that's why I'm
okay.
like, I could be running these tests and not doing it properly. So I'm letting it. So right here is giving me some uh test to run. What to set it on. So at the end, I'm gonna have it to train a little agent where it could tell me, hey man, what I should run? What's the best setting? Because
Right.
I
Yeah.
don't know
You
none of
remember
this
that
shit.
kind of, yeah. You remember we were talking about that last time? How you can make that
Yeah.
mofo prompt you. Yeah. A lot of people don't know that. You can make it, you can actually, instead of giving this thing orders, this thing can actually ask you what it should do. Well, like suggest to you orders to you,
So I got
if
20
you
issues right now. Let me see what's going on here. I'm finna close it out and I'm finna run something real quick. Give me a second. I know this shit finna fail. Watch this fail.
that mofo might work.
Oh,
I
it
mean,
passed.
yeah,
Okay.
there you
Yeah.
go. I see.
No, cause it had some issues running up. I don't understand why. Matter of fact, I should have whatever. They run it back.
Yeah, the coding part, I'm a little rusty on the actual
12,
coding. I ain't
12
gonna
issue. I'm gonna ask about these. It's probably I had zipped that folder improperly.
shoot, we need to, man. When that mofo get ready, man, we need to try that mug out on some of these
I
stock
am.
techs.
I am.
For,
I'm gonna put me
for
100 in
real.
it. I'm gonna put me 100.
Uh-huh. Sure. If you
All right.
plug $100 into that SPCX with that play money, that'd be a great test. Cause that's one that's very active right now, and I could give you some more active stocks right now just to
Mm-hmm.
test it. Nvidia's active, Palantir's active, and a few others.
You ever fought with this Claude Code?
Not yet, man. I want to
Man,
get. I remember from our last conversation, she was telling me why that Claude is the truth.
man, this motherfucker here bad, man. This is a
I'm gonna,
conversation I'm building to move up.
I'm gonna get on that Claude, man, because I keep hearing a lot of it. I've seen a lot of since we talked about it, man. I've been seeing a lot. How social media is. It'll put up a lot of what you talk about on
Yeah, this type
the
of
news
shit
feed.
it created for me. Like for example, my sister in Asia right now. So I did the first multi-level multi-language NFT. Let me see if AI finished giving me what I need. Nah, it's still working. While that's
Now, you
working,
say multi-language, you mean a bilingual?
yeah, multi-language ebook reader, audio book.
Oh, I think you told me about that.
Yeah, you can let me see. Let me see.
I'm actually gonna have me go in and get that Claude going by the weekend. I'm gonna have to go in and mess with that Claude, man. Cause I'm having some I'm trying to get my damn commercials together, man. I'm tripping this damn Labs 11, man. 11 Labs, man, is driving me nuts, man. Trying to get this shit to animate.
Hold on 1 second here. I gotta do something. Hold on. I did something. I gotta change real quick. Block somebody. Let me see. All right, 76. I'm gonna just leave him on now. I unblock myself or something. That's crazy. All right, I'm back up. Okay, yeah, we back up. Give me a second here. I had them block the IP address, and it was one of mine. Not it blocked me off the all my damn websites. I had to go back in that motherfucker and unblock it because I was looking at some shit that was going on, and I ain't know that. I ain't realize that was one of my editors. I was blocking shit. Oh, he done
Uh,
left again. Damn.
uh.
My bad. I shouldn't have even let the screen go.
Oh, only took off again. Let me see. Oh yeah, he sent the message back there. But yeah, he said he'd be right back.
Okay, that's cool. Let me zip this file in the new thing and get it running so you can tell me what the hell it's doing.
Yeah, they jumped up on that SP shoe, man. They jumped up on it. We were here talking about earlier about how Span, it's a tech company, and collabs with Nvidia. There's some discussion about how they're looking to source some of these data centers, called what they call fractional data centers, and to our, on a residential basis. You know, of course, at an incentive to you. They want to pay the people, a homeowner, a resident, to host a data center on their premises. What do you
Mm.
think about that?
They want to pay you to host the data center,
Uh huh.
like a neighborhood. How does payment gonna work?
They wanted to basically put it where it'll be just on your property. The work can coincide with your particular residence for a fee, to pay you a fee to help offset. And their rationale, some of the pros were to help offset some of your utility bills,
Mm.
almost eliminate the utility bill, yeah, taxes or whatever. You could use the
You know,
money. So,
you know what I
mhm.
look at that as?
What's that, brother?
I look at that similar to that solar power shit, where you can hook up solar power and be to a point where you can sell electricity back to JEA
Right.
or your power company, and vice versa. So I don't know. It depends on, like, they claim it's waste and it'll do tear up your environment and all that. Yeah, it just depends on that. Like,
I don't know if
what's
you was
the
on here
ouch?
earlier. Okay, okay. Oh no, did you hear us? Did you hear one of us read that article?
Nah, I can't right after.
Oh, okay. I can read it. I can give you a fair. You get the fair shot at to hear what was.
Who
So
article is this?
it's from this is off this is an Nvidia official statement off of Yahoo Finance in terms of the name of the article is called Nvidia's latest partnership could pay your entire electricity bill by turning your home into a mini data center. Dated May 7th, 2026. And basically, they're going into talking about how the neighborhoods, people are trying to fighting against the data centers in the area. But NVIDIA in California startup named Span, like Lifespan, Span are betting those homeowners would be okay if their homes became the actual data centers. It says it's an unusual ask in the current environment, but the two companies believe the promise of quote heavily discounted end quote energy and internet bills could sway homeowners. They-
I get what
And
it so I get
yeah.
the concept now. If they can have a bunch of mini data centers in people's home, then they can cut down on the larger one.
They do actually say something to that effect on further
That I mean,
down.
it sounds logical.
Um,
I mean, I
right,
can't dispute it. That sounds like a master plan to combat the fight. Which,
right.
in my opinion, I don't think really nothing wrong with it. You know why?
Why?
I think it's a brilliant idea.
Okay.
All of it to me, it just depends on like what kind of infrastructure they got to actually put on your house too. So
Right, right.
I'm talking out of without knowing all the full details. So bear with me if
For sure.
I'm
I think
fully wrong here.
I got you.
Go ahead, go ahead. What you about to say,
I
real
think
quick?
they speak to that too. I'm gonna go down a little further. You're hitting on some points
Yeah,
right there.
go ahead, real quick before I get my full assessment. I'm gonna
Okay.
jot down some notes.
It says it's an unusual. It's must. Let's see. Okay, California-based company Span has teamed with tech giant to create a fractional data centers via nodes
Mhm.
called XFRA. Now, Kyle's that pulled up. He looked up the XFRA unit in the
Let me
node unit. Yeah,
as
it's a
you
do.
talking.
Hmm.
Hold on. Go ahead, go ahead. As you talking, I'm finna look up something because I want to know
Okay.
like how big is this thing?
Okay. The units they're saying they're going to place is called a node named X, like a lip node or something.
X
Node
what?
name X-ray, F is in Frank, RA units, XFARA units. That's
XFAR units.
XF. You got it. And that's going to be put on the side of homes and small businesses. Working as a cluster, they can supplement or replace large data centers, the company says, just like you said. These XFA units will use technology from NVIDIA, including a liquid cooled fanless component inside the server.
Yeah, because China got that new super critical carbon dot or something
Right.
SCC. Hold on, I'm gonna look up that too.
Okay. Take your time, brother. I'll just wait for you to finish. Just hold it. I guess I just, well, while you're doing that, I can, whenever you're ready, just cut right in. I'll just go ahead and continue. It says the design helps eliminate the noise typically associated with the data centers, a frequent complaint in communities near large facilities, says realtor.com. The fractional centers.
Uh,
Go ahead.
yeah, small desktop units,
Hmm.
mini rack, 12 to 24 inches.
Yeah. 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 These data centers would take up advantage of unused electrical capacity on local grids, and would allow AI cloud providers to draw from them as needed. We were talking about the cloud deal earlier too, about their relationship to this new arrangement, proposed arrangement. Goes on to say this is more theoretical. The company has also conducted testing on prototype nodes with paying customers. And this fall, it plans to deploy them in 100. This is interesting, in 100 new construction homes in the southwestern U.S. Assuming that goes well, the company hopes to begin scaling the network to an annual capacity of more than 1 gigawatt. And let's see, and then it goes into discuss the lowering of bills. It says the advantages of the data center users are fairly obvious: more capacity, more quickly. The carrot for homeowners is savings. Span, the company called Span, says the smart panel and battery backup will not cost a homeowner or business hosting them anything.
I don't know, man. This shit look good. I ain't gonna lie. Listen,
I wait till you come. I'm
look
waiting
at it.
for
So I'm looking at the home market data. Instead of one
right,
gigawatt to
right.
make it data center, you can have 100,000 homes, each hosting a small 5 to 10 kilowatt AI node.
Mhm.
The homeowner gets monthly revenue, free or reduced internet, waste
Right,
heat for hot water or heating, so you probably don't have no hot water bill. You know what I'm saying? Battery
right,
grid support. So if
right.
the power go down, you might still have your lights on. And this might also come with some data storage. Like you know
Oh
how we
yeah.
be needing like Microsoft, hey, you're out of cloud, you need some cloud.
Right, right. Yeah, it would make natural sense. Yeah, if
Mm.
they just tie it all in. At this point, it's all gonna be connected to probably everything in that damn,
I gotta
everything in that
ask him
house.
what's the con. I said it sounds too good. I gotta AI, what's the bad side?
That's been kind of me and Coz's more sentiment, more or less. I think he would agree regarding this so far. Yeah, he put up an article too, and it was saying some similar wording. We like, man, I don't know, man, whatever, whatever. We'll put it to the fam and see what they say. Yep. Then it goes on and on. I think here it says it goes on to say exactly how big. Let me see. It says hosting anything people will have them will receive a huge discount on electricity. Exactly how big of a discount was it made? It was that was would not be that was how much big of a discount would be assumed. That wasn't made clear by the company. But Span CRO Ryan Harris said told Point of View Magazine USA that the U homeowners who lived in areas where XFRA units provided the most value could see quote unquote discounted electricity up to and including free internet. Here you go, here, free internet access.
So listen.
I knew
So
that
let me
would get you, bro.
let me break this down though.
Yeah, well, you,
So I said this sounds too good for the homeowner. What's the true downside? No whole bars. What is bad for the homeowner? So it said the
hey, you got
potential
free
upside is
internet. Hey,
real.
that's yeah, what you would do for free internet, brother? Shit, probably unlimited high speed, right?
Yeah. But there are several downsides that the company's marketing materials tend to understate. One, the biggest one, is electricity costs. This is the biggest issue. A 10 kilowatt node running continuously consumes 10 kilowatts times 24 hours, 240 kilowatts a day, about 7,200 kilowatts per month. Florida residents, which is where I'm at, that could easily be hundreds to well over $1,000 per month, depending on the utility and rate construction. If the operator if they paying you 500 a month, but your bill rises to 900, you losing money. So the first question is, they haven't, I guess, worked this out. Who's paying for this electricity bill?
Right.
Number two, infrastructure. So many of these homes are not wired for continuous commercial scale loads. Like a damn business and shit got the big ass power poles and shit hooked up. A large AI node may require service upgrades, new breaker panels, dedicated circuits, high capacity transformers. Utilities may classify the usage different if it start looking commercial. Well, they got to work that out anyway. Shit, the utility company should already know. Hey, we got some mini AI homes coming. Y'all got to work this shit out. You feel
Right.
me? Instead
Right.
of you know what I'm saying, looking at it like, hey man, what y'all doing? Y'all, everybody separate. So noise, even liquid cooling systems are not silent. Uh-oh. So you might have a pump, large pump, heat exchanger, backup fan, power equipment that might have a constant humming, vibration, or fan noise that you're gonna hear in your house. Heat. Physics doesn't care whether the workload is AI, crypto, or game. Every watt consumed eventually becomes heat. A 10 kilowatt AI node produces roughly the same heat as several space heaters running continuously in cold climate. That
Damn.
can be useful in Jacksonville, Florida much of the year. You're already trying to remove heat from the house. Equipment failure. Questions homeowners should ask. What happens if coolant leaks? What happens if a pump fails? What happens if the unit catches fire? Who paid for repair? Who paid for property damage?
Right.
Insurance problem. Insurance company may
Right.
ask, is commercial equipment operating in the home? Their high power electric equipment? Are the pressures cooling? Blah, blah, blah. Your shit go up. Property access. Many hosting agreements require remote monitoring, periodic maintenance, testing this event. So niggas gonna just be popping up at your shit. Hey, who you is, man? I'm looking at this meeting, man. Get the fuck out my face. You get off my property.
Right.
Internet users, AI workloads can move enormous amount of data. Potential issue: data caps, bandwidth saturation, slower home internet. How? Rough router upgrade. A resident internet plan may not be designed for commercial AI traffic. But you should be running a whole nother network though. You ain't gonna be running on this same shit. I'm gonna ask you about that. Earnings can change. Many people learn that this lesson with crypto mining. The pitch starts with earn 1,000 a month. Then AI demand changes, market prices fall, new hardware arrive, contract get revived 5 years later. The income might be a fraction of what was promised. Ooh.
Uh,
Home value and resale. Potential buyer may not want to fuck that shit now. Cybersecurity. Damn, they got 12. They got a bunch of shit. That this
dude,
shit bad. If the
right?
node is
There's
network connected, it becomes
man,
a
all kinds of
target.
angles tied into that mofo, bro. All kind of angles. It addresses the housing issue too. We were talking about some areas, some states out west, particularly having issues with housing, and then I see they're going to try to they're adding in incentivizing the construction of new houses and ownership to the buyer too, if they purchase homes with the with it included with the data center from the jump before you even move in that mofo.
But it did give me a checklist of what we need to make sure everything applies for this to be good for the homeowner. Make sure company pays electricity directly. Company owns and maintains equipment. Company carries insurance. Fixed monthly payments plus performance bonus. Equipment isolated from home network. Contract allows removal at no cost. Revenue exceeds all increased costs by significant margins, and it's going to be matched and be in alignment with the market. Then it'll be probably a good idea. All right, I'm back on. Cool. Um, Let me stop this down and then rerun a type check on a new. I think I got this shit here. So what do you think, brother? Based on that,
Man, shoot, bro.
that's a lot of shit that could be fucked up.
I think. I mean, once they box, it's, if you, I mean, they're going to greed you in. You know, like that's this one rapper said years ago named Seth Marcel. Back about he made a track about 10, 15 years ago or so that says, he said he says that one of the lyrics, one of the some of the bars in that track says, uh, "You do not know the drama that lies ahead." They got an internet. They got a system called the grid. They're gonna have. They're gonna have a. They're gonna. Okay, let me back it up. He says, "You do not know the drama that lies ahead." They got a new system called the grid that make the internet looks dead. And
Mm-hmm.
so, end quote. So, with that being said, they're gridding the people in. They're creating an electronic grid, pretty much. And it's been speculated that this by a lot of the electronic AI pundits that this grid will not necessarily be spread out per se, but mainly condensed. You'll be those who live in these densely gridded areas, like in your inner cities, namely, is considered ground zero by and large for a lot of these initiatives, more or less. You're going to be dealing with ports and hubs within your house and just outside the house, and that subsequent gauge allotted. Uh, Uniform spaced feet according, far apart towers and so forth, almost like cell towers. Particularly this will become more prevalent according to these pundits as we approach 6G speeds, 7G speeds, 8G speed. We haven't seen it take off. We think it's we're just dealing. This is what it looks like now. What we're reading and dealing with, what we understand now, what's in the news now, is only pertaining to mainly 5G speeds. And look where we're at. Once we get to 6G and 7G down the road, man, we're gonna do a profound greeting. See. And
Mm-hmm.
so which leads to the construction. And this is all a matter of online. This is all online where the construction of what's called what's the word? Grid cities, 15 minute 15-minute cities. And they call it 15-minute cities. Let me check
15-minute cities. What
There
that
you go.
is?
Yeah, I mean that means that
Like
it's
what?
gonna everything's gonna be gridded up so bad that they're gonna be having metroplexes. Literally, to make sure it's 10 minutes. I think it's 15-minute cities.
It should
That's what
sound like
that's what
robot now. Like we
it is. Facts.
connected
Yeah.
robot Robo City, Cyber Punk. The game you ever seen the game Cyberpunk?
15-minute cities. Let me just make sure that's the right terminology. Yeah,
So
15-minute city. Here we go. So just to give you a brief, this for the viewers too. A
yeah.
15-minute city is an urban planning concept where all essential daily needs like groceries, schools, healthcare, work, and parks are accessible within a 15-minute walk or bike ride from any resident's home. The goal is to reduce car dependency and improve overall quality of life. I'll just stop there. They're going into a whole expose what that. Yeah, these will become more prevalent. See, they want you to stay really within a certain vicinity, really. That's my conjecture. And so they want to provide your daily all end all be all where you are. See, See? For obviously for some degree of control, I'd imagine. Perhaps I'll just leave that on the table. And that's just in my opinion right there. But you don't have to go anywhere. Note the word walking distance, right? Mhm. Yep. That's what I think in a nutshell. Is there any good if now on the good side, just to say let's just go with let's say we just play devil's advocate. You could make a lot of money right now. There's a lot of investment opportunities out there right now. We were just talking about that. We were talking about that earlier for like about an hour and a half earlier about how much money some people are making. I've dived in on a few of them. You can make so the money is there. You can make some money if you really jump on this. We're dealing with pre-Bitcoin like opportunities, big time. Right now, there's a huge transfer of wealth, right? The U.S. is considering backing the U.S. dollar by crypto, so crypto is about to be viewed differently as well, right? It's a digital, those related to the AI paradigm. It's a digital asset, so that's going to become a more valuable asset, which in turns makes your property, your retirement, your money in the bank become more stable, as in that context become more valuable. Now, we already know that the dollar is not back gold backed any longer since the 70s, right? We know that crypto is technically digital. It's not really real. It's fake. So the back paper with the digital fake money, which is going to be backed by paper. I mean, take that and do what you want. But at any rate, I'm playing devil's advocate. On the front side of things, without going to the back, really breaking this stuff down. Just on the front side, it's a great move that the U.S. is backing the U.S. dollar off of a stable coin, hence the word stable, digital asset, which is technically privately owned. Won't go into that, but and so that helps.
Didn't we
And
talk
also,
about that?
yeah, we talked. Oh yeah,
About
we
the
went into that.
privately owned issuers.
Right,
And I was like, wait a minute, how they can't say the government? They backed by the government because they not the government. These
right.
private.
Private entity. Yeah, that's the
Mm,
dude. That's the name of the game in the future. The private country, the private corporations is going to run everything in the future. They're running it
yeah,
now.
yep, they gonna have a fight. These the settings they want me to run. It's a bunch of them.
Okay.
I'm gonna set them
You
up. I'm
know.
gonna set it up. Go ahead. I'm listening while I set up these
Okay.
settings. Aggressive.
So these,
Let's kick
so
paper
the
trade.
where was that? For those who don't know, there was just to recant what Brother Hugh was talking about. We are based on our conversation last time. We talked about the law that Trump passed called the Genius Act, right? The Genius Act. And there was a bill that was passed last year, 2025. And so it goes into effect next year, 2027. And this is where the US is we're supposed to have our dollar backed by digital money. Let me look up the company that actually owns Tether Coin. The coin, let me see who owns Tether. I forget the name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Who owns Tether Coin? It is the company that's gonna who went into agreement, going into agreement with the U.S. Uh, it's gonna their name Finex, iFinex. Tether is a privately held coin owned by Finex. So iFinex, right, is gonna go into a contract, a legal contract. According to Trump, according to that law, this company is going to be legally binded to the U.S. government, tethered to the government. You could say, no pun intended. It's going. I won't read through all of the details, but pretty much they have to let the U.S. borrow money if they want to, and every dollar that that company lends to the U.S. government has to be backed by every tether coin, right? That's lent to the U.S. government. It has to have true dollar, fiat value behind each dollar, right? And so that way, if the U.S. goes into debt, there's real value there that can keep the money pertinent, comparable to actual finance. They want to keep it. They want to keep the system authenticated and actual and factual and value based. Otherwise, who's going to take this whole arrangement seriously, right? And so they're modeling some of the U.S. Trump and company is modeling some of this strategy off what Russia did. Russia also has currency back from the Tether coin, digital currency, and others. But so that's to help back and maintain our value to keep things stable. in terms, the main thing that Trump and company, one of their main reasons for doing this, and I'm just talking about this from the front side, just off the news stories, right? Is just to help stave off profound U.S. based inflation, which kills the U.S. dollar value, right? Particularly where also he said where uncertainty is concerned and a lack of trust, given the tumultuous times we're living in. So this helps to re-solidifies trust. and,
What?
and to be honest with you, as I mentioned earlier, given that we're dealing with fake paper backed by fake digital money, which is going to be fake by fake, which they'll purport fake paper again, you're going to need a lot of trust in this system. Like, but hey, that's what it is. Hey, right? Oh,
A
shoot.
lot of trust. A lot of
Oh yeah,
trust.
that's what makes it float. Is just trust, pretty much.
Run
Yeah,
6 hours. Okay.
you know,
So I'm following instructions by AI. I'm running technical sessions on these three assets: Solana, Bitcoin, Ethereum,
cool.
and then it's gonna tell me to start the auto scan, start the advanced stock auto scan, and let it run 4 to 6 hours, and then it's gonna report on the JSON file that it gets. See if it's doing what it's supposed to do. Then we move it on. I'm ready to move on. Real money test. It's telling me no, not yet. No, not yet. I'm like, all right, you're right. I'm
Yeah,
ready. But shit.
that boy gonna run, man. When that thing takes off, man, man, yeah, I'm your first customer, bro. I'm in line, man. I'm ready to put that baby to the beta. Run that test.
Yes, sir. Cause listen, everybody I always see $20 start trading, $20. Let you buy straight. Blah, blah, blah. I'm saying, man, why can't nigga can't build that shit? Then you
Right,
can, y'all.
right.
Cause listen, I already know that's what they doing. This Claude, I had went Facebook or TikTok. It's a video always run. Hey man, Emergent, go to Emergent. You can make any website you want. Go to Emergent. You ever heard of that?
Emerge, yeah.
So I went there to check them out. Now I'm already using all these AIs and typed up something I wanted to build. And it built a nice looking shit. But then when I went to publish it, it was like, hey, bro, you got to sign up, $20 a month. But then
Okay.
when I looked at what they was, then I when they that process showed me something probably most people weren't looking for. But I said, oh, they using Claude Code. They done API Claude, and they just using Claude to build this shit. I was like, nigga, I wish
Right,
I would pay y'all $20. I'm already paying Claude.
right,
You know what I'm saying?
right,
But
right.
I can't knock the hustle, cause um this website right here that you could publish your little digital mint cards and shit. I also got a some API shit I got plugged in on my little studio lab. So this lab right here, this is my voice. You can hear that? Can you hear my browser?
No, no, you're it.
Yeah, you can't hear the sound. Sometimes you gotta share the one browser. But these are my little voices. My voice is cloned, and I can uh put my voice in any of these languages.
Oh, nice.
Let me see if I can share one. Is the share screen people person here?
Let me see. Yo, only.
Cause I was gonna share one tab. It might let you hear the sound. Let me see this. If this do that.
But I can see your screen.
Yeah, I know it. But sometimes you got all right. You probably ain't gonna be able to see this or listen. Let me see. Can you hear this? No, you don't hear it. Let me
No.
see. I gotta share this browser for you to hear it. Let me see. Let me do browser. Let me see. Can you hear the sound now?
Let me see. Nope.
Damn, I don't let you hear the sound on the browser. Hold on, let me try something.
Which one do I want to see?
Yep. So while you're doing, I guess for the fam who not familiar with that particular law, I might just blow over that law real quick. The Genius Act,
The
and how it's
Genius Act.
Trump wild, ain't he? He's that dude's funny as hell. He does a lot of funny stuff. The Genius Act. It's gonna be good. It's a
Oh, okay.
genius.
I see what's wrong. It's a little
What
button
you
say
got?
allow system audio. All right. Boom. This is my okay. This is an ebook reader. I made with that my little app. You could download multi-language book. Boom. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but the script. I look like there's a backdrop. I just see a meme instead of the. I see the Titans meme instead of your screen.
Oh, I don't know
I
what
don't
the hell
see
you
anything
got.
yet. I don't even see our decals. I don't even see our icons at all. Yo, only. I don't know who's on. Hey, A1 only. I don't know if I think it's just us. Yeah, I
Oh,
can't see
oh,
anything. I mean, I only see a
oh
screen
yeah, he done.
anymore.
Yeah, he done zapped out. Hell yeah, look like they about. Y'all been going 14 hours. Shit, they might be about to end this thing. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm
Man,
about to
this
get it. I'm
what you
about. I'm
about to
about to. I'm about to. Shit, it look like it's over.
yeah.
I'm gonna run this
But
shit for 4 to 6 hours and see what it work. I'll report back to you.
for
Let you
sure,
know
bro.
what.
Jump back on. Yeah, man. You gotta come back on here, man. I ain't seen you in a minute, man.
Well, yeah, I don't be knowing y'all be on late night sometimes, morning.
Yeah. Sometime, yeah. Like, usually we go like all night. This was been going all night. You subscribed to you friends with A on Facebook?
No, I don't have this thing. Send me this thing in the back chat.
Okay, and I'm a for sure, and I'm a friend you on Facebook too, right?
Matter of fact, just put your email in the back chat. I'm gonna email you my information. Like I want you to test some of these apps.
Okay, yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah, we can do that.
Sign
Put together and run it
like I
through.
like I told Carmine, he ain't signed up yet. I say he ain't signed up. I'm gonna make him a pro member, throw him some credits in that bit, let him just play with that shit.
Yeah,
I want matter of fact, I'm gonna give you the link to my ebook read so you can check it out. So you can just click on it later and hear the sound. It's in English and several different languages. Hold on.
I keep on stepping away. I'm just have to make a run in a minute.
No, you cool.
there you go. What up, only?
Oh, you back? All right, cool.
Yeah,
I can show him what was up. But I'm finna put the link in the back chat. All right. Shit, this motherfucker. Oh, what else I gotta do? I gotta finish. Oh, run everything. Let me run it. With all the scan button that. Okay, that bitch. Then I gotta run the technical stocks. This should analyze any URL, any like article.
really?
Yeah, and it'll learn and it'll take some of that research, score it. Is it hype? Is it bullshit? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And it's the JSON. See, this JSON file is stored from some of that shit. I get read the article. Yeah, figure it out. Like, hey man, you can make that bitch be like, man, treat that shit like gold. Trade
Right.
based on this shit. I don't give a damn. Damn, I'm looking for something, man. I can't find it. You gotta clean this up. Too much data on this shit.
That was a great presentation last night, only man. Want to
Want to
say you
say you
again,
again,
bro.
bro.
Good
Good
stuff.
stuff. Okay, everything on ETFs. That's what I gotta do. That's it. I gotta let that shit run for 4 hours.
But damn, I'm surprised y'all can't hear this shit. IGFP broadcast. We are the Intergalactic Federation of Police. It is the best train. I don't understand why. Stream y'all do that sometime. You know what I'm saying? But you go to this site, studio1live.com. Go to you can minute. It'll connect your Polygon wallet. You can any of these all these cards I done minted already. These are in Japanese. Cause like I said, my sister in Asia right now trying to promote this motherfucker.
And we got to
We
talk
gotta
about
talk
how you
about how
mint
you
those
mint those
cards
cards
too.
too.
I'm not
Shit,
really strong on the
I
NFTs.
I mean, hold on, let me show you OpenSea real quick. Boom.
You know,
You know,
sometimes
sometimes
you get a chance if you can today. At
at
some
some
point,
point,
I'm gonna
I'm gonna
hit you
hit
up
you
on.
up on.
Let me see.
Let
You
me see,
said Hero.
Hero.
You said you on
You on
Facebook
Facebook
too,
too,
right?
right? Yeah. I got a
Okay, I'm
couple
gonna look
people
you up.
named
Hero
Guru.
to go. Hero the Guru,
I'm
and
gonna put you
send
in
you
a
a
friend
friend
request.
request too.
It's the Korea version, $1.79. It's in Japan. Uh, Hold on, why that motherfucker did that? They got
And you
two.
say you have you actually sold any NFTs recently?
I mean, I just been posting them. Like
Okay.
these are less than a week old,
Okay.
and they really like test run, making sure the software that I built works. You feel me? But like this right here, this IGB NFT thing, yeah, I had some people looking at it. It's a little short story video, and it's in my voice in the different 5 different languages. And I had some people in Japan like ain't nobody bought it yet. You know what I'm saying? At least I ain't checked, but I don't think so. But I'm
That's
preparing to
cool,
do
man. You gotta, yeah, man.
a
For
whole
sure, for sure.
I ain't do no advertising yet because I'm in the building finalization, making sure all other shit work phase. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just pushing this out to motherfucker users. I gotta make sure that shit work. Now, once I finish and say, all right, this shit work good enough, I can sit down and motherfucker, I'll promote it and I'm gonna use it because this is really a tool that I needed for myself. Everything in this goddamn uh this website right here, because I'm an author, published since 2005. I promote music. You know what I'm saying? So this Kindle card section, you can create your little book and sell that bitch. And you know what I mean? Just like on Kindle.
Egyptian gentleman.
Now that was that was that book where the Germans had translated the Metanetter, and I show where they put the gay part in and don't cite where they get the gay part, but the other parts they show they cite it. They cite exactly where they get it, what stone, what coffin, what wall.
Right.
But the gay part, they don't have no citation.
That's the
That's the
they
mystery.
I thought they put that in there. You
Yeah, they
talking about
did.
the newt where Newt has a penis on that glyph, that fake classic glyph floating around, and
Yeah, where they try to interpret it like semen and niggas. I
they
don't
got
know.
sucking the self off. Right. Yeah. That glyph made up like a motherfucker.
Yeah. The whole this translation I point out. But this was just a build I had did. I just put it in here to test this. This ain't nothing I want to sell. I was testing the functionality of everything. When you
Newt never had a Newt is a female. They had her on my Israelite fam post. Typically when my Israelite brothers cite that glyph when they're going after the Kemetic brothers is they say it comes off of some kind of coffin text.
Yeah. You can build shit on here and sell it. Python runner. These some of the shit I built. Tag X. This is like you can extract all the tags from your article or video I come here. If I put the URL and that tag at, it'll tell me all the ats niggas is in this video. I get all their ass so I can put at and tag everybody who in this video, who watching this video. You feel me?
Okay.
That's to help your SEO. Like if you write an article or a post, you gotta have all certain tags from certain genre. People who watch certain videos, you can go to different like relative videos of your content, extract tags, and then be like, all right, these like motherfuckers like videos I make, so I'm finna tag their ass on these videos in my description, such and such. Yeah, so and them motherfuckers you don't even know, but they'll get tagged like, oh, it's a video I'm interested in. Let me let me do it. Python runner. I built this Python runner because when I was working with ChatGPT in the early stages, I would find I come back and they'll say the link expired. So they had them built me whatever they built me, and they use Python script, and they'll write the Python on your little conversation, and then they'll upload the zip. You download it. But if you come back late or something happened, that link expire, you can't get that file no more. I'm like, damn. But I said if I could run that Python that just ran, I can get that file. I said, motherfucker, ChatGPT, build me this tool so I don't need your bitch ass no more. And that did it.
Yeah,
I got the
chat be
Python
tripping
runner.
sometimes.
I can make my PDFs, all my little HTML documents. It'll run it, and then I have it download my damn self in my little folder. You can run that in your own local computer, or you can run it as a website. I got it on a website, and it's in my local computer. What else made me build some shit? Cause of ChatGPT punk ass. Credit repair template.
I hear see down there in Florida. I think just recently on the news. I think if I'm not mistaken. What the Jewish community down there got with the was he teamed up with some local um, white guys down there to basically protest Kanye's upcoming performance down there.
Yeah, what? Why?
Let me look. I'm about to look up the article.
That's crazy.
Florida.
Yeah, I closed that store down. I gotta change that. I had to turn that bit down. Get notified. But this shit easy to use, brethrens. You can make. Let me tell you the hustle though. For a nigga
What's that?
So you can any store, you know how they had the little business cards.
Yeah,
People got their little business card. I go and make them a quick little digital card right here and share it to their phone number on here. And be like, they'll hit you back sometime. Or you can put your number in there. So they'll call you back. But like Bill, or street to street, you be like, hey man, I can make you a digital sales card. You go have to tap. It had a QR code on it. I'm gonna look. Let me example one on look like. Okay, this is the Jax Power one I did.
Here's the article. It
The
talks
Jax Pal
about
Road Runners join Florida's fastest at the Young Achievers Sprint Club's biggest event of the year.
I don't know if you heard that or not.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
See, you heard that one?
Yeah.
See, that's bullshit. Let me see.
we got this computer, man. Everything I hear, I hear an echo of my own voice back to myself. I just haven't been saying nothing.
Okay, we get then I'm gonna try to
it's like double everything.
I'm gonna try to show this one.
Computers are a hot mess.
Let's see.
But that article about where did it go? Shit.
They don't got 48 shares already in Japan. I did it's in Japanese. You know what I'm saying? They count the share. This one got 75. This one got 83.
I just would kind of put these bids up, but you can track your shares on
Okay.
these digital cards. They so when you want to share it, this is my Bitcoin. They can donate to me. Boom, Ethereum, Bitcoin wallet plugged in. They want to donate to me. Boom, real quick. They can buy the NFT. If you want to share it to somebody on the street, just pull up the QR code on their phone. Boom. Or you can program these that had a tap. The tap. I ain't programmed this one to have that, but I just recently added that little additional little code where uh you could just tap that nigga phone. If that card open on your phone, hey man, tap your phone, blam. That
Hey,
bitch
you
gonna
pretty
read.
versed in this here, Rube,
It's
man.
gonna it's
You
gonna
bang,
read
bang,
it to
bang.
the NPC card.
I see. Making NFT cards, all kind of man. Were you in this stuff back when the that gorilla NFT became popular?
No, but I was trying to get niggas in it, but niggas ain't want to
Okay.
join. I said,
Right.
man, I was in the rapping, I was doing show. I was like, man, this the way y'all. They were kind of wanting it, but they didn't kind of. Well, we did have some violence and shit, kind of rut shit up, and niggas got dispersed. So that kind of slowed shit down. I moved to Hawaii for a couple of years, um, and then I was doing shit out there, and then came back, and then lost my daughter. She passed. So it was a little rough
Sorry to
little
hear that.
sessions, and then I like, well, I was jump back up. We finna jump back up. And this the main one right here.
Man, what was the vibe out there in Hawaii like?
Man, that shit was cool, man. Slow pace, chill. Love them. There's all kind of cute little bitches out there. They be scared of a nigga at first until they get to know you. Then you be like a hero out there. Cause they
Okay.
look at us. They look at us like uh, what they call the word I'm looking for. The stereotypical
Right.
hood gangbanger. I'm gonna rob you or some shit. Yeah, they ask you to. They be like, "You in the military?" And I tell them no. Their eyes get wide open, like, why you here?
Were you over in Honolulu or?
Yeah, I was in Aiea. I wasn't in the city of Honolulu, but it was about 20 minutes, 30 minutes at the most drive. I used to work in Honolulu and on King Street, right in the little town. That shit was all right though. I had a whole jet squad, bro. I was 38 years old, hanging with niggas from 14 to 20 years old every day. That shit was weird, cause when I first got there, I bought me some weed on the plane. So I ran out of that little shit, and I ain't bring a whole bunch of that shit. So I'm like, fuck. So I'm walking on the little hill. The first nigga, he was an older dude. He was about 23-ish. A Korean mixed with, I don't know what the fuck he was mixed with. Think black. I don't know. Or could have been white. I don't know. Korean mixed with something. But the motherfucker was down there homeless. But I gave him like $60. No, I was finna give him. I like, hell no, this nigga might take my money. So I gave him like 20. I like, man, just give me a little stack. So he rolled off. And I thought the motherfucker was gonna be gone and take my money. But he came back with my little shit. I smoked with him. And all my first little friend, kinda. But the nigga used to be fucked up, homeless. He said Korean mama wasn't playing that shit. It has that. I guess he was kind of strung out a little bit, I think. But anyway, he was home, so he couldn't get to me a lot of times. So I'm like, fuck, I need another plug. So I done fucked around and met this little Filipino little nigga, not about 16. He about 16 at the time. And he took me to this another little Japanese little dude, little jet. And he was like just getting out of high school type shit. Or he was either a senior in high school or some shit. 17, 16, 17, something like that. But he showed him some pressure. So I was like, all right, boom. I smoked with the legit. So we kind of hanging out. They were kind of like looking up to me like a, you know what I'm saying, like a nigga they want to be around. So I used to call their, hey, look at some weed. Say we gonna smoke, boo boo. Next thing you know, all they little friends will come around. Next thing they, hey Roo, hey Roo. Then they had some of their older little friends like 19, 20. So they were one like, hey, we go out. Like, yeah, I still about partying. Let's go out then. So now, so now it's a little session. Every day we meet up at the little elementary school. They'll go up, the little jits running the store. Run out there with some bunch of bill. They'll just take that shit and run. That's what they hobby. So they done had me on the spree. We'll walk to Waikiki on the weekends, and they'll go hitting every store, nigga. They getting nigga $400-$500 Versace glasses, Gucci glasses, nigga. They getting all kind of shit. I was buying that shit out on me. I came back from Hawaii with all kind of shit.
Man, bro,
Yeah,
that was wild. I'm
man, that
about to
shit was
dip
fun.
up out of here, man. I'm about to head up into this gym, man.
Yeah, man, get your good workout in, brother.
For sure, man. I
Peace.
dropped the email address, man. I appreciate it, man. You can just
Oh
send
yeah,
through,
yeah.
man.
I'm glad
For
you
sure.
reminded me because I was gonna forget that.
For
I'm
sure, man.
glad you reminded
Because
me.
we gotta get that going. I'm gonna get with some hit that Claude this weekend too. I gotta see how I'm gonna play it with the subscriptions I already have. I don't want to get too many of them damn subscriptions, man. I'm gonna see if I can find a subscription that has 11 labs and Sora and Chat GPT with Claude together. I don't know how much that shit would cost.
Brother. 11 labs ain't that expensive. You could do the plan for $6. I just upgraded to the $22 plan. And Claude, I still use the $20 plan. So
You
that's
get
literally all you
okay,
need. That's all you need. You just gotta pace it. Like when it say, all right, your time ran out. So all right, I'm gonna do this next phase when that time run in. Sometimes
right,
I'll pay a little $20 here and there, more credits just to finish a certain stage I'm at. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I don't like to
right.
leave it, but you can pace it. And then ChatGPT $20. I recommend that to me. I recommend at least one ChatGPT for 20, one Claude for 20, and your 11 Labs for 20. Them $60. Now your video, that one is the high one. And
Right.
I just did a video on who got the best free, and I was looking at how they pricing it. I was like,
Who you thinking?
ooh.
What's your go to for your video? I'm thinking 11 and Sora.
Well, I know Pictory did me a good one. I was just
Which
looking at
one?
the free ones. Pictory. There's one
Okay.
called VDVEEDEE, and
Okay.
it's a bunch of them out there now.
Right.
Sora, all right. They are Sora, all right. But I thought they took Sora away, or they took that one from
Did it?
OpenAI, the ChatGPT one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they took it away.
They took OpenAI. I took. I know they pulled Sora
They
too.
they pulled it. You cannot do videos in OpenAI,
What?
bro. Hell yeah, that's what fucked it up. That fucked up the game because I was finna go make me. I had made a few on my little project I want to sell Google that I sat down for a minute because I'm doing this one here. But um,
Because I believe my subscription has Sora 2 in it. I don't. Maybe they snatched it away as a standalone software. Maybe. I don't know. I'm
mm,
gonna look into it. I'm gonna just look at my subscription again because I
let me
believe,
let me ask you
yeah,
this.
they snatched Sora 2 up out of that motherfucker. And I probably get it done with 11. But Sora had its benefits.
Let me see. I'm asking.
Yeah, it had great physics in that motherfucker. It's one of its benefits things. But yeah, I gotta. I'm trying to finish up these commercials for my business, Michigan's
Yeah,
Natural Living, and get
yeah.
these testimonials together. Got these customers gave a testimony for my business, man. I gotta make a vid, man. Should make a few of them, about 9 of them. Man, getting those LLMs together, man, and down and sequencing the scenes, man, just drive me bananas, bro.
Yeah, you can look at Force. They discontinued in 2026, like just recently, like a month or so
Really.
ago. It's off. Hell yeah, man, that shit hurt. And they taking out the agent builder. I'm glad I built me them set of agent and exported it off in the SDK. I got it on my system
They
now.
they take who OpenAI take well who's taking away the agent builder?
OpenAI as well. Just got a message on my dashboard in
What?
November 2026. That bitch is over. So I said, "Ooh, I want to build me about 2 more good ones from there, because the way they got it set up, you can build them sweet, and then you can export them in an SDK and like a little local folder that run
Yeah,
anywhere, not
agent bill.
just a
That's the
nation."
main thing. Yeah, that's the main shit.
Yeah, that's how I made Oli. That's what I was telling you how I made Oli. Sadiq.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, that's the agent. That's the
What you
premier. That's the
made? What
creme
you
of the creme.
made? Is you the graphic guy over here?
I've been doing some of the graphics lately. But it's both
Okay.
me and A I be doing. I've been doing some of me and A1. I mean, been both doing them. But I've been doing some of the latest ones that people been liking.
Let me ask you a question. Is this the channel got that damn? It look like a game room. Or when y'all do the little scroll, track scrolls, and they got the little different avatar niggas. Is
Um,
that the other channel? I think y'all look. It's two of y'all that look alike. I think.
it might be the other channel now. A1.
Let me see.
Well, he be when he was doing his last stuff, he had people in different. You talking about like stuff like this right here?
Talking about on the screen now.
Yeah, yeah. He
That,
had
but
different backgrounds.
yeah, this, yeah. Y'all the niggas. Y'all who
Yeah,
I'm talking about. Y'all niggas got the best graphics out there. Out of all the motherfuckers. Shit, y'all shit
Facts.
look like get video game for real, man. Y'all need to jump on my platform, put that shit on some cars, share that shit, and they come into
Facts.
your shit.
Only man's the man on that stuff. Only
You
up
go,
in
you go.
A1.
Nigga, I show you can put the same snippet code you using with the AI done built for you in them little car. That bitch is displayed in blue.
Yeah, well,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we got some. Been coming
Y'all,
up with
you
some
know
good
what
stuff
y'all
like
could do?
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna give y'all ideas, nigga, because I'm going that way. Y'all can mint y'all debates, sell them bitches in the motherfucking cyber world.
As
You record.
NFTs.
Hell yeah, same thing. You
Mm-hmm.
download the whole video. You can edit it if you want to, and then do your little graphics, and boom.
Right.
That's what I'm finna do. All my channels, all my books I wrote, all my short stories. I'm gonna be like the little mini user in that bit. You know, I built the little motherfucker. Hey, I need it
Right.
because I got a
Hey,
lot of shit to sell, and I know y'all niggas do too.
oh, that go humble good. Because I was
And you
just
can
about to say,
multi-language it.
yeah,
I got it plugged in to 11 Lab API, y'all. I'll show you how to do it. It's easy.
that go humble. Hey, y'all, I'm about to make a run real quick. You know how I got to do some running around humble. If you'll
Yes, sir.
take over for a minute,
Oh,
I'll be
you
back.
already
You
know,
know how
brother.
long it be
Running them
taking me
right
usually.
here. What's up? What's up, everybody? Y'all
What they
What's
do?
going
What
on,
they
in here?
do?
Humble? What's up, brother?
What y'all in here getting into today?
Talking
He's
about a
only.
little bit of bots and shit,
Yeah.
agents,
I
and
need to hook my damn laptop up before. You talking about
Yeah.
the AI and stuff? Yeah. Hey, listen, man. The next 5 to 7 years, we got a major opportunity with this AI stuff. To
Facts.
really get our ideas out there, to come together as a unity, and to really put together some stuff to build community, to build a solid community for us. You know what I'm saying? So
yes, sir. I believe in that. You
Real,
gave me
and I
some
think
link.
before I leave, I'm gonna say this. And one of the things I think they doing too is using the scare tactic to stop us from using AI and making certain individuals be scared of it. So that make people not even want to use it. Because I'm gonna tell you
yeah,
why.
Facts.
See, I understand that Google has been an AI bot type system the whole time. When I had my all of my material and all of my stuff formed, like I told you, Sadiq and Humble might remember, like I used to argue and like discourse with my homies about my views as opposed to their views. Like this ain't nothing that's new, but at this time it's personal because I'm in the face with my friends. We all grew up Christians, all of the, you know what I'm saying? So I'm discoursing, and one of them used to always tell me to put it in AI, see what AI say. And I was scared. I had that mind that the AI was going to take my information and block me out and use my information. I was scared. I don't know why. until I started actually putting it in there and seeing what it is. That's when I came up to the conclusion that AI ain't nothing but a modern day calculator. It ain't gonna never have its own problems. It's gonna have the problems that we put in there. And I'm gonna land right there though. But yeah, I think it's kind of like a scare tactic to people to be saying, oh, it's gonna do this and it's gonna. Yeah, we know the possibilities of it can happen, but I think humans smart enough to have those possibilities, and we done had imagination about it because they've put fail safes in it, or gonna automatically make sure it's a fail safe in there to not do it. Because like I said, the only thing that we have to stop them from doing, not learning, but something I think it'll never be able to do is form its own questions about its safety, because it wouldn't have a safety protocol for survival like we have.
And you know what else I think too, Quantum? I think it's also a cop out to intellectual inadequacies, right? It's like, oh, word, I know this because I researched it, because I use the tools of AI. Somebody who's not equipped on a subject matter be like, oh, you only know it because of AI. Like, as if AI gives you an edge, as if they don't have AI to do the same thing.
Right. Like they don't got that same exact tool to do the same thing.
And so because they don't know how to use AI, they talk down against AI.
Right. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just make this run. I'm gonna be gone. I'll holler at y'all when I get back.
Okay, for sure. Only I'm gonna head out too. I've been on for a few. I'm gonna hit this gym up. I'll be back on, family. Good stuff, man. I'm gonna keep watching though.
Yo.
All right, here, guys. All right, humble. I'll hit you in a minute, man. I'll holler at you in a minute.
All right, most definitely. Who we got still up here? I know we got some people about to drop down. Who left? I see my brother Juan. He probably there chilling. What's up, Hiru?
I'm chilling. What they do, brother?
I'm up here chilling, bro. I just did my thing on the other planet over there. Just getting back in the house, you know. My wife went out with her sister, and so I'm in the house chilling, Brody.
Okay, peace right now.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait for this right here up on this screen, though. This is what I can't wait for.
Oh, this down. When is this?
Yeah, this tournament right here, man.
When does it start?
Nah, it's a whole different tournament. You said when do it start?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's going to start sometimes next month. We getting the people together right now to get into it. As you see, we got some people already. I'm trying to get some more people up in here that I know would love to be in this style of tournament. But man, I can't wait. See,
So how is the tournament set up? Is it like random debate titles that pop up for these dudes, or they already got preset?
No, I mean it depends on who's going against who. You see what I'm saying? For an example, we have, you know, just an example. God, Justice, and Vino, right? They will come up with a title of their debate, right? And then they'll set a date, and then bang, they'll, you know, whatever they're prepared for, whatever the title of their debate is, right?
Okay.
So it depends on who's versing who's. I'm not going to really have issues with titles. I bring good titles by myself, and I really pretty much don't have an issue with debating about any other title. So for me, setting up debates won't be easy. Now, that don't mean people, because people also be trying to come in with that flim, bro, and they be trying to, we going to debate such and such. Nah, bro, I ain't going with that, man.
I done seen people down that argue a whole day about a topic and can't conclude a topic. They down there debating, debating the topic.
Right, having a debate about a debate and shit. Like, man, look like that'll be the topic.
Okay, who won? All right, your ass already eliminated. Move on to next. Dang. That's all I was wondering. So the schedule basically kind of flexible then, because they're going to take some agreement on when they want to do it, both parties. So it looks like V-Note and God Justice is the first known rounds or whatever. I need to talk to old V-Note, man, if they already got the title solidified or not, and the date.
Yeah. But I mean, with them, ain't nothing really, you know, set in stone. It's probably just a template right now, you know. So they probably ain't for real going against each other first.
Oh, y'all. Oh, okay. I
Yeah, this
got you.
was the template.
I got you.
Where all my stuff at, bro? I don't like this. Where is? Oh, see, that's why I don't like Perplexity. Oh wait, I gotta go to history. Oh, I gotta say that's crazy, bro. So Perplexity, if you don't use it for a while, it'll automatically sign you out. And you got to sign all the way back in and get it. Because I was looking for my information history. Like, wait a minute, what?
See that? You know what? I'm glad. Hold on one minute.
What's up? What's up? I see it's 3 people in here. If you in the building, put a 1 in the comments, y'all. If you in the building, let me know who in the building. What's up? What's up with y'all? We're gonna run an ad real quick. You know what? My man A1, you know, he got a great book out on Amazon right now. We about to play that ad. Make sure y'all go check it out.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book, and it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A1 Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal law shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns then act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now.
Shout out to my brother A1 out here putting that work down. Y'all already know what it is. Hey man, my man Quantum had a question up here for Know the Ledge for his title. I really don't want to veer off because I think it's a great title. Is free will an illusion? If I may answer that, you know, from my perspective, will in of itself isn't even free because the cost of will is attention. This is why you have to pay attention. What are you paying for that attention? Will, your ability to do something. You see what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let that sit on y'all minds for a minute. But when we get into the deeper ramifications of things, when it gets to free will, definitely biblical. I don't understand how the Bible teaches free will, but then you see God in the Bible influencing events in the Bible. Like that be the thing of these subject matters, man. As my brother Quantum would say, the incoherence of these arguments. Right now, and again, I don't have no issue with nobody believing in a God or, you know, having a religion, whether it's Christianity or Islam or Hebrewism, any of that. I don't mind any of that, right? But when you bring that into the arena of truth and facts, objective truth and facts, then you're going to have a large mountain to climb because you can't bring your subjective beliefs in these arenas and think they're going to hold up to the weight of scholarship. That's not how it works. And even in that note, right? Because there are things within a faith that one can discuss, that one can have knowledge about, right? However, if that's going gonna be your subject matter, then you at least have to know about it. That's a shot. That's a hit to all the Hebrew Israelites out there. What's up? What's up? We see you in the comments. Thank you for coming through. You know we appreciate you. You know we appreciate you. But yeah, that goes out to the Hebrew Israelites. If we're gonna be discussing the historicity of these people, of the Hebrew Israelites, and when they came into existence and what happened, and the Mari tablets and Mana letters and these things, we gotta at least have some understanding of what's going on. We can't just be quoting random sources and you don't even know what's going on within the source. I just hit somebody. Look, I just slapped somebody up like that the other day. I wrote a paper. Well, what does your paper say about this subject matter? Oh, well, they are metaphorical. They are metaphorical. Oh, so you cut yourself. Hey man, we gotta actually be out here and be thinkers. Hey baby girl, hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second.
straight. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Ain't no family no more. You do you badly for sure. You try to patch up your soul, Lord.
We doing, and we can, actually, you see what I'm saying? And so, right, I'm gonna say that and land my plane. I don't want to get too long-winded.
And we have a super.
Hey, Quantum, are you here? I see you up here on the panel. I see you in the comments. Yeah. I had to step out. I was over here talking to my wife. I'm gonna play this video right here, y'all. So I'm gonna play this video right here because I gotta talk to my wife real quick.
Chat. It reads, I love your energy, Mystic. Please do a part 2. Tighten up. Bomb Squad. Hey, Goddess. Bow. Shout out, Hey, Goddess, with the super chat. Appreciate you, sis. Yeah, part 2. I see that in the near future, definitely, because he's got a lot to expound on. I see he's got some presentations that my channel's never seen, so he can go ahead and bring up some of those old classics and get them back out. You know what I'm saying? Peace. And you believe, I'm not sure if he's talking to me or someone in the chat. Let's get back to these questions, though. Does a majority group always owe a minority group an apology?
Not at all. Not at all. Not if they didn't do anything to them, right? If y'all are just a group and then the minority group is just a group and they did what they did, then no, not at all. But if you have afflicted that group in some way, like I'll give an example. That incident with the Nazi joint, what's that shit called? I'm trying to think of the name. When they eradicated the Jew people.
Concentration camps, the Holocaust?
The Holocaust, right? When the Holocaust happened and after the Holocaust and the Jews came to America, America had no right to do what they did because America didn't do that to the Jews. The German people did. They were the ones that were supposed to do for the Jews what America did for them. You see what I'm saying? But instead we had to play hero and we see how you treated them bad, so let us take you in. And no, that ain't what we here to do. We supposed to build on the inside first. But that's to answer your question a little further. No, not always.
Let's go. Is diversity a strength or a buzzword used to mask underlying tension?
Diversity is a strength. I believe in having diversity in one culture. Yo, shout out to A1, bro. He asked me some good ass questions in this argument earlier. I really appreciated that. He most definitely asked me some good ass questions. Shout out to brother A1. Yeah. Right. And I think that's where our culture lacks at a lot is we don't understand the power of diversity. Everybody want to drive the bus. We don't understand the value of a leader and a teacher and a healer and a nurturer. Like we don't understand the value that all of those positions hold. And I feel as though the people who are attracted to those positions made those positions or spoke out on those positions being more valuable, then our communities can get stronger. Because when something happens, and when something happened with our women, right? When our women are under attack, our women will have a foundation to go to to lean on and get guidance from. You see what I'm saying? When our education is under attack, our people, our children will then have a root or a foundation to go and get guidance from. And I feel like because we take out variety, everybody want to be the boss of something. Everybody want to be their own boss. If everybody's the boss, then who's going to be your employee? You see what I'm saying? So I do think we need to embrace variety a little bit more.
You're right. We can't have too many chefs in the kitchen, man.
Exactly.
So yeah, let's get to the next one. But well, you know what? Let me expound on that question too.
Mm-hmm.
What about diversity in culture? Do you think that that's a strength? Because you said diversity amongst one culture is a strength. What about diversity, having cultural diversity? Is that a strength?
Having cultural diversity with no plan in mind can be a great weakness, right? If we can cultivate the diversity within a culture, then it could be a strength. But if the diversity isn't cultivated, like they don't have no way what they're doing with it, then it'll fail dramatically.
Definitely understood. Next one. At what point does pride in one's race become a symptom of insecurity?
Can you pause that? Can you pause that for just a second?
Looks at another and say,
I gotta say, because I think you might have went on your argument alley maybe a month, might have been maybe some weeks before I did. They were scared of you, wasn't they? They didn't come up and say nothing to you.
Nah. They ain't come up. And that's why I got to shout out A1, bro. I'm sitting here listening. I said, this nigga asked me some good ass questions, bro. I appreciate them questions.
Yeah, because there wasn't nobody else supposed to come up and ask them.
Yeah. But right, no, like, they wasn't. Yeah, ain't nobody really. Everybody that really came up, we you know how I pretty much set the tone for how we interact now, right? People came up, we had conversation, we had a good time, laughed, and that was the end of it.
Yeah, they came up on the panel. I'm talking about my panel they didn't have no respect for me. I don't know what you do. Well, I guess you bring a certain air of confidence that's different than my air of confidence. So I don't know. It seemed like it was
I was nervous, bro. Do you not know when I was doing this, bro? I was so nervous because I ain't never been on YouTube before this time. I've been on Sonetas, you know what I'm saying, here and there, but it wasn't nothing serious like this. Like I was nervous. The only other thing I did before this, like right before this, was my I did a call out video on a pie show where I called out Kazard and that. Well, other than that, this is the only other thing on YouTube that I was nervous as I don't know what, bro.
Man, and see, when I went to my argument alley, it's crazy because I wasn't nervous because I didn't think it was going to be like it did. It just so happened that I came from TikTok. And you know, when you come from TikTok and you be in different panels, you know how it be getting irate sometime on Bigo? TikTok is like that as soon as you come in there, especially when you go into them rooms that they feel like they intellectual and you actually talking about forming an argument. That's why I knew how to form arguments and all of that, you know what I'm saying? So when I got there and I seen what it was, I was kind of ready for it, but I went back and watched yours. I'm like, damn, why they didn't do humble like that in the alley?
Yo, and that's because, like, again, man, A1 was asking me some great questions, but I was nervous because I know where I come from on Bigo. And I'm like, I don't want to come up here and overtalk nobody. I don't want to get too rough with nobody because I know how that looks. Like when we went over to TikTok for the first time, I knew how that looked to people. They was scared, bro. They was like, yo, these people over here wilding, bro. And so I'm like, yo, I don't want to come over here doing too much. And then they be looking at me crazy and whatnot. So I was actually trying to hold myself under some constraint. Like even with the questions, that's why these were some good questions. And even with the questions, I didn't want to go too long, but I wanted to answer the question in a concise manner.
Right. And I like the question she was asking you because they wasn't like That was about your view, but that was more about your philanthropy mind. What you think about,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? That the question was more about, answers and your outlooks on what we can and should become and stuff. So I'm like you, there was some wonderful questions.
Yeah, most definitely. Let's get to it, y'all. I'm better than you because I don't excel with the things you excel at. So I now have to create a whole nother category that only I excel at over you. You see what I'm saying? If the Europeans would have settled in Africa, or they would have settled here, and they would have integrated and said, okay, I see what y'all doing, and I like what we doing, and we could, actually do some things, that would have been better than them coming over saying, wow, look at all these amazing things. There's no way we can compete in this way. So now we have to create this whole other thing that y'all now can't compete in. And so that's how I feel like a lot of the brilliance, a lot of the strength get washed over, because while we're supposed to be looking at the value of the individual, right? A lot of people are too busy looking at other things. You see what I'm saying? So I land my plane with that.
Let's go. And we have a guest to the panel. Shout out A Rare Celestial, a high dimensional entity whose influence stretches across the stars. One of the Queen Benubians, repping the nation of Umeka. How you feeling today, sis?
I feel good. Love, love, love.
Did you have a question for Humble Mystic today?
I did. I was hearing him say something about a lot. What's wrong with us now is that we don't really know where we come from or where to look, right? So what would you tell somebody?
I would encourage all people to start within their immediate family. Number one, if you got a grandmother, if you got uncles, who were your grandmother brothers or your grandfather brothers on both sides. I was only privy to have one side, which is my mother. I talked to my grandmother. I talked to her brothers and sisters. They were able to tell me about their mother, and my grandmother specifically was able to tell me about her grandparents because she was raised with them. And after I found out all of that, it was on my own due diligence to then go out and further my knowledge and further my research. So it's all about. I wanted to pause it there because that was a great question, but I wanted to pause it there to expound on my answer because that answer right there just explained a little bit about where my humbleness comes from when it comes to this research, right? I'm not a person who just willy-nilly went out here and just started looking for stuff. No, I had a beginning point. I started with my immediate family. And I said, okay, well, they're saying this. Well, let me go track this. Okay, well, now let me go track this. And so I apply my research to anything when I'm talking about the Israelites, when I'm talking about the Cometians, when I'm talking about the Nubians, the people from Yoruba, all of these people, when I'm doing research on them, I always do my due diligence to research the language, the culture. Everything really is wrapped up in the culture. Once you study the culture of a people, you really pretty much studying their language, their rituals, their beliefs, and things of that nature, their way of living, basically. And so when I'm up here and we're speaking about the Amorites, and we're speaking about the Cometians, we're speaking about the Nubians, I know a little bit about these cultures because I've researched them. Not just looked them up on ChatGPT. I've been doing research on these cultures before there was an AI. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to give an expound on that answer. Go ahead. You kind of muted. Who is that? Who is right there? Oh, go ahead, Quantum. You sound like a robot, bro. Oh yeah, you got a voice changer on? You probably drop down and come back up. Self, I would just tell those brothers and sisters to come back to self, come back to the root of things.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Because with my family, we don't know anything about our ancestors, to be honest. Like, it was a small amount of us. My grandmother's mother and father died at a young age. So there's no other information.
Melanated Goddess said, yeah, I got too many dead ends once I get to 3 generations out, unfortunately. Hey man, you don't even gotta get to 3 generations out. You know what I'm saying? Apparently the way history works for a people or a certain person is they get to a certain generation, then they stop. You see what I'm saying? It's like, that's where you choose to stop it. Everybody's just choosing to stop where they choosing to stop. For me personally, I tend to look at, on that note, I tend to look at the root, the general root, right? That's where there are people out here who call themselves foundational Americans, who they say we come from here. There's people who are foundational Africans, we come from Africa. I say, bro, we have incidents on this continent itself that show evidence that we came from both populations. So is it fair for us to discredit one and not accept the other? Or discredit one and accept the other? I don't think that's fair. So what I do is I accept both parties. This is why I'm going to blow myself up really fast. If you look at my coat of arms right here, you'll see the Nisi Tapi on the left, and you'll see Kemet on the right. The Nisi Tapi, my grandmother's, she's 100% Blackfoot Native American. Right? I know that for a fact. The reason Kemet is here is because Kemet represents the Africanness here. You see what I'm saying? I could have put any other African tradition. I could have put the Yoruba tradition, the Dogon tradition. I chose Kemet because that's the tradition I'm more familiar with. I appreciate that, Ben. I appreciate that. I actually got to give a lot of credit of this to my wife. She actually put this on a hoodie for me. And man, my wife is an amazing woman. But so I put together both of these traditions, grounded in the indigenous American tradition and the African tradition. And as you see, I got our fist right there in the middle to show y'all that we don't have to have a divide, right? Hey, united we stand, divided we fall. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I carry it, goddess. That's how I carry it. No problem, no problem. Let's get back into it, y'all. Let's get back into it.
Given to us to tell us where we come from, right? So I think that was my question for those of us who don't have access to that.
Okay, and if I may, sister, if I can leave you with a little bit of wisdom, right? So I was showing this off a little earlier. This is my emblem, right? So I heard what you were saying about, for the ones of us who don't know, we listen, man. I that's crazy. I did not know. I did not know I was actually about to break this down in this part of this argument, Ellie. That's crazy that I just broke that down just now. Hey, listen, here's the affirmation though. Let's see if I say the same thing. Here's the affirmation. Let's see if y'all can catch me up in my words. We can't go back that far, right? create your own. Right here now, you stand with life, with breath in your lungs, with feet to walk across the land, right? With hands to plant things with, right? You have children. Some of us have children. I don't know, sister, if you have children, but if you do, you have children, right? That's your nation. Create that. It starts there. When your children, get your children to talk about you as much as they can. When they're children, you know, so it gotta start with somebody.
Absolutely. That's what I was looking for. Because those of us who are in that position, that's what we're doing. So, you know, I was looking for that and that, what you were saying.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Like my daughter knows. A lot of people are so funny, man. So me and Nepal had a conversation, and she was like, "Your family is around you while you doing this." I was like, "Yeah, like, you know, other people go in their rooms, we ain't gonna lie, but I do this in the comfort of my bedroom. My daughter hears this. She hear this more than the people online hear this, you know, because I installed this into her. I had nobody give me this information when I was young, when I was her age. So as me being not only her guardian, but righteous person, right? Why not pass on the knowledge to my offspring, right? So now she can grow that into wisdom. You see what I'm saying? So this is a concept that I had to learn all on my own. You know, and I came up with this concept, and I didn't come up with it, but I observed this is what life do, right? Life grow and pass on its genetics to the next. It grow, pass on its genetic to the next. Now, as we being human beings, we have the ability to orally communicate what's going on or what went on in the previous generation, right? And we can write it down and things of that nature. And I think that's another thing that's missing in our culture nowadays. Nobody's talking to the grandparents. Nobody's talking to the aunts and the uncles. Now, I know that's a touchy subject. I'm gonna put part of that subject right here on the side for a second because that is a touchy subject. But when it comes to culture, nobody's talking to the elders. What's up? What's up? We got Master Herc on a panel. What it do, Master Herc? I see you, Brody.
Hey, what's going on, huh?
I'm chilling. You wanted to add anything, or you just sitting back chilling, watching the video?
Yeah, man. I'm back up now. The Bama's had me up all last night. And Ben, I was arguing niggas all night. But yeah, yo, that's a badass. I chimed in when you talk about your coat of arms. That's a badass joint you put together.
I appreciate you. You got my wife to thank for that, Brody.
Oh yeah. Tell us, that's beautiful, man. Good job. You because you said your grandma was Indian. Did you show it to her? Like, did you tell her like, yo, grandma, this is what I came up with?
Man, she passed away 3 years ago.
Okay.
You know, but when she was here, that was something that I was always talking to her about, like getting a coat of arms. I'm like, Grandma, we need a coat of arms. Like, we need, and she, before you know, she was 90, her 90, so she's like, boy, you funny, get out of here. But I was really telling her like, no, because we're gonna remember the Franklin family. Like, we got something, we have to have something to cement us in history. You know?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Come here, baby.
Yeah. I think talking. But so
go ahead. I had my background. Go ahead, Brody.
No, I just wanted to say that idea that you came up with the coat of arms is a good representation. I definitely agree with that, and I agree like what you said. There's some of us that was here, and some of us that came over here, and I think the argument that it's just too many people. I think it's not too many people. There's a lot of people online that just want to identify with the people, you know what I'm saying, that one people that was here, you know what I'm saying, neglect the African side, and you know what I'm saying, this stuff. And I think that's doing a disservice to the lineage that we have. And like you said, for me, I always talk to my grandma. You know, I'm always asking questions about where she grew up and, who, you know what I'm saying, how she grew up and all that stuff. And that's on my mom's side of the family. And you know, I recorded the conversations too. When they sit around and talk, I take my phone, I pull my phone out, you know, and on the low, they don't even know. I put my phone out and I just hit the record button, and let while they talk and just let it record, and just so I can have that, you know, that record and the information. And so that's one of the things I did. And my dad's side of the family is but it's funny, both my mom's side, my dad's side family, both from South Carolina. And my dad's side of the family is more of they come from their lineage come from the Spanish, you know, the Portuguese. His mom's side comes from the Portuguese enslavement system with them, and my dad's side comes from, he traced his dad lineage back to the Congo, I believe. Back to the Congo by way of Cuba, because I think his great granddad left out of Cuba before slavery ended in Cuba and came to America. And that was by way of the Congo. So they came from the Congo, and so then his like I said, his mom's side was here in South Carolina, enslaved with the what's their names? I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on my family side. It's a Portuguese name. Not Mon. I'm trying to think of the name. The Monagos, the Manigos. And talking to my mom's grandma, and it was so funny because I when I told her this, she's like, "Yeah, I remember the Manigos." She went to school with them, and I was like, "Oh, for real?" She said, "Yeah, I went to school. There's some high yellow hussies." and it's true, and it's true, because like on my dad's side, they all real light skinned, they all high yellow, and so it's just interesting, you know, to know this lineage, to know your lineage, to know where it come from and stuff. And the funny thing is that we do have Native American people in our family on my dad's side. I would say on my mom's side as well. My mom's dad, I didn't get to talk to him too much about his lineage, but they do. I know they did have some indigenous people in their family history, but I didn't even go in detail because I didn't talk to him that much. You know, he passed away when I was in I think when I was in my early 20s, he had passed. So we do have their lineage, but my mom's side, there is no like Native American, indigenous American lineage on our side though. So we never, I never really heard those stories about, Indians and all that stuff. We got Indian. So for me, that's why I'm like, yo, not everybody has that story. My grandma ain't never say nothing like that. My great grandma ain't never say nothing like that. And on my dad's side, it was more that I'm saying our people were Spanish. We got that Spanish lineage in us. So it's I think that's what we you can't deny both of them. I mean, you can't deny one of them and just hang on to one. I think like you said, we got to accept both and keep it real, man, and just be proud of that we're black people. You know what I'm saying? We just black people. We native, to the planet. Period. We native everywhere. We look around. We've been around. So we gotta keep that. We just gotta keep that knowledge and just be proud of who we are, man. What is that?
Quantum, you got a boy. You sounding like Wiley over there, my guy. Yeah, you sound like straight Wiley. I had to drop a couple bombs for you, Massa. But everything you would speak, that's why I had to pause it a little earlier in my video, because that's how I came to the information that I say now, right? That's what got me interested in studying Kemet. That's what got me interested in studying indigenous cultures, is because I spent so much time around my grandmothers and my uncles and them people. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, me too. And that's one thing I try to get my daughter, my son. I tell them the same thing. Yo, talk to your granddad, man. Call them. When they go down south, I be like, yo, talk to your granddad. Ask him where he from. Ask him where he grew up. You gotta know this stuff. I be telling them that, and they don't do it. They don't do it. They don't do it yet. Their grandma passed away a couple of years ago, and they didn't have a chance to talk to her. And I'm telling them that, yo, your granddad's here now. You need to talk to him. Just get to, not just to get to know him, get to know his lineage, where he grew up, because he's also from South Carolina. I believe he's from South Carolina or probably Georgia, I think. But I know he grew up definitely in the South. And I tell him it's interesting. It's interesting that how my kids, like, you got parents. Your mom is from the South. I'm not from the South Carolina, but my lineage is South Carolina. My mom grew up in the South, so it's like our lineage is in the Carolinas, the South Carolina stuff. So it's like, you gotta talk to them and learn the history. You know what I'm saying? So you can know this stuff, and you can tell your kids, and you pass it on, the stuff you don't forget. And because like you said, some people don't like to talk to their elders for some reason. They don't like to talk to their grandparents not listening. I don't know why, but for me, I love it. My great aunts, my uncles, and I sit around and I talk to them, just to ask them questions. Even when I was younger, I still did that. I would just listen to them. They would tell stories, and we listen to them. We sit around, we listen, and we laugh because they'll tell funny stories about them growing up and the stuff that they did. And I would tell y'all this story, yo. My dad said when he was a kid, they only had one spoon. That's right. He said they only had one spoon. So when they sat around and ate dinner, they had to pass the spoon around the table. Everybody had to take one bite, pass the spoon around. You take one bite, pass the spoon around. And his brother, he had a brother named Leroy, and he said, "Yeah, you take a bite, pass the spoon around." And Leroy tried to be slick and take 2 bites, and Dad just popped him like, "Wow!" And so we was cracking up, and we was like, "Dad, stop lying, man! Y'all ain't had no damn one spoon." It was like, nigga, we couldn't believe that shit. We're like, how the hell y'all have one spoon? That makes no sense. And so it wasn't until I finally met. I think I was there about 14, and I finally met his sister. Went out to Cali, and I finally met my aunt. And she told us, yeah, we only had one spoon. That joint is crazy, man. I was like, y'all only had one spoon. So it's like stories like that, yo. It's just like it's like you can't imagine that. Today we can't imagine that. It's crazy. Like, what? But it's what I'm saying, and yeah, it was just crazy stories that they would tell us, and you get to visit and see how, like, poverty. They really lived in poverty. They was really poor, and things I tell my kids, because I grew up, we didn't have running water at my dad's house. He didn't have running water. He bought a house that was built back in the 1920s. And so it didn't have indoor plumbing. So we would have to go outside to wash up. Like in the summertime, we would go outside and wash up. In the wintertime, we had a little tub, this big circular tub that we would bring in. We would fill it up with water, and that's how we washed up. And so my kids, they was like, "Wait, what do you mean you didn't have running water?" They're like, "Wait, hold up." And I said, "Yeah, we ain't had running water." And that was at my dad, and I hated. When I was growing up, I didn't like living with my dad. I hated it because my dad had a small little farm over in Maryland. My mom, she lived in the city, in DC, in the hood and shit. So of course I loved it. But when I was at my dad's house, man, it's like we had to work, we had to chop wood and all that shit, man. I hated that. But now that I'm older, I'm missing it. I miss it because I'm realizing the lessons that he was trying to teach me. But that's how we grew up. And one time I told my daughter that, and she she didn't believe me. The electricity went out. There was a powerful storm, and the electricity went out. And she had called me. It was like, oh, I'm nervous. You're scared. I said, what are you scared for? Just power out. So I hopped in the car. I went over that joint. I bought them some. I bought a couple of jugs of water over there, and I said, here. And I was telling her, I said, all right, if the power don't come back on, I said, this is what you do. So you just use this. You wash up, put this one, you wash up, you wash your face with this one that you can use this to cook with. And I said, here's a I said, take this bucket and we'll fill it up with some water, and that's how you flush the toilet. And she was like, how you know how to do this? And that's what I told her. I said, as a grown up, we didn't have running water. she was like, what? It's because again, she's growing up with running water, and at times we didn't have like the power. Like my dad didn't pay the bills, so we wouldn't have electricity. Sometimes my mom didn't pay the bill, and we wouldn't have electricity. When I was living with my mom, and we wouldn't have the phone be off and stuff. Sometimes, and but kids nowadays they don't grow up like that. Some of them not growing up. Some of them grow up in that poverty life because we want to make it better for them. We do our best to make our kids try not to live the life that we live, so we make it better for them, so they don't experience not having electricity. What do you got to do when the power goes out? What do you got to do when the water's off? They don't know what to do. So I'm kind of glad I went through that experience. That way, because I know what to do and I know how to live without it. And I showed her. But yeah, it's funny. But that's what I tell the youngest. Talk to your grandparents, man. Ask them where they from. Learn, you learn this stuff. Not just learning your lineage, but you learn the history. I think he still stepped off for a second, but yeah, yeah, fam. I ain't gonna be on too long, but I just want to pull it up. But that's what I think that we like people, man. We got to pass that knowledge on, and got to get the youngest not to be afraid to ask questions. I don't know what's up with that. I want to ask questions. You think you know everything. You don't know everything. You're young. When my daughter was born, I was nervous as shit. My dad had already passed, so I couldn't talk to him. But I was nervous. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I was like, I don't know about raising no kid. I was scared. So the very first thing, one of the things I did is I asked both of my aunts, because they raised daughters, and I asked my aunt, how do you raise? I said, how did you raise a daughter? How do I raise a daughter? How did you raise two beautiful daughters and that's not running the streets? They weren't out in the streets. You know what I'm saying? And she just told me one thing she told me, you got to keep them busy. Just keep them busy, keep them occupied, keep them doing something. And my other aunt told me, never deny. She said, never deny your child. So you're gonna meet a lot of women, because me and my kids, we wasn't really separated, but we was kind of like, it was on a rocky sometimes like that. But she told me, never deny your child. You're gonna meet a lot. You're gonna meet women. You're gonna meet some beautiful women. You're gonna be meeting women and stuff, but don't ever deny that child and say you got that. And I never did that. I would meet a lot of girls that were like, I don't talk to niggas that got kids, man. I ain't talking to them. And I'd be like, damn, shorty, man, I want to just, man, I'm trying to hit that, yo. But I was like, nah, I can't. I'm not denying my daughter. Yo, you don't like I ain't got a kid? Bounce, nigga. I don't care. And because she was like, yo, you always going to meet other women. It's always going to be somebody else. So I just always, I never did that. I took that advice, and she was like, always be there for her, and talk to her. And so for me, I think me and my daughter, we got a pretty good relationship. She's in her 20s now, and she's about to. No, she's 20 now. Yeah, she just turned 20. So she calls me. You know what I'm saying? I tell her, because ever since she was 13, I told her, you could always talk to me. You can always call me, talk to me if you have any problems. I said, think of me as your attorney. I'm not going to tell nobody. I'm not going to tell your mom. I'm not going to say anything. But if you need to say something, you need to talk about it, you call me. You let me know. I said, don't be afraid to talk to me. So I tell her that ever since she was 13. And she didn't really start like calling me until I guess like when she was about 16 and 17, because, you know, her and her mom was going through it. And that's one of the things I was telling her mom. Also, I was like, hey, you got to stop treating her like she's, because she was 16 at the time. And I said, you got to stop treating her like she's 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like she's 13. You keep treating her like she's a kid. I said, she's 16. She's trying to flex her wings. You got, you know what I'm saying? Like a baby eagle. You know what I'm saying? They trying to learn how to fly. But her mom kept like, you know, treating her like a child. And it was a hard and it blew up one day because now I started training my daughter ever since she was I started training her at 13 and, you know, putting her in a class. And I told her, yo, you're going to train until you graduate from high school. And so we would train. So one day they got into an argument and her mom rushed her. And she was in the bathroom, and her mom rushed her, you know, trying to hit her. And she said, but my daughter just said, yo, I blocked, and I just put my leg up, like, you know, trying to get her off. And so her mom called me, yo, it's like, she texted me like, you up here teaching this kid how to hit her mom, how to beat up on her own. I said, what the hell are you talking about? I said, what? And I was like, what the hell's going on? And I called over there. I said, Ziza, what the hell's going on? What, you hit your mom? I said, and she's like, no. She tried to hit me, and then I just ended up blocking, and I just put my leg. I wasn't trying to hurt her or nothing. I was trying to stop. I was like, oh my gosh. And I told her, I said, why would you corner her? You know she been training. Why would you rush her in the corner and try to? I said, that's your fault. Like, yo, that's your fault, man. You can't be treating. And I kept telling her, you can't keep treating her like she's a child. She's a teenager now. She's not a child anymore. You know, but of course she didn't want to listen to me. You know, so, but that's one of the things I always tell my kids. Tell my son the same thing. You know, you always, always talk to me, man. Just let me know. You know what I'm saying? You got problems. You know, just talk because we don't want. The one thing is it because I don't know if y'all. I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys hear about kids that commit suicide, and it was a couple of years ago. This is when I did have when I did have my karate school. There was this kid that killed himself, and I think it was a teenager, and it was on the news stuff. It just like it hurt me, and I was like, "What the hell? Like why would you do it? It hurt me." So man, I went to class that day, and I told all them kids, man, I said, "Yo, if you ever need to talk to somebody, you call me." And I tell kids that if you don't feel comfortable enough talking to your parents, talking to your mom and your dad, because most of us don't. You know, we know how it was when we was growing up. We, we didn't want to talk to our, most of us didn't feel comfortable talking to them. Now say, yo, you have cousins. You got an older cousin. You got aunts and uncles. You always have someone that you can talk to. All right, and because teenagers need an outlet, and they need somebody that they could trust to express themselves. And I tell them, I mean, you can talk to your friends. There's no problem with that, but talking to someone your same age, you're not going to get that that wisdom because y'all in the same age. Y'all going probably through the same stuff. So you need someone older than you who knows and has the experience that could guide you. So that's why I tell kids, yo, if you don't feel like you talk to your parents, man, call your aunt, your uncles, call your older cousin. You have family members that you can talk to. And I tell them you can even call me. Just let me know. So that's why I tell. One of the things I always tell the youngest, because you don't want them. We don't want them hurting themselves. Trying to kill themselves because they don't feel like they don't have nobody to express themselves to. And they feel like nobody understands them. You know, my sensei told me the same thing when I was younger. You know, he's like, yo, just call me. You need somebody to talk to, man. And I never like really called him and talked to him about stuff until after my dad died. After my dad passed away, because I always talked to my dad. But after my dad passed away, you know, it took me a minute to kind of like open up, you know, to my teacher. And like now, I could talk to him about anything, you know. So yeah, fam, you gotta just get these youngins, just to have them feel safe, man. Have them not be afraid to express themselves, learn who they are, and keep that lineage going, you know.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And it's, you expressed a lot right there, Herc, and I appreciate you for that, Brody. And people need not to take those type of testimonies, so to speak, if I can use that word in a frame of sense, those testimonies lightly, right? Like those things are inspirational shit. That shit inspired me, man. Look, that's why I do what I do. Because there's brothers out here like you see what I'm saying? I realize, hey, shoot, look, I gotta play my part. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, Brody, just keep the youth strong so our lineages could live on and just grow stronger, become wiser. That's what it's about. It's about becoming wiser, becoming more intelligent, becoming, more integrated. You see what I'm saying? Just so they won't make the same mistakes we made growing up.
Yeah, because that's the issue, man. It's like my dad told me that when I was I think 14 or 15. Yeah, I think about 14 because I got not arrested. I got caught stealing out the record store, and the police had brought me home, and he was, of course he was mad, and then that's what he said, he said, man, I'm raising you not to make the same damn mistakes I made. You should not be going down the same road, because he went to prison, he went to jail, and he's like, you shouldn't go down the same road that I go. I don't want you doing that. You have to do better than me. And he told me that, man. And so and I tell people that I don't got a problem telling people this too. Somebody asked me, did I cry when I got locked up? Just like when I was older, because I got arrested later on. And so somebody asked me, did I cry when I was in jail? And I said, yeah. I damn sure did. I said, when I went, I didn't cry when I was like in a cell, but when they called me and said, yo, you got a visitor. And I went to the visiting room and I saw my dad sitting there. I just brought out in tears because I felt so embarrassed that I think I was like 19 or 20 at the time. I was like, damn it, I feel so embarrassed that now I'm in the situation that he was trying to keep me in, that he kept telling me not to get into, and I messed up and put myself in this damn situation.
Right.
And I knew he was upset and hurt, and I was hurt. We don't. Yeah, that's the thing. I tell my kids. I just tell my students the same thing. I say, yo, I'm training y'all to be better than me. I said, y'all gonna be better fighters than I am. Y'all gonna be a better martial artist than I was. That's what I want y'all to be. I tell my kids.
I got a question for you, Master Hurt.
Yeah.
Because people tried to play with a very astute elder in our community these last few weeks by the name of Infodigi. Does Africa have its own martial arts? Like, is there a such thing as African martial arts?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So when we see Infodigi in his classes, and we see him, showcasing a couple of his moves, that ain't no made up mumbo jumbo. That's authentic martial arts, correct?
It's martial, yeah. So I think
one martial art practitioner to another, you would recognize that style, right? He ain't doing no made up styles. He's doing what type? Would you say that he's when he's doing what he's doing? There are indigenous cultural African practices in what he's doing.
I say this. I haven't seen him do anything, so I can't say like what style he's using. But the thing is that you see it in Kemet on the walls.
Right.
It was out there. I forgot which temple it was in, but it's on the walls. It's showing them practicing fighting styles. And what is martial arts? Martial arts is a military art. It's a self-defense art. That's what they were doing. They was so it yes, in Africa they had their own style of ways of fighting and defending themselves, what they call martial arts. And it traveled, and so we know it traveled eastward to India and then to China and all that stuff.
Right.
And one of the things that you hear about nowadays is that the Chinese are trying to disconnect themselves from India and saying that martial arts didn't come from India. So
Right.
because the reason that they're trying to disconnect that, because we know that it came out of Africa, went to India, and we can show that. So they trying to disconnect that. But and today most of us learn martial arts from the Koreans. Like in the 60s, a lot of people went to Korea. You had a lot of black people that was in the military in Korea and Japan, and they learned martial arts over there, and they came back here to the States. And back then, we didn't know anything about African martial arts. Not a lot of us, not a lot of us knew about it. So now we realizing that, oh wow, we had stuff. Our ancestors had stuff. They did stuff, and that's I think Abadale Cambone. He wrote a whole paper on that. I think he wrote a whole paper on that showing the African martial arts, how it was hidden in the how the our ancestors that was enslaved hid some of their techniques in the in how like their kicks and stuff in their in the hid their system from the slave masters and stuff. They didn't practice it openly. But he was showing some of the techniques were hidden in the drums, the calls and the songs and stuff like that. He wrote a whole paper on that. So it was still carried here from the continent. I don't think it manifested itself, in a form to where you can say it's a style, because I know, it wasn't held on because of everything, our people went through. It was usually lost. So when you see people today doing martial arts and doing stuff, and they say, yo, this is African martial arts, and it looks just like the Asians, the Koreans, and the Japanese. We have to. I wouldn't push back and say, man, y'all niggas just copying off the Koreans. Y'all just copying, because we know martial arts started in Africa. It started there and traveled out. I would just say that, okay, they're trying to claim back, and they're trying to add back the little small emphasis. Because the one thing that's different in Africa with African martial arts than Asian martial arts, with the Koreans, especially Korean and Japanese martial arts, is the movement.
The movement.
That's the difference. Like the moving that fluid movement that you see. That's that is African, and the Chinese still held on to that.
Okay.
The Chinese you see them still holding that fluid movement. But if you look at a video from the 60s and the 40s, the 50s of the Koreans and Japanese doing their karate, you see them stiff, and rigid. They're not fluid. And it wasn't until, let me tell you, it wasn't until us black people, and I will tell you who, two black people, Albert Cheek, my instructor, Albert Cheeks and Mike Warren. All right. It wasn't until them, we trained under a guy named Kiwei Kim, but it was Albert Cheeks and Mike Warren who started moving. And this was back in the late 60s. And they would go to tournaments, they're moving. And what everybody else was, you would just stand still, and you would fight. You just stood there, and you fighting.
Yeah.
But Mike, they was moving. They moved. And they'd never seen that before. And it was in the article because they fought in the first Taekwondo championships.
Right.
In 1973.
I'm actually familiar with those brothers. Listen, I love sports, right? I love all kind of sports, boxing, UFC, mixed martial arts. I'm a fan of Bruce Lee. I love karate. So when you name those brothers, I'm like, oh wow, you was instructed by Cheeks. That's crazy work.
Yeah, yeah,
If you know Michael Jai White, right? Here's what I
yeah.
love. Listen, this is how you know a person who's astute in what they do, right? Michael Jai White, who's a lot of people just know him from acting, but if you really follow him, you know that he's a bad tail martial artist.
Mm-hmm.
And he's trained with people like Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Now, Wesley Snipes trained with people like Professor James Smalls.
Mm.
You see like that's some bad, because now you know that when you start saying people like Mike and Cheeks and Professor James Smalls and Michael John, then you know you in a company with some bad boys.
Yeah, let me tell you another brother who Joseph Hayes.
Joseph Hayes.
Yeah, he was because he was on the Taekwondo team as well in '73, and Joseph Hayes was phenomenal. He would, man. I mean, you talk about a brother who would win a championship on Saturday, then turn around, go on Sunday, and win another championship in all three divisions. He was sweep all the fighting forms and breaking. He was sweep all three divisions. That guy was just phenomenal.
Right.
You know, and so we had yeah, you can see the what they get from us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that I told Master Cheeks. I said, damn, Key Wayne should have had said, because Key Wayne didn't say this is my style. He never said, this is my style. Like you see a lot of grandmasters, they say, this is my style. This is how we do. So he didn't do that because he wanted Taekwondo to be, for everybody and stuff like that.
Right.
But what Cheeks and Mike did was that, I mean, they changed the whole fighting system.
Right.
Because like I said, you didn't see people moving like that until Cheeks and Mike went out there, and then everybody started copying. Because when they went to Korea, they beat the Koreans basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They beat it. It was even in the article. They said, they when the judges awarded the Koreans the win, the entire audience booed because it was clear that Mike Warren beat him. Right. He's like, he beat it. But of course, you in Korea.
Yeah.
He's like, they didn't give them so that and plus it was the first Taekwondo championship. They ain't gonna give no foreigners the win, especially two black guys, two brothers. And so, but you see how everybody around the world switched up their fighting style and started copying from black people once again. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing the things that we create and we don't get credit for. But I tell people that all the time. Even every time a chance I get, say, we started that shit. We started.
And we need to keep that alive, man. Like the fact that today color blindness is becoming a thing. I'm really starting to not like that, and not because I want to keep a racial segregation going or nothing like that, because I really feel like that's another plight for them to sweep what we've done under the rug. They'll find anything to make what we've done unimportant and just like, oh, okay, that's what they did. Okay, y'all still holding on to that. But then the moment something European or white shows up, it's like, now that was a thing of beauty. Anything like, nah, bro, I don't like that.
Right.
I was just sitting here telling my sis real fast. I was just sitting here telling my sister. That's why I was so quiet. I was, listening to her as well. She came over, sometimes I got to have a little vent session. And so I was just explaining to her that in the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s, right? Our people, some of our most powerful people, were speaking up. And they were all saying one thing. We don't want to be separate but equal. We don't want to be integrated but equal. We just want to be left alone. We just want to be able to build something of our own and live a free life. That's all we want. All of this extra stuff came when the times were changing, right? They started categorizing everything. Oh, well, now it's the civil rights. Oh, well, now it's the this, and now it's the that. And it's just like, no, bro. We really just want to be our own people, bro.
And that's I had a conversation. That's what we had a conversation last night or early this morning with Ben. Because I was asked a question. I said, "Yo," because he don't think the educational system is a problem. And I was like, Carter G. Woodson talked about the educational system in America over almost 100 years ago. You know, he wrote a book called The Miseducation of the Negro, and he was saying it's the system is the problem. Amos Wilson, you know, wrote the book,
Wilson,
Falsification of the Black Consciousness. Wade Noble's his book, and Asa G. Hilliard.
You know what? Really fast, Master, if I may, you know what I love about today's technology? If we was in 2007, right? The only probable way we would be able to get access to the people that you just named would be strictly through their books. You would have to find their books. Today in 2026, I can now go find, I'm familiar with those people you named, but if I wasn't, I can now go find each and every one of those people on this platform that we're on right now called YouTube.
Yeah.
I could find a speech, I could find an essay, I could find a book report, I could find a video with commentary about these people. I could find something on these people.
Yeah.
So there's no reason for us not to be educated on these things. People always say, and I'm going to land my plane, I apologize for cutting your wisdom. This is important because people always say, oh, well, you know, some of y'all just want to act like y'all know everything. Y'all really don't know nothing. Yo, it's a thing called study. It's not hard to study now. Back in the day, it was kind of hard to study because you don't have as many resources. Now, you have so many resources, you could literally learn 3 things in one day.
Right.
Are you taking advantage of your time and what you're studying, or are you just running your mouth? I'm landing my plane with that. Go ahead, brother Herc. I apologize for cutting.
Yeah, and because last night the conversation was why are Black people still in the position that we're in, where you have people from China and India coming over here, and they're within 20 years of them being here or 30 years of them being here, they could buy $1 million homes. You know, they could live in, you know, the gated communities and stuff. And my argument, I was telling them, it's because, you know, the educational system leads us into being miseducated, and it doesn't help us. And so he was saying that, nah, man, the education system is fine. It's just that you have to use the system correctly, this and that. And so then, you know, I was arguing back and forth. And I didn't think about this until this morning when I woke up, because he told me, I think he said he was 29. He's 29, and you know he lives up in Baltimore. And I thought about it. I said, wait a minute, you know, and I'm not knocking on the age,
right?
But his argument is the same argument that I heard when I was in high school in the 90s. It's the same argument that some Black people have been making all my life. And about, you know, we just have to, you know, educate ourselves properly, you know, discipline our kids, you know, make sure that they getting that education at home, and
exactly,
you know, yada yada yada. But you know, I've seen it. It's like I've seen it, and people saying that, and they've been able to say it on the radios and TVs and these platforms and stuff. But people like Amos Wilson and Wade Nobles haven't been able to say their hasn't been, you know, been broadcast out, you know, out louder. So so I've seen it throughout the years. Nothing has changed. You know, we still I'm living through it, and you're looking at it like, yo, nothing has changed. We still in the same predicament that we are. So why? And we making
hold on right there. That's important. I thought I was just crazy, bro. I thought I was the only one that's saying that.
Nah. It's like people not seeing it though. It's like we see small increments, We see we make it small increments. We see some black people, living in more fluid communities. They're making money. But when you compare it to people, to foreigners who came here just 30 years ago, and we've been here all our lives, and our families been here all our lives, and you're just now being able to go to buy like a $500,000 house.
Exactly.
But they come here, been here 30, and they buying $500,000 house. So the system, I'm of the view that the system has always been working against us.
Yeah.
And I think that there's evidence of it. And I think that people like Amos Wilson and Wade Nobles and Asa G. Hill have shown us that we have to separate ourselves from the system, this educational system, basically, and educate our kids. Because I told him that, I did my research paper. My senior project was on the miseducation of the Negro. It was on the miseducation of the Negro, and I did a stochastic analysis of why public schools, black kids in public schools have a higher dropout rate than any other group, next to Latinos, they're right beneath us, right with us. But in private black schools, independent black schools, they have a 99% graduation rate with less resources. You know what I'm saying? So it's not the education itself. It is the system.
It's the system.
It is the way the system is designed. It's designed for black kids to fail, to drop out, and working. And I tell y'all that I just started working in the public schools 2 years ago. And working in the public schools, there is no discipline.
Right.
There is no setup way. So literally, seen kids rip the TV monitor off the wall, smashed it. I seen kids punch teachers in the face. They back at school the next day or 2 days later, they're back in the school. There is no discipline for what they did. It's like it's designed because once they graduate, they're gonna be out in the streets behaving the same way.
Exactly.
And then the cops got a reason to lock them up. Because here in DC, with it's called the Navy Yard area where a lot of people go and hang out. It was nothing but black teenagers out there acting a fool, running around fighting and just acting a fool over the weekend. Not this past weekend, but a couple of months ago. And so they put a mandatory curfew on teenagers to try to keep them off the street. And I'm saying you don't see the Asian kids doing that. You don't even see the white kids doing that. You know what I'm saying? Not even the Latino kids. So my argument is that it's the system itself.
Right.
And I think we've seen it over the years. And I think that it's time. It's never been. I think I'm looking at it like this. Look at this. People I don't know if you hear the argument. People like, yo, Pan Africa ain't never did nothing for us. All this black they ain't never did nothing. And my argument against that is the ideas from Amos Wilson and Wade Nobles and stuff have never been implemented on a city level wide. It's never been implemented. And we keep using the same ideas that are basically coming from, white psychologists and people who graduate from these white psychology schools. We keep using their ideas and not our own black ideas to implement and start to try to stop what's going on in the community.
And can I add in that too, Brother Hurt? Because I've also heard those arguments. And one of my responses to that is, even if for practices purposes, because I'm normally defending that on practice purposes, right? Oh, well, y'all so quick to claim Kemet and claim Nubian and claim this. What have that done to us today? Like you said, Brother Hurt, not only been implemented globally here, but for the ones of us who have implemented those systems, we're doing wonderful.
Yeah, that's the thing.
We're doing wonderful. This is why we're telling y'all, hey, why not get back to something that you can relate with? Because when you can relate with it, hey, it works for you, not against you. I got you, Brother Bentley. So it's like, I don't be understanding that. Or you want to cling to this system, like you said. And Brother Hurt, you said something earlier too when you said you think there's evidence. Study the British. Why was the British? People really, this is why researcher. Knowing history is really important. The very reason the British came over here was to enslave the people of this land. That was their whole ploy. That was the reason they were here. Then when they turned into the Confederate and the Union told them, hey, listen, England said they don't think it's beneficial for us to keep slaves no more because we move into the Industrial Revolution. The Confederacy people, they was like, nah, bro, like, because now what we gonna do? Like, y'all got this whole plan for y'all, but it ain't nothing for us. No, we gonna keep our slaves. That's how, man, listen, man, when y'all go study the Civil War and really get into that stuff and really understand who was behind the Union and the Confederate, really understand, like, it's funny how a lot of people only say, well, y'all know Abraham Lincoln was our president. Y'all know we had 2 presidents during that time?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln was not the president of the United States. He was only the president of the Union.
Yeah.
There was no United States.
President. They had their own. They had their own Bill of Rights during that time.
Because it wasn't the United States at the time. That's why they have 2 presidents.
Yeah, but the interesting thing about that is when you study that, you realize, like Brother Herc said, this is the system. This was the system from the very beginning. It didn't just start with the racist people who came down and said, yo, let's slave the... No, England and Britain had already had this plan when they came here. This goes back to the system don't change. They just change clothes.
Mm-hmm.
They just change clothes. That's all. What's up, Brother Ben Eaton? Welcome to the panel, Brody.
What's up, family? How y'all doing, man?
We doing good. We doing good. Go ahead, get it in, Brother Ben Eaton.
Oh, that's cool. I hear y'all talking about the same thing. I put Herc in the blender last night over.
No, I don't think so, champ.
I unequivocally put you in the blender.
So one thing that I was saying, that I said about last night, we was talking about, why are Black kids and Black people still, at the bottom of the well. Basically when you got foreigners coming here and they're doing, within 30 years, they doing well. And you were saying it's not the system. And I was saying it is the system.
That's exactly what I said. I said the system isn't the reason why they're excelling. And if you understood that, you understand why.
And yeah, and like I said,
isn't the reason why who is excelling.
He's saying foreigners like Asians, the stereotypical type of description that you give to Asians. He's saying that could they come here and they excel because the system is in their favor.
Yes, I would agree with that.
The system isn't in their favor. How is it in their favor? And
when
how
you
is
can
that?
come here, I'm gonna explain to you, Ben Eaton.
Oh, yeah.
Like right now, right? I'll give you an example, a real life example. Right now, I live next door to a store, right next door, to a store owned by Arabs. Right? I talk to those people all the time when I go in there and buy stuff. The guy, they came here through his grandfather. His grandfather opened up a store 10 years ago on Broadway. Right? His grandfather brought his son and his family here, and then they opened up a store on Monument Street. Right? 3 years ago, this guy and his brothers came here to this store, and next month they're opening up a store down the street 4 blocks away from here. Why are they able to do that?
Because they're able to. Because it's money. Because
now
they have the money
they're
to.
able to, Herc. So
they have
listen,
the money.
Listen, hold on one second.
Hold on, humble, bro. You don't do that with him, bro. Don't go there with him. Because he's saying that it's a systematic issue that they're excelling and Black people aren't. But Black people have the same access to those opportunities as foreigners who come over here. The difference is is that when people come over here, they value what this country can provide for them, and they don't waste time like we do. We in America as Black people right now, we have the luxury to be lazy. But they don't. So when they come, listen, bro. Okay. So my ex girlfriend is Tanzanian. She sends money to her fam. She's a nurse. She sends money to her family almost every single month. And the fact that she does that, she allows her family to live in a better atmosphere in Tanzania than what they would be if she wasn't able to do that. But these are just opportunities that people come to America and have, and they appreciate. And listen, A1 got a store.
Real
Is
fast,
he
Ben.
the white
Let me ask you a
supremacy?
question. I got you. Let me ask you a question, Ben. If you go to Little Italy, do you have a Little Italy in your city?
I don't know. I'm from Baltimore. I don't know if we got a
Oh
little.
yeah.
Do we got
So you know, it's a Little Italy in Baltimore. Yes, I
Okay.
live right up the street from Little Italy.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I
Man.
cannot. If I could have $10 billion, they not gonna let me go purchase no land in Little Italy.
How you know that though, Humble?
How do I know that? Bam, great question. Because I had a principal that lived in Little Italy, right? Bam, graduated or whatnot. And they have a closed Italian system. You must be Italian to live in Little Italy. In downtown, down here. There is no people down in Little Italy in Baltimore, you say you're from Baltimore, that are not Italian. They will not allow that.
Humble, have you personally tried to do that?
No. But
So how do you know
how
that
do
they
I
wouldn't
know?
allow you to do it?
Okay.
These are
We had a
antidotes,
conversation. I got you. We had a conversation about it one day when I graduated, right? Me, her, some other people. We literally had a conversation if anybody could move there. That's a secluded area. Can't just anybody move in Little Italy, let alone buy land there. That's all owned by Italians. That's not just the name. Hence, I thought it was just the name. That's even how we started. The first thing she said is, yeah, these are secluded houses down here. These houses aren't for everybody. Like, everybody can't buy these houses. You know what? Go ahead, man. Yeah.
That doesn't take away from what I'm saying, by the way.
No. The fact that
he's
we
saying
have
that people come over
opportunities and the fact that we can't go there, you're right. It don't take away from the fact that Black people have opportunities. That's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is melanated people, Africans, slaves, and American slaves have been here way before the Italians got here. Yeah, come on back up here, Goddess. I see you. Yeah, we don't have no place here called Little Africa. And there'll never be a place here called Little Africa.
Because we're not a minority group, Humble. We're not a minority group. We're all over America. We have communities all over America.
I get that, Ben.
Italians may have Little Italy,
Ben.
and people have Little China because they are more. They emphasize their minority. They emphasize
no, they
the fact
have
that
Little
they're
China
Italian
because
and
they want to
Chinese.
go to places where they trust. There's a Little China, so Chinese people could go and they could feel at home.
Right. So let me say this. The thing is, my issue is this: we have been here. We have families that go back, at the beginning of this country. My point is that we have a system, an educational system that mislead our kids, that mislead us. So yeah, we have the opportunities to go open up a store, to do things, but when you don't have the mindset to always to go support your people, no matter what, that's a different mindset than the Chinese. I grew up around Asian people. I've seen them travel, miles. They only buy stuff that's, made in China or made in Korea. They buy stuff from their people. They have that mindset. We as black Americans, the kids today, our people, we don't have the mindset that we should make sure that you're buying black, period. Yeah. You're supporting black people, period. We we want to support everybody. We got to support everybody. We should be. It's not just about black people, But you don't see, like A1 said, like you don't see Chinese people going to black stores and buying stuff and supporting our people. They don't do that.
I was just watching. I was watching this dude on. I watched this dude on Instagram, a little Italian dude. He be making stuff, right? When he get things, like when he gotta go to the store and pick stuff up, him and his wife, they go to Italian stores. Like that's people shop with their people. We're the only people who don't shop with our people.
And I'm just saying that's part of the miseducational system that we have.
I really believe that, man.
It's like, I mean, we see the results. I don't understand how and that's what I said earlier to Humble. When I grew up with this, when I was in high school, the same thing you're saying to me, I've heard black people say back in the 90s when I was in high school. Now in the 2000s, people saying the same thing. Black people saying the same. Now it's 26 saying the same. You saying the exact same thing. It's not the system. We got opportunities too. It's not the system at all. Okay. Then how come we still in the same situation?
Like what? Like what? What's the same situation, Herb? Stop agreeing with him, Humble. You don't even know what he's saying.
Come on, man.
And you're from Baltimore, Maryland. I'm in Baltimore, Maryland right now. There's no way you're from Baltimore and you don't know what Herb is saying. Why do we have on Monument Street, Ben Eaton? You know about Monument Street. On Monument Street, why is there 27 boarded up houses on both sides of the street?
Bro, this is a social economic issue. This
now
not
the
race
social
issue,
economics,
bro.
man. So Herb.
Come on, bro.
Now the social economic.
All right, then you tell me then. Okay, right. I got you. So I'm on West Baltimore Street, right? Boarded up like a mug. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why when we can actually when my brother has actually brought three of those houses and fixed them up. So tell me why. Tell me why there's many houses in Baltimore that's boarded up.
Who does he rent to? Is he contributing to gentrification of Baltimore? Is he renting to white folks down there? They buying it up.
Wait. Does that matter? Well, he's not leasing it.
I mean, it does matter. It's that absolutely
and selling them.
No. What I'm saying is that it absolutely does matter if the face of the community changes. Absolutely. And you can't call it a chocolate city. You can't say it's a black community if now white folks are moving in. It's the same thing in Baltimore. It's the same thing in Brooklyn, New York. It's the same thing in DC. Go to Southeast. Southeast is very white. Southeast DC is very, very white now. There's the face of the people are buying up those cheap homes and fixing them and flipping them, and the white folks are moving in. The schools are going from being all black to black and Latino to Latino and white. It's a shift that is happening. So if you are not choosing to rent to black people, how can the face of the community stay black? It won't. It's going to start to look white.
Who's choosing not to rent to black people?
I just asked you a direct question, and you, instead of answering it, you said it doesn't matter. So I
literally just answered your question because you asked me a specific question, and
I said, "Is he renting to black?" And then you said, "Doesn't matter."
I told you it doesn't matter one, and then I told you he's not renting.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I just heard it doesn't matter. Appreciate the clarification.
And again, let's go back to the mentality where Humble was saying, like, you have Italians and Asians who will only make sure that their people move in. We want to make sure, everybody, you know what I'm saying? We're just going to make money. We don't have that mentality of sticking together, and that's a problem.
I would say that a lot of black people don't feel like they can, even in communities that are majority black. I would say it's easier in a majority black community to, like, you can live in certain parts of, let's say, Baltimore, and if you choose not to eat by food that's not by black people, you could. You're probably going to have a very restrictive diet, but you probably, you know what I'm saying? You probably could. Like I grew up and I mostly ate from black people except for the pizza shop. I used to eat from the pizza shop, which we did have an Italian dude at the pizza shop, but I mostly ate Caribbean food, so I didn't have to worry about giving money to non-black people. But as soon as I said, "Oh, I want to eat a stromboli," or "Oh, I want to eat some pasta," or something like that, I'm giving my money to somebody outside of my community. Or I wanted to eat chicken wings and French fries and stuff like that. Yeah, we used to go to the Chinese restaurant and give our money to the Chinese man. But I mean, until we just delve out and just have more businesses, more black grocery stores, more black, and we need to not only talk about hair salons and barbershops and nail salons, and like we gotta expand out of that. Like, where is the black Jiffy Lube? You know, that we can get our cars, our oil change, and give our money to black folks. Where's the black Costco? Where's the, like I'm thinking about places that I go to that I give my money to. I would
Yeah.
love to go to a black Costco, you know, and be able to buy some potato salad that tastes like some. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be great. That would be great. But we don't have those things.
So the question was that Ben Eaton is bringing up is that we have the opportunity just like everybody else, and nothing is standing in our way from doing and achieving things.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's what he's saying, and
Exactly what I'm saying.
and what we've been saying is that there is a system. It's a system in place because the system is in place that's stopping us from achieving things. Even though you could say, yeah, you could go and apply for application and get this and get that. But how is it when we have you have black people who've been here since the beginning of the country and grew up here, but yet you have foreigners who come here who only been here for 30 years, and you see them, they moving in, more affluent, they buying houses, having $1 million homes, and they only been here for 30 years. And so how is it that they're able to move through this system and advance financially where a lot of black Americans are still stagnant?
Is that a question?
Yeah, that's the question.
Because they can. Like I told you, because it's a discipline thing. Because when they come into this country, they don't waste time, and we do. That's the difference. Like I said, nothing that you said, and you have yet to describe this system, particular parts of this quote unquote system that is impeding people's way, black people, right? Black people's way into being successful when we see it happen all the time. It's hard, but it's hard for everyone.
I wouldn't say it's hard for everyone. I agree with both of y'all points. I agree with both. I see truth in what, as I don't know y'all names and I can't see who's talking, but the brother who said that everyone can, I agree to some degree with that. And then I also agree that there are some systematic um, obstructions, right? That I think there's psychological things that affect people from overcoming those obstacles. That's what I think. I think that people have different values. Um, People want to appearance that they have. Like back in the days, might be showing my age, but there was a term called ghetto fabulous, right? So you're struggling, but on the outside, you have the appearance that you're not struggling. I feel like sometimes when you look at foreign people, they don't hide the fact that they're struggling. Them Latinos live 10 and 12 in an apartment. It's very apparent that they're struggling. And then when you see, 8 years later, they own 3 or 4 homes on the block. You'd be like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, so they don't hide that they're struggling. They're not flossing. They don't, like, we have pop bottom culture, like it's a lot of things that contribute to us being behind. So I would have to agree with the brother with that. But I can't act like there aren't systematic things like, oh, once you everyone starts doing well, then we change the lines of, we up your property taxes, we do such and such. Like there's different things that are in place that they're constantly shifting in order to keep. You got to have a bottom in this system. And right now we're at the bottom, so they're going to try their best to keep us at the bottom because you can't have a top without a bottom. That's capitalism.
And I'm saying it's not a race thing. It's a hierarchy thing. It's poor people, and then there's people who's rich and who are able to do things at an easier leisure than poor people can. It's a poverty thing. I don't think it's a race thing, and that seems like where he's heading, or where you guys are heading.
But it's kind of related.
I feel, I was about to say, I feel like it's a poverty thing, but the poverty thing is related to the race thing, most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel, and again, we got people like I said, we have people like Amos Wilson and Asa G. Hilliard who've already shown us that it's a psychological issue amongst our people because of the systematic education that is posed upon us, and that we don't have. And when you look at the Black people who do go to independent Black schools, they do well, and they break the psychological chains and miseducation that's posed of us. But the problem is that we don't have enough of kids graduating from independent strong Black schools where you have a system that's pumping out thousands of kids with to be miseducated, to coming out thinking and say the same thing. Yo, it's not a race thing, man. It's just capitalism. It's not a race thing because they don't see that.
What is the misinformation? What is the system?
Come on, man. I mean, if you want, and like Hope said, we living in a time. If you want
to, so part of the miseducation. No, but answer is like he's asking, like I feel like the brother could be. I don't know if he has children or whatever. If he may. A lot of people don't realize what your kids aren't learning. So he's asking, what is the miseducation? Right? I can tell you,
I asked him this last night specifically,
and I gave him examples, and he didn't want to accept. He didn't want to accept the example.
So listen, so you guys, so some of you guys are in the same area that I'm in, right? Some of you guys are in the same area that I am, right? In PG County, they got a school called Wilson Baker Academy, right? It's called an academy because they're not a school, right? You can't just go pick up and enroll your child in Wilson Baker. Wilson Baker, my niece went to Wilson Baker. Her social studies class is called Knowledge of Self. That was the name of her class.
Say it again.
Right? Knowledge of Self was the name of her social studies class. Right? She would come home talking about Queen and Zinga. I worked in a DC public school, and I know they don't teach kids about no Queen and Zinga in no public school environment.
Well, how is that misinformation though? How is that misinformation?
What I'm saying that you don't, because you don't, if you what she has through knowing those things is a higher sense of self, right? Just like the Europeans, when they learned about ancient Rome and ancient Greek, they have an inflated higher sense of self, right?
I'm sorry.
That shapes how you develop, how you cultivate, how you see reach your high potential from a child. So for you, it's not an equal thing here. You're starting off different. Black kids are starting off looking at whiteness as better already from the jump, from second, third, fourth grade. It's a difference.
Okay, listen. Schools. I'm gonna say this: school systems. Your child is in there for like 8 hours of the day. They took out cursive, right? They took out cursive for middle school children and elementary school children, and people were in uproar because they took out cursive. And I said, there is not an issue to me, because certain things that your child needs to learn should be learned at home. Your child is in school for 8 hours of the day and need to learn the most pertinent information, the most pertinent disciplines that they can learn about Queen Nzinga is something that you should be teaching your child. People send their children to school and then forget that they exist. They don't care what they learning. They don't care about anything. Though
So why they learn about Anne Frank?
listen,
Why they learn about Anne Frank?
extracurricular uh education should be done by parents.
We learn about Anne Frank in school. Why can't we learn about Queen Nzinga though? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I learned about the civil rights movement in school. I learned about slavery in school. They don't not teach it in school. But it's to what extent do you want them to waste these kids' time learning about things that they can learn on their own with enough
I
discipline?
learned a whole semester about Persia and Russia. I learned European history for 4 years in high school. I'm trying to understand here why you acting as if basically you're saying we need to learn their history and at home we can learn ours in secret and in private.
Who was saying that? Who was saying that?
You
That is
just
not
said
what I'm.
that.
That is not what. Be quiet. That is not what I'm saying. That is not at all what I said.
You are saying that Queen
And I
Nzinga,
gave
you
you
can
an
learn that at
example.
home. But
And I
I'm
gave
saying
you an
that why are we
example.
learning? Why are our children? Why are black kids learning about Anne Frank and Tom Sawyer? Why the freak are we reading? Why they got to learn that stuff? That ain't AI. That ain't current events right now. Right?
Where do
They're
you
learning
learn?
white history.
Where do you learn about Anne Frank and Tom Sawyer? Like what class do you learn that in? Because I learned it in language
Tom
arts, and
Sawyer.
that was for a reason. That was
Tom
for a
Sawyer is
reason.
ELA. Tom Sawyer is ELA in reading your English class.
Right? Yeah, it's an English art class. But why
And
do they?
Anne Frank is history.
But why? Okay, here's the point I'm talking about. Listen, world history is world history, and they teach children world history.
No,
Africa
they don't. They teach
included.
them European history.
So is the Middle East European history? Is the Levant European history? Is Africa European history? Is Mauritania European history? Because that's all everything that I learned. I learned world history, and your
I
child
learned
in
where
English
Africa
class, and that's
was.
why
I didn't
I don't
learn
know
a
what you
Yoruba from
think
a
is teaching.
Shanti, from a Fanti, from a Wolof. I never heard of none of those words. I've never heard the word Wolof when I was in high school. Have any of y'all heard of the word Wolof?
I
Nope.
have,
When you was in high school,
No.
I
in
have,
Baltimore High School.
because I went to Connections, and it's an Afrocentric school, so I've learned.
Okay then.
Oh, okay.
So
So
I'm
see,
talking about
I
But it's
didn't
a
know
public
that.
public
school.
school. It's a public school.
Okay, so
These kids are in
so
class for
you
one
you're
hour.
taking
One
your
hour. How
experience.
much do
You're
you
taking
expect them
your
to retain?
experience. You're taking your experience. What I'm trying to tell you is that none. Like I worked in, Baloo High School. I worked in Baloo High. I'm telling you, it's not happening in public schools right now. It's not. It's not happening.
In
They're
the
not
state.
learning. You'll be
Right.
lucky if they do. If they, you'll be lucky if they do. And my school for Black History Month, we do. They do. They say the names of certain Black figures on morning announcements every day, right? And then we have uh, a food event at the end of the year. I mean, at the end of
Right.
the month, where it's greens and collard greens and mac and cheese and fried chicken.
You still there?
I
She
thought that
dropped
was
off.
just me. You still there, sister?
Getting a call.
Y'all about to say
Y'all
yes, you
still can
coming?
hear me?
Y'all still
Yeah, I
on?
hear you, man. I hear
Yeah,
you.
they it's Black History Month. They not really like there is
No,
nothing.
I can vouch because I went to a high school. I went to Mergenthaler High School, Mervo, and I literally
You went to
got put out.
Maryville?
I went to Mervo, and I literally got put out of my high school history class because of Black History Month. It was an issue of Black History Month, and she wanted us to write a paper on Martin Luther King. I don't know about y'all, but I've been writing a paper on Martin Luther King since I was in second grade. I'm
Right.
not
That's
writing no
true.
book papers on this man. Like, there's more people in history that contributed to Black history than Martin Luther King.
That's fine, humble. But you can, you guys have a local council, by the way. Every state has a local council that you can go to and petition these points.
Right.
We agree with you. We agree with you, but then you can't say it's not racial.
Hold on.
You.
Hold on. These kids are in class for less than 1 hour. Do you know why they hire professors who are generally who has their degree generally in world history? Because it's less than 1 hour. When you teaching children, especially history, you have to clump it up into a 101. You cannot be so in depth because these kids don't retain. That's the worst curriculum to have for a class of world history.
We just showed you the
And in world
miseducation, and
history,
you still
in world
denying
history,
the
they teach you about
miseducation, man.
Africa. They teach you
You
about
still
the entire
denying the
world.
miseducation.
So now he's saying. So
I
he's
don't
saying that
understand
we
this.
are miseducated, and now if we want to be educated the way we want to be, we need to consult our councilmen. So he's agreeing that there is a miseducation.
What's the miseducation? What is being miseducated? Like what is being misrepresented as far as
All right, let
the
me say. Wait.
education?
Let me say this. My
Like what are
daughter,
they lying
you know,
about when they're
basis.
teaching these kids? That's
My
what
daughter,
miseducation means.
my
What are they
daughter,
lying about?
my daughter
It's
went to
kind of like
basis.
lying, like withholding the truth is a form of lying, right? So there's a lot of truth that's withheld.
So what
There
is
is.
what is the miseducation? What are
All
they
right, let me
learning
say.
that
I
they're
could
My
not
tell you.
daughter,
I
supposed
could
to
tell
know?
you one thing. I had an issue with a
hold
teacher,
on,
and I corrected him. I saw a teacher write his notes on the board, and I said, could you please stop writing slave? Why are you writing slave? They're enslaved Africans. Can you put enslaved? Because he's writing his warm up assignment.
What?
And I said, those people, they didn't come here. They weren't slaves in Africa that you brought here. You didn't find a slave. They were enslaved. And he said, oh, that's so true. And then he fixed it. But I was like, what the fuck? Like you calling the people slaves. They're not fucking slaves. They were enslaved. It's a very big difference. And it's those nuances that get in the kids' minds that they see. This is why we had this whole Agro invasion, because they don't want to identify and say, I descend from a slave, because a slave is a fucked up situation, right? But these people were good people who were enslaved. So if this is a product of this environment of how they're indoctrinated in school to see themselves, to see their ancestors. And if you don't see the connection, I don't know how you not seeing the connection in that.
No, I don't.
Can I say?
I think you just got
Can I
lost
say
in
this? Let me say this.
terminology.
Let me say this. At basis, because my daughter went to basis, they don't even celebrate or even teach Black History during Black History Month or anything about Black history at all. Because she told me when I would pick her up from school, in February, I was like, "Did you learn? What did you learn today?" They don't pick up nothing. They don't talk anything about Black history at all. And on top of that, one time I asked her, I say, "So, hey, what did you learn today?" Oh, we learned about the Columbian Exchange. And I was like, the Colombian, I thought she was learning about drug dealing, coke, that stuff. I'm like, what the hell? And I asked her, what's the Colombian Exchange? She said, slavery, when they did slavery. So they didn't call it the slave trade no more. It's called the Colombian Exchange. And I'm like, what was they exchanging? And she said, they was exchanging slaves. And, I said, what? And I asked her, what was the exchange? What was the merchandise that they was exchanging? And so they put it in her mind that Europeans came down and they was purchasing slaves and all this stuff and going to the Americas. And I said, kid, that is not what happened. And so if I didn't know anything about the history already, it would have stayed with her in that form. And we do have a lot of Black parents who don't study history and don't know this. So it continues, it perpetuates. And so that's why I'm saying it is a system the system that's designed to stay that way. And yes, we do have a lot of people on the school boards that we could go to and petition, but the majority of the people on the school boards, they think just like you think. It's not racism, it's not the system. You just got to educate your kids. And so it's hard to get those people off the boards and put people on the board with a strong Black mentality, because once they realize you have that mentality, they already against you. And I just think, like I said, it's too much evidence out there, and too much scholarship has been done by a lot of the elders to show us that yes, the educational system has been detrimental to us over the years and over the centuries. So if you truly want to know this, I mean, you would just look it up and study it. Like Humble said, it's just the information is there. It's there.
Your explanations are antidotal, brother.
No, it just went over your head. You don't understand it because
He keeps saying the
she
same
gave you
thing.
several examples, and I gave you an example, and you're still sitting here saying, "Well, it's not a system."
How was that a
Come on.
systematic issue?
But I also
Because the
think that we
teacher said
should do
slave. Because the teacher said
no.
slave is a systematic issue.
Yeah, because that's part of the curriculum. The curriculum ain't saying enslaved, and he's doing the whole curriculum.
It's the
But but but
curriculum.
but 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 hold on, but hold on. But this is
Like
my
I said,
my
it's
my personal
antidote.
stance.
It's
My
antidote.
personal stance is that the same way they have a Wilson Baker, we need 50,000 Wilson Bakers. We need to take our kids out of their schools. Period. We shouldn't
Right.
be
I just had
depending on them.
athletes.
We shouldn't depend on them. We should have their whole public school system just crumble, or maybe they should just have their own children and educate their own kids. We cannot keep saying somebody's oppressing us, or we need liberation, or we need all this kind of stuff, and but we're gonna take our kids to them and say, "Hey, educate our kid," and then we're gonna complain about how they educating our kids. Like
Right.
I wish that I felt differently about this before, my child was in school. Because I would definitely would have homeschooled them. I would have found a co-op, um, a educational co-op for for my child to attend, where I can be involved in the curriculum. I'm fully aware of what the curriculum is, and it can be us centered, black centered, African centered, all the way through, kindergarten through high school and even college if I could. So I really wish I would have had that mindset when my child was in school. But having this mind and working in the school system, it's I see a lack of sensitivity. It's a little girl. She wears a hijab, right? And they don't even support people having a expression. It's like, they just want her to convert to their way, kind of thing. And I'm like, no, her mom don't give her pork. Like her dad, they wouldn't like that. Like stop, or I don't think they want her to do Halloween. Like, what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, I'm not Muslim, but I appreciate and respect other people's belief systems and their culture. I don't have this Western mind that you got to be my way and convert and all this nonsense. No, dude, that's what your family has, and I don't know. I just don't see them.
Yeah, this is my second year. This is my second year with DCPS, and so I see what you're saying. And
Yeah,
I see it all the time.
it's a little girl. They wanted me to call CSSA on this parent because the lady keeps her daughter home every time they doing for like she don't do the Mother's Day event. She ain't doing the Valentine's Day stuff. She ain't
Mm,
doing Halloween. She ain't doing none of that.
mm.
And I respect that. She said, if y'all not celebrating Eid, I'm not celebrating y'all stuff. I feel you. She don't want to do no Easter baskets. No, none of that crap. I said, look, I said, sis, send the email, CC who you got to CC on there, and tell them, do not mark my daughter absent. Period.
All right, y'all. I'm about to go. I got to head to the store. I'm out, y'all. I'll let y'all.
All right, peace. Peace to you, brother.
All right, y'all. I'm about to go. I got to head to the store. I'm out, y'all.
All right, peace. Peace to you, brother. What's the echo? Okay, not sure. Take over and turn it into a ghetto. Who is this in the chat? What is he talking about? Who's he talking to? Must be talking to himself. Okay, well, I'm gonna stop agreeing with him. I'm over here trying to read what's going on in the chat. I believe the host is that Humble, his name.
Yeah, that's humble.
Okay.
But we gotta sit down and listen to our elders. And yes, they gotta listen to us, a lot when it comes to technology and things of that nature. But when it's coming from the 30s and the 20s, and we got somebody in our family that's been living since 1893, and we gotta actually sit down. Hey, listen, what was it like? What was y'all doing? How was y'all communicating? And the reason that's the case is because now we are not facing anything different than what they face. It just looked different. So now we know how to maneuver in this world now because she's showing or they're showing us how they did it back then. My grandmother taught me the Indian dance, why they used to dance for fertile soil and things of that nature. She taught me why the horns ram and things like it was a lot of tradition that came from, and she was Black for Native American. And so there was a lot of tradition that came from her culture, right? That I now understand more about the world that I did just going to school through these white people institutions, and I went to college for psychology. But I learned more from my grandmother actually sitting at the feet of an elder than I did from a professor who was just getting paid to do his job.
Absolutely. I think I also realize that more elders talk, the older they get, they'll start telling more stories and giving you, because I did recently lose my grandmother a year ago on my mother's side. And she started doing that as she was starting to go. She kept a lot of secrets, but also a lot of it was things I don't think she even understood herself.
Right.
So, I don't think she knew how to share that her journey had been her learning the entire time. And then on my father's side, my grandmother started sharing a lot of her history, and they're Muslim on that end. So, she didn't share a lot because of that as well.
Right.
But she is now, and all of her children are looking at her like she's starting to lose her mind, but really she's just sharing her history.
Right.
I have one question though too. I don't know if it'll make sense or not.
Go ahead.
But do you think that you can teach someone common sense?
I love that question. Thank you. You can guide a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it.
Absolutely.
And so the only person that can tear down the barriers of one mind is themselves. So you can't make a person see what they don't want to see.
Absolutely. Okay. Do you think you can guide someone into having common sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I was saying that for my stars, not just a grown person in particular.
Person that someone is guiding, if they are willing to take the journey wholeheartedly. See, that's the thing, right? There's some people who take these journeys and they don't take them wholeheartedly, right? But it is weird because this is why I don't like to classify myself as spiritual, because sometimes I get a negative connotation. But for the sake of conversation, for the religious people, they dive in religion wholeheartedly. For the spiritual people, they are only half spiritual. So you'll see spiritual people still connect to the Bible. I'm not Christian, I just read the Bible. Well, then you're Christian. No, I don't believe in all that stuff. I just read the Bible. What's so important about this book? You just can't say, hey, I understand reality. And so I don't need this book to help me understand reality anymore. It was good once upon a time, but the stage of life that I am at now, I can function in reality using what I already know. And so spiritual people, they always need something else to cling to. When they detach from that and they dive straight into spirituality and they're ready to be led, right? It says in a Kabbalion, it says for when the student is ready,
The teacher will come. Yeah.
and so and that's why a lot of teachers haven't appeared, because the students aren't ready. They say they ready. Oh, I've been meditating and I've been doing this and I've been working with the Orishas and you ain't been doing nothing. Why? Because when you turn around, you still holding on to this same spiritual tradition.
But you know, that's if you believe or know anything about a certain spirit, that's when the trickster comes into place for those individuals, because now you have to go through those trials of what you actually want or what you say you want. But if you had to give a definition for spirituality, could you give one?
Yes, ma'am. And my definition for spirituality would be consciousness. To be more aware. That's our goal. Our goal isn't to be more spiritual, right? And honestly, in a conversation that makes sense, I'm gonna say that. In a conversation that makes sense, the term spirituality falls heavily, because we don't know this thing we call spirit is energy. And so if we understand that this thing that we call spirit is energy, then there's a whole mapping out for this thing that we're just ignoring over here. You see what I'm saying? So we can just make up this whole classification of what this is here. But when we just follow science and we say, okay, this is energy, what we know about energy? Energy can't be created nor destroyed. What can it do? It can only transmute from state to state. Okay, well, when we look around us, everything is energy, right? So number one thing that tells us is our senses lie to us all the time. We got dresses and walls and floors and ceilings. All of those things are perceived to be solid matter, when in reality, they're only empty spaces of vibration. Now, we know this. When we operate in the world, do we act as if we know it? See, that's the difference between a practitioner, someone who actually lived his life, and someone who talk about living his life. A person who actually lived this life, when we take a dedication to say, this is how I'm going to function. I'm going to function by these standards. You know, in my field, I call it my and Jehudi. I'm going to operate by these standards. When I look at reality of life, I understand just how Neo, when he look at things, when a dude was explaining to Neo the first time, like, yo, I don't even see this no more. This is what I see. When I see reality now, I don't see the stuff that make up the matter. I see the essence of the thing itself.
Absolutely.
And I have an understanding of it. You know, and now this is where we take the woo-woo out of things, because some people look at them like, oh, well, that's some mystical thing. Da, da, da. No, it's just the higher reality of life. And that's why, sister, I love the question you asked. Like, you know, if we won't use the word spiritual, what would you classify? It's awareness. All we're doing is becoming more aware of what's around us. That's all our ancestors did. And all they did was try to explain it to us the best way they could. Now, here is where I fought the Romans, the Greco-Romans, because our ancestors understood these things in a manner of we can work with them. They didn't understand these things as, oh, we're praying to them and this is our God and this is the God. They didn't make fairy tales. They understood that, everybody understood that operating in my, because one argument you'll hear from an Israelite is, oh, well, y'all don't have no moral code. No, but everyone understood back then operating in the order of my eye is operating in divine order. You see what I'm saying? So when we do that and apply that today, right, there's no reason I'm going to go outside and cause harm to my brother or sister, because I understand I am a part of them. They are a part of me. I don't want harm upon myself. So I'm going to treat them with the same grace and respect I want to be treated with. It causes you to look at nature different, right? And when you start to do this, then you start to lose that sense of something is governing over you. And you're going to get in trouble if you make this decision, and you're going to hell if you make this decision. And the only way you can go to heaven and your name can be remembered if you make these decisions. Well,
More
what
like
about
it's more like saying energy exchange instead of
exactly
being
That's what the science is. And see, and that's another thing, right? And I'm gonna land my plane with this because I know we got someone new. And peace and blessings to the new person on the panel. But when we look at, if we take awareness, right, and we match that to science, those are two sides of the same coin. I know often people say, "Oh, well, religion and science are not two halves of the same coin." You're right, because it's metaphysics, if we can classify that term for a second, and science. Those are two halves of the same coin. One is the measurement of the seen, the other is the measurement of the unseen. When you put the measurement of the seen and the measurement of the unseen together, you get reality. That's that. I land my plane with that. Brother, I know you want to bring on another the other person.
Much gratitude. Thank y'all for letting me on the panel.
No problem, sister. Listen, it was a pleasure.
Definitely, you can stick around if you got more questions. Jose, how you feeling today?
Good. What's up, A1?
Chilling. We got Humble Mystic in the hot seat today. He's taking on all challengers, all questions, all comments. Did you have any questions or comments about anything you saw today?
I didn't specifically see the show, but I saw him on other platforms. So I want to ask him the question. Are you aware when you read the original creation story, it actually tells you that the nature represents moisture and other elements of nature in the actual text?
Yes.
Right. So people need to recognize that when you hear them say moisture and air, they didn't make that up. They didn't put it out of their ass. The text actually says. Yeah. So people need to try and read these texts, and then they'll understand how the ancients saw them, because that is what they said.
I agree. It's interesting because I actually had a debate. Who had the first? Who invented monotheism? Was it Akhenaten or was it Yasharal? And in that debate, we had a conversation on the side about what the Neter or the Neteru were. And I went to the Hima'ayin, and he said he was going to go to the Hima'ayin, but he didn't. So, you know what's interesting? That's what that debate is about. I think that's what that debate is about, if I'm not mistaken. But so he said he was going to go to the Hima'ayin, but he didn't. But when I went to the Hima'ayin, when he tried to say when Aten brought forth air, right? He used the word shoe. And he looked at it like, look, he naming other gods, and he used the word ma'at. And I was explaining to them in that video that when you see these terms in this language, like in the Hima'ayin, they're not naming deities. These are words that if we was to say moisture or air, we would use shoe. If we was talking about the world, we would use the word get. We wouldn't be referring to the natural get. And so that's just something that the sister asked me a question. Can you teach common sense? That's one of those situations. That's something they just refuse to see because they're not going to do the due diligence into looking into the text to see how it was actually composed.
Right.
See what you there, brother.
I agree. They don't understand that the natural root is everything in existence.
Mm-hmm.
You, the animal, the plant, the air, the sun, it is everything. So you don't have to argue if you read the text. The text tells you shu is equivalent to air, get is equivalent to the earth.
Yeah. And now, if I may really fast, the reason they do this is because they're coming from it with a Western viewpoint. The reason they do this is because that's how they look at the divine in their culture. They call it gods, and they do this and they do that. That's what they do. They got all of the mixing, and hey, we can see Elohim and Yahweh, and we're trying to smash them together, but that's all in their culture. So then what they do is they try to appropriate that to Kemet. And it's like you can't appropriate that to Kemet because these people were very intellectual. And when they spoke with purpose. And so they didn't want to get things misinterpreted or misconstrued. So they let you know what they were talking about. I appreciate that, Jose. We got Brother Ben in the building.
Yes, sir. Now I'm just listening, and I just figured I'd jump on the panel.
I appreciate y'all. Man, this is fun. Listen, this is what I live for. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. This right here is fun. I love to get on the big stage. I love to get in arenas. I love to talk about these type of topics. I love to get into scholarship, because this is what I do on the downtime, so Bomb Squad in the building, you already know. Thank you for shouting us out.
Definitely. And we already got people telling us you need to come back for part 2. We ain't even finished part 1 yet. That's crazy. That's what we do, man. Bomb Squad in the building, man. Let's get back to.
Yo said I need to come back for a part 2, nigga, and I was here to stay. Hey, yo, where my thing at? I need my joint. Where my shit at? I got this. Here it is, right here.
Some of these questions real quick. I had a few of them. I almost want to pass them around. This is your show tonight. Definitely, yeah. If you gentlemen want to chime in, feel.
Most definitely chime in, y'all.
Let me. Where was I at? I was on race and identity. Okay, yeah, because I got 50 questions.
Well, let me jump in here, A1, and since you mentioned race, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that the term black goes back before race, and black should not be synonymous with race? Black can be separated from race based on the history of the word?
Black was used to. Now, I want to get two things cleared up here, right? Because what we call black today and what they used the term black were two different nomers, right? What we call black today, depending on the context, it refers to black people, dark, the color, things of that nature. What they referred to as black back then was dark. And for an example, when we talk about Kemet, right, the black land, right? Some historians say it's referring to the people. Some historians say it's referring to the darkness of the desert, of the land. Me personally, I think it was both, because they also have a term in Nubia for the black-headed people. And so, but these wasn't a determinative for race. These were classifiers. These were classifiers of tribes, right? It didn't become a standard of race. I think I was actually just talking about that in the presentation he pulled up. They didn't become a standard of race until some other people came and made it that way. You see what I'm saying? So if we're going to use the term black to describe people, I want to clarify that. That was crazy. And that was a great question that he asked. We have to remember, or we have to know that, or let me say it in this way. Let me calm up when I say this. The Kemetic people didn't separate themselves from the land that they were on. So in that context, when they used the word black, it referred to their relationship to the land and their identity to the land, far as complexion and far as divinity. But it did not have a connotation to race. This is one of the most interesting questions that I'd like to get into. One of the most interesting topics of how the Kemetic people sing themselves, and it's interesting because when you do the research, it's not hard research you have to do because they left paintings of how they saw themselves. So there should not be a debate if they saw themselves as dark-skinned people or not. It's very clear they saw themselves as dark-skinned people. Did they see themselves as racially black? Not at all. Fundamentally, they saw themselves as African. I appreciate you, sis. I appreciate you. No problem. No problem. Fundamentally, they saw themselves as African. But they did have a sense of them being dark-skinned people. I just wanted to clear that up. Then I think we need to use the term black to describe the proper people. This is why you always hear me personally say the word melanated. That's the most proper description I can give us without using the racial ethnic terms such as Negroid or Caucasian. You got the answer, Jose?
Oh, I'm muted. I was gonna say, anybody want to respond to that? I think Jose shut that out there.
No, we have to understand when we look at the ancients, the word for silk, the word for silk is not connected to the word for black. The word for mud is not connected to the word for black. But when you look into the TLA, the first occurrence of the word, when you deal with it, it's not even a place name. It's a physical description of Una. And they say he is a black ram, one of the black sheep, nursed by 4 clear sheep. So it has nothing, and it had nothing to do with mud. They translate both of those words as black, and that's the first occurrence in the history of Kemet, in the corpus and in the history of Kemet. So don't let them fool you with this black silk nonsense.
No,
you say black land. When you say land is in government, yes, not as in dirt.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I brought up the black-headed people in Nubia, because when we describe them, that's who they're referred to. That's who they are, the black-headed kings of Kush. And so that's not a racial discriminatory thing to call them that, because that's who they classify.
But we're probably misinterpreting black-headed. We might be misinterpreting that way because
we often do. We gotta be very particular about how we,
Hey, listen, that's the consensus on it. One thing we do know is these were African phenotypical people. So we know they were heavily melanated. We do know that.
Hey, okay, let me get to the next one. Oh no, that was actually his question. If you had to choose between your country and your ethnic identity, which do you betray?
My country, of course. But my ethnic identity always comes first. That's who I am. Right? My country is a place I live. I can always move that. I can always claim citizenship somewhere else. Right? But my ethnic is what I pass on to my children. That continues. So
but remember something. Ethnicity is connected to race, huh?
And if you want, so here's the issue I have with race. The issue I have with race is our ancestors. I don't know, Jose. What is your ethnic background?
I'm black.
Okay.
I don't have how should I say it? I guess if you ask for my ethnic background, I would probably say African. I'll probably say American African.
Okay, gotcha.
Technical about
so
it.
I just did it because listen. Okay, I said that because you sound a little Spanish, bro. I thought you was like
possibly. Listen, I spoke to my aunt. I could possibly definitely be indigenous, possibly from Mesoamerica. Possibly. I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's a big if. I've never seen the test to see that.
Okay, so here's my thing, right? Even on that, here's my thing. Our ancestors didn't classify themselves using race. That came much later. So when we look at our ancestors, we have to look at them by the tribal name they went by. You see what I'm saying?
I'm with you, but you still can't throw the baby out with the bathwater because some idiot decided I want to fold black into a whole racial construct. And then the fact of the matter is you can't be racist unless you're part of the racist power structure. Because race is an institution that we are not a part of, so we cannot be racist.
Black as a term, how we use it today, is a social political term.
I would agree with that.
We use the term to move around in society, but no one is actually black or white. So it's the value that these terms have that we apply today. That's all. But it does, like you say, Humble, it doesn't correlate the same the further you go back in time. These terms start to get a little jumbly in our interpretation.
So the brother Chief X, if I may, I don't know if y'all seen my presentation when the brother put up the presentation, right? A1, all right, got it. So cause I'm like, how you say that? I'm crazy, bro.
Yeah, A1, like the steak sauce.
But, so when brother A1 put up the presentation, I was doing the call outs for Chief X. One of the issues I had was the fact that, well, both of the issues I had was number one, he was using the word Negroid to classify the Nubians. And the people on the panel was like, bro, like, we don't use that term in scholastics anymore. Like, if you consider yourself a researcher or if you're in the scholastic field, you don't use that term. You use the term they classify themselves as. If you can't find that term, then you use the term other people classify them. But you don't use the term Negro. So I shot him on that one. The next one I shot him was he called the Egyptians Caucasoid people. Now, number one, we just said we don't use these terms in academia. That's number one. Number two, we know that the Nubians and the Egyptians always share phenotypes because the Egyptians come from the Nubians. The Nubians are the parts of the Egyptians.
Well,
yeah,
that's well, we have to acknowledge it's a complicated,
but
nuanced relationship.
they share phenotype.
No,
so there's no way. I'm gonna land my plane with this. Let me land my plane with this. So the point I was making out was there's no way you could say Nubia was heavily melanated and Egypt was heavily non-melanated, like Caucasus. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you can't say that because they share a phenotype, colors as well, skin color as well. So both of these people were heavily melanated, and the brother was trying to say that they were white people, and so I had to correct him on that. Go ahead, Jose.
I'm with you, but we have to understand the complicated relationship because the culture did come from the South. We understand that.
Mm-hmm.
We also have to understand that when you talk about Kush, we're talking about Ethiopia. When we're talking about Nubia, it's really the Sudan. So you can't say Ethiopians are historically blackly black. Sudanese, particularly Southern Sudanese, are super duper black, but all of a sudden now when you reach Kemet, the blackness goes down. That can't make no sense.
Well, you do know. So you're talking. Are you talking about Kush Nubia, or are you separating the two? You do know Nubia was once called Kush, right?
What I'm saying, Nubia in modern terms is a general term for a group of people.
I'm speaking. So when I'm speaking about Kush, I'm speaking about ancient times. Before it was called Nubia, it was called Kush. So those people were what we would consider black today.
Well, historically, that's not really true.
Huh?
That's not really true. The anachronistic term Nubian specifically will refer to southern people in Egypt as well as Sudanese. And there's no primary attestation for the word Nubian in the Kemetic language, but you can see Kush. You will find the word Nubian.
You missing the fact that I said that Kush was once called Nubia? Nubia and Kush are the same place. They didn't separate until much later.
But that's an outside corruption.
So when we're speaking about, hold on. hold on, Jose, because what you're doing right now, what a lot of other people make mistakes doing when we're speaking about history, they either conflate history or they displace history. So when we're speaking about the conflict between Kush and Egypt, or Kemet, before it was called Egypt, right? In the earlier times, it's because they were sister nations, right? But that's what I'm saying. They both shared heavily melanated African phenotypes. And Kush is an older kingdom than Kemet, way older kingdom.
I'm with you, but if you go into the Middle Nature, you would not find the word Nubian. It's an anachronistic term that does not exist.
We know
modern
that's why I just did what I just did. So that's why instead of me saying Nubia just now, I use Kush. We know Nubia came later.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But Kush is definitely attested in primary text.
Yes,
you can see the word everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then the word Nubian is a corruption of the word Nu, which means gold. So they say the people of the gold land.
People of the gold land, yeah.
So they had a historical beef with the Nubians, but they didn't treat the Nubians as bad. And some, but they didn't view them as badly as the Asiatics.
No, it was more so like it wasn't like.
I think it depends, Jose, because they have really hard.
Well, they conquered each other. So here's the complexity of it, right? They didn't have a serious grudge against one another. They were sister countries or sister nations. So they worked together at some points in history. They intermarried at some points in history. At some points in history, certain pharaohs wanted to seize control over certain borders. Yeah. A lot of it was political and not more so, these are my enemies, I hate them. A lot of it was more so political.
Well, it wasn't color based in that sense.
No, it was not color based.
Because when you look at the depiction, you see Nubians behind the Nasut and in front of the Nasut. Even the term Nasut really means one who belongs to the south, but is related to the north. So it's a term of respect, saying that our southern brothers are the ones who united the country. And every time the Kemetic people was doing madness, the Nubians ran down on them and said, "Stop this foolishness. You have to stop the foolishness." And people are not seeing that because they don't read the text to know. It wasn't, "I'm the one to beat you up to take your stuff." In some cases, maybe it was. But when the intermediate period was, "You guys are tripping, you messing up the culture." You can't.
A lot of it as well is because of some of the pharaohs who ruled didn't keep tradition. So, like for an example, Akhenaten, right? He didn't keep tradition. He at where he was, he tried to change the national deity. He caused strife with the neighboring priests and things of that nature. He actually moved his whole city. He made them turn their whole thing. So a lot of times they had pharaohs that just went against the program. Like, yo, I'm in charge now and I'm gonna do what I want. You can't blame a culture. You can't blame one bad apple on a whole culture.
But that is the culture, though. But that is
that's not the culture.
No, the culture is that the pharaoh was the ultimate political and moral authority, so he had the right. Yeah.
Not always. That was a culture. Hold on.
Always the ultimate.
No. Because at one point in time in Kemet, the priest held more power than the pharaoh. So you can't say he was always the moral authority.
Well, but remember, those priests were out of line because
they was not out of line.
The ultimate spiritual authority was the Nasut. He was the one who appointed them into their position. He could take it away.
That came later. Okay.
No.
So hold on.
We have a debate.
So what about this too?
I'm not going to debate him. If you look into it, in every African culture, the ruler has to go through certain rituals for him to be a moral authority. He was treated as such because he earned the right. Every African culture. So if he changed something, it was his right to do so. The other one who come after can change it back, and you're really not allowed to question what he was doing. And you have to understand, it's a serious psychological thing to wake up every day. People are treating you in a certain way that affects you mentally. You recognize that you are not above that authority, and you have to operate in that way, or something can happen to you.
Now, really fast.
That's a fact.
Whenever we look into Kemet's culture, right? That's not how we see political rule change, right? One of the most famous ones I just brought up, Akhenaten, is when he decided to make Aten the supreme god, the supreme deity, where he was. It wasn't just everybody was just like, okay, well now we worship him. No, he got a bunch of pushback from the Amun priesthood. That's why he had to leave, because he wasn't. This is why I said the priest had more power than the pharaoh at one point.
I mean, I'm not against that, but that is out of line with the culture. The priest can never have more power than the ultimate.
No.
Never supposed
at that point, hold on. At that point, Akhenaten was out of line with the culture. See, you have to understand. But see, even before we talk about Akhenaten, right, we got to go back, because we got to go to his grandfather, right, who initially started the whole kit and caboodle. Right, he initially started putting things into place, but his name was Ibn Amun, and he wanted to try to because it started with his grandfather, who started realizing that the priests had more power than them. They tried to shift the balance back to the royal family. And so by him doing that, he said, okay, so now we're gonna go find a better chief deity. They found Aten. What his grandfather started doing is just placing the iconography everywhere. He didn't start.
And who was his grandfather?
The grandfather was Amenhotep the first.
Right.
Amenhotep the second. He then came in and started building temples. Right. Although it wasn't necessary to go worship Aten, they were just, okay, if you want to worship Aten, we just got another school priest over here that you can worship, you know. But it wasn't until Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, who then changes his name to Akhenaten, who then says, now you must worship this god. You must worship this deity. And then he got pushed back, because now, think about it. Even today, religion is the number one moneymaker on our books. The number one. So back then, think about how much money, economics went into their political rank. That's number one. Number two, religion have the most influence in our neighborhoods, right? So now think about how much influence they had over the people. So now to then strip that away from them and say, now I got all the influence, y'all don't have none. That's, they was going to have back and forth about that. You see what I'm saying? That's why Akhenaten had to leave. And when he left, he made a strategic move. He went somewhere who already was worshiping a sun deity.
Now here's the interesting part. His original name was Amenhotep IV, right?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Because his father was Amenhotep III. So
yeah.
But it's his right as a leader to do so. The priest had no right to push back. He was always the ultimate authority. That is why when you see people like Hatshepsut, she did what she did, and that's all right.
So here's the thing about, really fast. So now this is where we start to go into the culture a little bit, right? Now, when we start talking about the Nisibites, we have to understand that they weren't just pharaohs, that they were also priests as well.
The highest priests, in fact.
But now here's the thing. They also had a concept of Ma'at and Isfat. And when a priest was committing Isfat, no matter who the priest was, right, the other priests were allowed to restore Ma'at. So, by Akhenaten doing what he did, he caused Isfat. So the other priests had all right to restore Ma'at. He was in the wrong. That's why he left.
That's not true.
That is true.
He has a divine right to do what he feels is correct. The priest was out of order. He is the one.
Why do you think a lot of the pharaohs had? So after Akhenaten, right? There was a couple reigns which they call the Dark Ages. The dark spots, where there was really no pharaohs, or the pharaohs reigned for 1 or 2 period of years. The reason their life was being so short because a lot of them, they were being executed because they felt as though they could do what they want. You can't just go into somewhere that already have an establishment and feel as though that's just like Donald Trump right now, right? In presidency, right? He go in there and he feel, well, I could do what I want. No, you can't. There's already an establishment here. And so you're going to follow these rules or we're going to impeach you like we impeach everybody else.
Well, I think people are assuming some of these guys were assassinated. I don't think there's proof that all of these guys got assassinated. I don't think so.
Now, I would agree that some of the records that we do find of some of the assassinations are plausible, but there are also some strong historical accounts of Hatshepsut, who we know they tried to erase her from history. They tried to erase Akhenaten from history as well.
And did a horrible job because we still got it.
Because we still got it.
That may not be true.
No, that's a fact.
No, that's absolutely true. It's an intentional degradation to it.
Now, here's my question. Just because someone comes and builds something on top of what you build, that's not trying to erase, because it's clear that they found evidence of a
Jose, Ronald Redford states that they intentionally destroyed monuments of her and replaced it with their own. As far as the next, who her? It was her son.
There was an instance when the pharaohs after built something in front of what she was in front of it. But the fact of the matter is, they still have attestations of these things. So clearly, if they were trying to erase, they wasn't doing a good job.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. They tried to, but obviously we have the ability to look back at history and see.
I don't think so. I think they're exaggerating with that whole erasing.
I mean, but it's not the first time, Jose. I mean, we see that.
Yeah, they try to erase a lot of them out of there.
I mean, that's just how.
But they only did it because they looked at these people as, they looked at them as failures to the throne, right? They looked at them as, all right, you shouldn't have been here. You are staying in our dynasty, basically.
Well, you can say what you want to say, but Hatshepsut was very, very important. Because at one point she was
important.
At one point she was literally the king and the queen.
She was important to us. You see, the people that study the Commission tradition, she was important to. Yes. But the people that was during that time, the fact that they had an issue with a female being in rule during that time, that they had the issue. She was important to us. She wasn't as important to them.
Wasn't it like some like a royal feud or something?
Yeah.
What happened with Hatshepsut was she was the royal bloodline, and she was married to one of the Nasut initially, and she got sick of having to marry off her daughter, so she rightfully took over and reigned as king. That was her right. She was the king's great wife. So the bloodline comes through her and only her. That is how it works. They have one wife who they call the Nasut Beret, which is the great wife of the king. Who the bloodline comes through her. So once her bloodline dies off, then it's the next great wife.
Do you know Hatshepsut's story?
Well,
so the thing about Hatshepsut, like he was saying, they didn't like the fact that having a woman fell.
But they couldn't do anything about it.
She did. Hold on one second. And so what she did was she made her story a labyrinth, right? She said she was the daughter, and actually, if we want to go as far as saying she was basically the first immaculate birth or immaculate story there was, because she said she was the daughter of a moon.
Now.
She made that. They made that story up. That story was not true. The reason they made that story up is so because she said a moon now appointed her to rule. They can't go against what a moon say.
No, it was.
That's why.
It was her right to rule. It was
not her right to rule at that time because men they didn't think that women should rule because only hierarchies was men.
But I'm gonna say it again.
Yeah, but I think she was ruling in place of like her son or something.
Yes.
Yeah, I think she was just in place.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is she was the one who was the royal bloodline. She was the primary wife. So because she's the primary wife, only her children would have been allowed to rule.
Yeah, that's
And once they die out, they move on to the next great wife.
Nobody's arguing. Well, I wasn't arguing that. I was arguing that because women during that time wasn't allowed to rule, she had to make up an elaborate story about her life.
But that came later.
How she became to rule.
Right? Yeah, but that would have come much later. Initially, when she took rule because it was all right. She got fed up. She said, "I'm going to take rule," and nobody could do anything about it.
Well, so you think that's how it happened, Jose? You think that's how?
No. Didn't her son die or something?
No, I think he was young.
Let me.
Her son was like young or something, right?
Let me be honest. I'm just repeating what I heard someone say. I really didn't read the story.
No, well,
I don't
you
want
gotta get your sources, brother, because
I don't want. No. I'm being honest. I never really read the story for myself. I was just listening to what someone else said. So I don't want to. I don't want to know the story fully.
It's a BBC article on Hatshepsut. It said she was co-regent. Yeah.
Yeah. So the reason that she was able to rule was because her child. I think he was too young, right?
Yeah. That's what he was younger. Yeah. That was cool.
Come back. Because I don't want to say for sure that I know the full story. I should know it, but I don't.
I do have a question for you, Humble. Do you think the concept of, I guess, netter is solely abstract, or do you think at some point in Egyptian history, I guess, whatever part, intermediate period, that these ideas start to shift and these people are identifying actual deities, like how the rest of the ancient Near East understood deities as well? I'm asking because I think I'm not too much into history. I mean, not too much into the Egypt history, Egyptology and stuff. So I let that be for y'all. But I did have a question about the I guess the everyday people versus the people.
So everybody looked at the Neteru as forces, right? And so you're right. The Neteru didn't become associated with gods until the Ptolemaic period, until they started cultural appropriation, right? When they started taking their gods and mixing them with the Comitian Neters, right? That's how we get people like Thoth. That's how we get, some of their people. But originally they were looked at as forces of nature.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Because I think I understand the term netter to have more of an abstract term than just simply.
Yeah. I mean, some of them were abstract. Some of, like, for examples, Jehudi. Jehudi is abstract because there's no physical thing of intelligence. And I say, show me something. Show me what intelligence look like. You see what I'm saying? We can't do that. So Jehudi, who's the embodiment of intelligence, is abstract. But when we talk about Ray, who is just the sun is not abstract. We can look at the sun. We can witness the sun heat. You see what I'm saying? So now the important thing is they're talking about how these things function. Now they're doing it in the style that they're doing it in because it's just like teaching physics to a third grader, right? You can't teach them on a college level. So we have to, gradually go through this. And this is why the symbols have multiple meanings a lot of the time. And so it's not meant to be read like the Bible. Like a lot of people with their Western viewpoint, they'll read this and be like, oh, snaps, we see Ray doing this and he got a boat going across the sky, and people believe that. No. That's just their way of telling a story of the cycles of the sun. You see what I'm saying? So that's a major, because a lot of people, I got a question. I've gotten a question people asked me before, well, what's the difference between the Abrahamic religion and Kemet? Well, the Abrahamic religion, they deify and mystify everything, right? So instead of their God being a force that we can work with, their God is a far standoffish God. He don't interact with us. He only interact with us through angels and things. He only interact with a select few, and even they can't get it right. So, but when we dealing with the nature and the natural, these are things that we can witness. You know, we can witness moisture and rain and the air and the earth and the sun and things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I would lay that out.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, no, off that, just from what I've seen, that like the normal everyday people had what we would call folk religion, outside of what I guess the more distinguished, more imperial people had. And I guess I often wonder how the everyday people conceptualize things, because we don't have, their writing, that's history is written by the victors. So, as far as anthropology and theology goes,
you do know there are texts about everyday life that
right.
we can look
But
absolutely.
Really fast if I can. What I will also get to is we do have writings from people who show us that these words are everyday use, right? Like, so for example, I was bringing up earlier the Maxims of Aten, right? So that's a book that was written by Akhenaten, and how he used the word shu and the word ma'at just to mean order. Like, he wasn't giving reference to ma'at, he was just saying the word order. We got books like the Book of Amenhotep and the Maxims of Ptahhotep, who, when they are talking about ethics and morality, they're not calling on deities, but they're using words, or they're using these words to just simplify order, So we do got references now.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Let me ask you a question. Have you studied Medu Neter before?
Have I studied Medu Neter? A little here and there. I never really did a deep dive. That's actually something on my homework to do. I got a file for it to where it's the one I want to get a deep dive in there. But I never did a deep dive, but I know enough about it to have a conversation about it.
I think that since you have a group, you guys should pool your resources and take some Medu Neter courses. You'll be surprised what you learn. You'll be very surprised what you learn. So that's something important. I'm kind of self-taught, but I always say if you can take a course, that is the better thing to do, because you'll be surprised to know how much, when you're reading these texts, they're mistranslating and putting extra sauce.
That's fact.
On a lot of these translations. When you look at the TLA, they put a lot of extra sauce. Sometimes it's reconstruction. So you have to know, when you're looking at it, what is a reconstruction? What is the added word? What is commentary? And how you know is when you see something in parentheses, in parentheses, that's an addition. You see something in brackets, that's a reconstruction. Anything else is supposed to be a direct translation. So we need to look into, they'd have so much translations. You could go to TLA, look up any topic and get some sort of preliminary understanding. That's a good resource.
I just want to get some shouts out from some of the people that I learned from on the subject matter. Jabari Ozaze, shouts out to Mfudishi, shouts out to Professor James Smalls, Baba Haru, past, rest of spirit. These are some of the people who I learned about ancient Kemet from, just watching their videos, taking my notes, putting them, storing them away, and just doing deep dives on them.
You need to watch Smash Rockwell as well.
Smash Rockwell, okay.
He does
go way back. That's my brother from way back.
Okay. If you go back and look at his videos, he does a lot of lessons that help you understand Mother Nature.
Okay.
Smash.
So that's Smash Rocco Show is a good one to check out. He even dives into the hieratic and all of that as well. So, but brother, you're young brother, I love you, but you
I appreciate you.
You clearly need to take a deeper dive to understand the Kemetic culture, because the Nasut was the ultimate authority on everything. So he had a right to do what he did, but he also understood if you cross that line, something could happen to you too. He definitely understood that.
How you know that?
How do I know what?
How you know that the suit was the ultimate authority?
Because when you read the text,
like what was going on behind the scenes,
and you read the primary sources, it explains to you through the symbology and the iconography. He played out the idea of the nature on Earth. Everything he did, he imitated the nature.
I would say that.
I don't understand how ancient propaganda works, and I know behind the scenes.
I would say that,
but Ben, you
hold on, Jose, really fast. I can get this out. Ben, if he wouldn't have been forced to move his empire down south. He'd have been comfortable setting up shop right where he was. But he had to move because he was not the supreme authority in that land during that time. He had to get that right with the priest.
Do you know that when you look at the determinative for the Nasut, it is the same as a nature? Do you notice that the symbols that he carry are things that come from the nature? The wasp?
Yeah.
All of those things.
Because he was a priest. Yeah.
But he is playing out his role as the ultimate political and quote unquote religious or spiritual authority. There was no one higher than him. That's a fact. That's in every African culture. You can't get past that no matter what we want to say. And
you're saying that as if like, okay, well, we know he was the pharaoh, so you know the land belonged to him. Okay. It's just like, okay, well, we know Trump Towers. We know Trump owned Trump Towers. Yeah. But if none of the employees show up to Trump Towers, what do Trump got? A fucking building. My bad. Apologies. But what do you got? He's got a building. You see what I'm saying? So when he ruled, he ruled as the voice of Kemet, but when things needed to be done on a political and on all of that, he needed the support of the pharaoh. You see what I'm saying?
Listen. I'm with you that he definitely had a council that he had to deal with, but he could still override them at any point. Trump doesn't have that ultimate legal authority.
Yeah, because he did override them, and when he override them, they told him, you can't stay here no more. You doing way too much. You can't stay here no more.
Maybe they did, but he still lived out his life, didn't he?
Yeah, but you know, this is why he was smart as well when he moved, because he went to another place that had people who was worshiping another sun deity, and all he had to do was say, "Oh yeah, well this is the same sun deity under another name."
I'm still gonna stick to the fact that Trump doesn't have ultimate authority. He can override everything. It's not the same. It's a totally different system. You can't make that comparison between Trump.
Oh no, the reason is because just like Kemet, just like the pharaoh is the owner of Kemet, Trump is the owner of the Trump Tower. And so
I'm with you.
Right. And so the priests are the establishment at Trump Tower. And so if Akhenaten, like Trump, say, all right, well, I'm firing all of my priests, all of this. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second.
So Ben, can I ask you a question? Have you ever read any primary Kemetic text before?
Few times. Back when, yeah.
And what did you find out by reading those primary texts? What did those primary texts tell you?
All right, I'm back.
And what were the texts? What were the texts?
They were like interconnected with my personal studies. I'm not really into Egypt. I think everyone else does a great job.
Okay, so let me ask Humble, what primary text have you read?
I read The Book of Coming Forth by Day by Ballage Wudge. I've also got updated translations on that. I've
Which
read
one? Which one?
What, The Book of Coming Forth by Day?
Yeah, they have several different ones. Which one?
Right. So I said I got the physical copy of Ballage Wudge. Of Wallace Budge. But I do
the Peppers
cross.
of Annie.
Yeah. So, because I know that's a horrible translation, I picked it up.
Don't read that one. Don't read that one. Look for
Listen.
There's one called The Complete Papyrus of Annie. That's a better one. Do not read Budge when it comes to Medunecha.
Now, watch this, because you just said it. That's another TLA that I cross-reference from. So I understand that, that was just something I could pick up just to showboat for my homeboys over on Bigo.
Right, I'm with you.
But so the maxims of Ptahhotep, the maxims of Amenhotep, I have is it another one?
Do you use the TLA though?
Yes.
Right. That is a good starting resource. But once again, the TLA could trick you because they put extra sauce on a lot of those translations sometimes. But they just don't translate certain things, so you have to be careful. No. That's why I say learning the Medunecha is important because you have to know what you're reading.
You have to know what you
and then they add things on it too to make it
exactly. I would agree with that. And it's more so of like the way you read it as well, right? They do put a lot of emphasis. And another thing I want to add is time period matters as well. Because you see a lot of stories where people try to pull up that came way, way, way later, right? During the Ptolemaic period and stuff that don't really line up with the stories that was originally there. And the reason that is because these people, again, it was culture appropriation. So they was appropriating their culture onto what was already there.
Like the contentions of Horace and said is something that was not in the original writing, and people don't know that. The ancient Kemetic people didn't write that.
Yeah.
They didn't write that. The Hyksos wrote that story as a disrespect, and people are touting that as something that the indigenous people wrote. And they never wrote that. They found that in some comedian's chest or something like that. So this is why this is very important. I always tell people, and there's another one called St. Andrew's Corpus. That's a good one to read as well.
Mm-hmm.
It has a lot of good text in that one as well. So Ben, I think if you read the stories of Kemet, you'll be very, very, very interested. I don't know your field of interest, so you'd have to tell me, but I think you should do that.
Yeah, no, I have a baseline historiographic understanding of Egypt. Nothing too special.
Well,
you need to go deeper.
I say this. Don't study anything that you're not gonna put too much. You're not gonna be able to pick up and carry anything with. So if you want to touch on it, you could touch on it and have a conversation. But if that ain't your thing, that ain't your thing. You feel me?
I have you two up here. I love asking you guys questions, man.
But the maxims of Ptahhotep is something that's still relevant today.
Of course it is. Oh yeah. And see, that's why I said that. So now listen. This is why when I speak about these things, I don't ever push these things on people. Because if I mention it and somebody like, oh, okay, well, what book is that? Maxim of Ptahhotep. Okay. And they actually go read it. I don't have to push them because when they read it, they're going to realize for themselves is, damn, was this book written yesterday? So that's a realization that already come what I was saying. So I ain't even got to push too hard. You just mention it. Okay, let me go study what that's about.
Yeah, I'm with you. A lot of those things are still relevant to today, but people don't think so because it was written long ago. But wisdom is wisdom, and it will always. And people need to understand why he wrote it. He wrote it for his son.
Yeah.
For his son to be able to take over and know what he was supposed to do. And I didn't even know that he was actually one of the Lasud's sons until I read the text. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
He was the king's firstborn son. I didn't even know that. I found it out later.
So Actually, it's so interesting because that's one of the very small writings that we have of him. But he was well known in history. People wrote about him being a first physician. People wrote about him being a first astrologer. Like
that's Imhotep, huh?
Yeah, Imhotep.
No, I was talking about Ptahotep.
Okay, gotcha.
Ptahotep was the king's firstborn son. He was royalty. I didn't know that till I read the text. Although he didn't reign on the throne, he was an overseer and a high government official. But I didn't know that his father was actually a Nasut, and he served under several of the Nasut, and he lived for a long time. Apparently, some people think he lived to be over 100 years old.
Hey, Jose, I got a question for you, brother.
Yes, if I could answer it.
How do you feel about retainer sacrifices? Do you think that was all right, or that's just something they was tripping back then?
I'll say this: I did read a paper on it, and the paper seemed to use language like possibly or maybe. The paper didn't seem to be sure that this is what they were witnessing. I'm not saying there was not retainer sacrifice. I'm just saying that paper didn't convince me that they were just wholesale killing people.
Okay.
I don't necessarily.
I was asking because from whatever I've read, it seemed to be similar to what I know in the ancient Near East as retainer sacrifices. So
Well, I mean, the evidence that they present is pretty flimsy, to be honest. They show some random little broke up thing and say they think that was a sacrifice.
So you think they weren't doing retainer sacrifices?
I would say there's probably some history of sacrifice, possibly. I don't want to say yes, I don't want to say no, because I'm not convinced.
Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted to ask.
But probably was somewhere, maybe.
Yeah.
Who was being sacrificed?
What they're saying was, if there was any retainer sacrifice, it happened in the first dynasty and it never happened again.
Yeah, I think it stopped after like the early dynasty.
See, that's the thing about Kemet too. Like Kemet, again, they have this thing about restoring my. And so if one pharaoh did something felt as though it wasn't, they would try to correct that. You see what I'm saying? So this is also why we see the major influxes in Kemet dynasties that we do, because again, some pharaohs had their own ideas. That I'm gonna come up here and do this, right? And you just can't do that. So they like, oh, all right, well, this ain't what we about to do. We got him up out of here now. Let's go back to restoring it the way it was. You know.
I'm with you, but you still have to understand it was his right as ruler to do as he saw fit. The next ruler could change it back to the way that he saw fit as well. So we're not going to say he's out of line for doing what he did. That's not true.
Do we have any evidence of a pharaoh ever being impeached?
Well, they can't really impeach.
No, I know. It's just any
because he didn't appoint him. It's his birthright.
Right.
That's funny.
There is evidence of something called the Herm.
I assume being assassinated is often like
that's what they did. They
there's like he got.
Well, I mean, I've heard that there's something called the Herm conspiracy, where they think that Ramses II, someone in his harem was trying to assassinate him. And I've never read it, but apparently
that's a real theory. There's some scholars out there that say that Ramses II was assassinated. There's really no proof. They say he got a hole in the back of his head with somebody bashed in it. But now there are records of people being assassinated in Kemet, though.
I'm not gonna say people were not assassinated, but I realize that people are putting extra sauce on this assassination thing to assume because someone had a short ring they were killed. That's not true.
I would agree with that.
I mean, it could have been other reasons why they had a short ring. They died. Yeah. They got the throne, got usurped, several other reasons.
Now, I think the reason they make the argument so compelling is because it was in the period of in manner in how they died and how they kept switching, right? It was more so like looking at it from a viewer's point of view. It is more so like a trial and error thing. You see what I'm saying? And so it's like, all right, well, this person lasts 2 years, time to get him out of here. This person lasts 2 years, time to get. It's just like what we see in the NBA, right? If y'all watch football or basketball, it's like a team get a new player, they try him out for 20 games. They don't do what they supposed to do in 20 games. He get traded. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, but for decades they would talk about King Tut being assassinated. Now all of a sudden, that's not true anymore.
Yeah.
For years they were telling you somebody killed him because he died young, and now apparently it's not true.
Yeah.
There was a curse of King Tut. That's not true anymore.
Yeah.
He just died
So
young now.
that's something else that we also, and that's when we see Egyptologists. Now that's the fault of the Egyptologists as well sometimes, because Egyptologists they exaggerate stories to make it fit, to make them more popular than what they already are, basically.
Call it what it is, humble. They
So
full of shit. They full of shit. That's what it is.
Yeah, so you gotta be careful with that shit.
Because we know definitely some of them were killed. Like for example, Amos' father was definitely killed by the Asiatics. We know that. He was definitely brutally murdered. But you know, they put, I mean, to me, I think they put extra sauce on this war and violence. I don't think ancient Kemet had that much war and violence. I could be tripping. I don't know. I think they put extra sauce on it. What do you think, Humble?
They didn't have a lot of war. They expanded, yes. A lot of the expansion came through trade and political gain and influence. Right? A lot of the expansion didn't come from war.
I'm glad you said that.
Also marriages too. Like they had marriage to another nation. So a lot of it didn't come from war.
Right, because they could show 2-3 instances of war and make that the whole culture now. Every time we turn around, the Pharaoh beating up somebody and that's not true. Even if you look at the word oppression doesn't even mean what we think it means. It means somebody got beat up and they are now subjugated based on getting beat up. It doesn't mean I ran down and I just started doing this and that. Yes, there's instances where some pharaohs say I want to expand my borders, but they were honest about it. They didn't lie about what they wanted to do. So we know those who want to expand their borders.
The people that they were.
Now we talking about ancient Kemet, if I may. We talking about ancient Kemet, right? And the time period we're talking about ancient Kemet is a time period some would say Moses would have lived. And any of the things we're talking about dealing with ancient Kemet, do we see a person who fit the description of a Moses?
No. No. We don't.
We see a Akhenaten though, right?
Well, Akhenaten was a historical character, yeah.
Hey, they supposedly lived on the same time.
Yeah, but that's foolishness.
Yeah, but
now watch this though. But see, watch this. Watch how Moy break down, right? So we talking about the Exodus. So now when we know about the Exodus, we know they left Egypt and they went where?
No, they didn't leave Egypt. They got beat up and put out. That's what happened.
That's what I'm saying. The issue is when they left, they went to more Egypt because the place to what they traveled was an Egyptian province during that time.
I'm with you, but the story, but the biblical story is not the real story. The real story is they were invited, they took over, and eventually they got the brakes beat off them and sent to Canaan.
Right.
Which was a Kemetic territory.
Now, see, I don't believe. Now,
there is no story.
Here's the issue, though.
Yeah, but that's not the biblical Exodus. That's
that biblical story, and that story that the brother was just talking about. Those are two different people.
These are two different stories. Yes.
And this is the point I'm making. There's no historical evidence of slavery in ancient Kemet because there is no word for slavery in ancient. Medu Necha. There is no word for that.
Is there a word for captive?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
It's called Sakir, a living captive. Yes, there's definitely a word for that. A living.
Now, also something I want to make clear too, because the brother Chief X I was talking to, he I made my video about. He was also talking about the them enslaving the Nubians and stuff like that. The Bach Treaty is what he was talking about. So with the Bach Treaty, the Nubians didn't enslave themselves. He was making a statement that the Nubians enslaved themselves. They went and conquered other neighboring nations and brought the war captives to the Egyptians. They didn't bring other Nubians to the people be making, but see that's the issue with people not knowing history.
Yeah, but Humble, when he told the story, he didn't tell the story correctly. He didn't say that when the Arabs first came into Egypt, the Magi was shooting their eyes out. They were blinding them. When they initially came there, these Arabs were coming back with eye wounds or totally blinded. He didn't say it. He didn't mention that part. They called them the archer of the pupil of the eye because they were shooting out these Arabs' eyes.
Yeah.
But he didn't mention that part. He never mentioned that part. And that's an important part of the story.
That's fact.
But this is what I'm saying. You're talking and you're not mentioning the historical content. After a certain amount of time, they eventually overcame these people. And according to my brother Reggie, they were complaining because they were sending them these old, infirm people. They weren't sending them healthy Africans. So that was their beef. But you have to tell the story that the people of Kemet didn't roll over. They had a fight.
Yeah.
And those Arabs got jacked up.
But that's what sister neighboring nations did though. That's what they still do. They beef over some things and they make up over other things.
All right, this is what I'm saying. So you can't. First of all, you have to know what Nubian is, a historical word, and it deals with several different varying groups of people. Even back in ancient times, there were several different groups of people that were considered Nubian. So you have to know that before you start to talk.
We have a special guest call in. We have a special guest call in. IBM is calling in. I got him on speakerphone right now. Go ahead, IBM. You got the floor.
Peace and love. I hope y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we hear you.
Is everything clear? Hopefully.
Yeah. Crystal clear. We got it.
I had a couple points to what y'all were talking about. I'm staying on topic. I heard Humble say that the Christians or the religious people deify everything. So did the Egyptians. We're talking about the Hyksos. Y'all said the retainer sacrifices stopped at around like the beginning of the first dynasty. That's not true. We have those going on. They have tumulus tombs that they found in Kerma. But A1's got that pulled up. We can read that. But there were retainer sacrifices in the 12th dynasty. Now, we can find them. We're gonna find them in that source. And then, when it comes to the Hyksos story, we have to remember that most of these guys didn't even know about it in 2018. I beat Garfield up on the Stanley Como, and I hear Smash Rockwell and Jabari and everybody else regurgitate it because none of them was saying it before 2018 until I gave it to them. And that's the man who went down and named the lower half of Nubia Kush with a K. Now, Sesostris 1 is the Greek translation. It's like Sinneret or something like that in the Egyptian, but if you look up Sesostris 1, it'll I said, did you know about the Stellar Comos? And the reason why I know that these guys don't know about the Stellar Comos is because a couple months ago, I heard Jabari say that the Hyksos was illiterate and they didn't have their own form of writing. Now, if they were illiterate and didn't have their own form of writing, how did they write that letter? How did Comos intercept the letter coming from the Hyksos going to the Nubians? Sure, you don't know what you're talking about. Like I said, so when we talking about this, this Hyksos, it's an amalgamation of Asia Minor and, even Israel could have been a part of it also because they all coming down from that way.
Now,
Nubia, the Nubians was not the Hyksos because they were not foreign to the Egyptians. The Egyptians had been dealing with these people forever.
Nubians are identified as Hyksos.
No. I don't.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you guys the floor in a second.
I heard somebody say something about coming from the South. Well, your first dynasties came from the South. Thebes, to be exact.
Nobody's arguing that, brother. Nobody's arguing that. That's not an argument.
Like I said,
He can't hear you.
Right.
Go ahead.
The argument.
Hold on,
is not,
Jose, because he can't hear you. So you can only hear him. So responding right now only creates confusion on the line. I'm gonna let him close out and then he'll respond in the chat. Go ahead, IBM. You got the floor.
And like I said, the Hyksos, I equate them to Jacob's time. The Pharaoh that knew Jacob not. Now remember, the Hyksos was in power, right? And Jacob came from Israel, right? and his people came down and they was allowed to go and live in Goshen, some of the best lands in Egypt. But the reason why I say that is because, see, the Hyksos may have known Jacob. But then when Comos came back he's the last pharaoh of the 17th dynasty, all right? And the Hyksos took over in the late 14th dynasty and ruled all the way to the late 17th dynasty. And then Comos took over. He was the last pharaoh of the 17th dynasty. And then Ahmose, once he became of age, he became the first 18th dynasty pharaoh. Okay? So that's when I equate running into a pharaoh that knew him not. Comos or Ahmose, one of those guys. Running into that pharaoh that knew him not. Now I'm thinking that, maybe the Hyksos knew of Joseph because they're coming from that area. They're coming down from Asia Minor and different places as an amalgamation of different foreign rulers. That's why Hyksos means foreign rulers. Okay? So, like I said, when we talking about Kush, we make Kush sound like it was before Egypt. And how was that the case when the 12th dynasty pharaohs, the soldiers went down there and named that land?
Real quick. The problem with people is that they
hear this, and
I don't know when I set up.
But you can tell that they don't do no studying on it. And they don't know nothing about it. They're only good regurgitators.
Hey. All right. Any closing remarks, Indigenous Black man?
Yeah, I love all of y'all, and I want y'all to get it right. I hear Humble up here. Humble, I see that you're doing your work as a young man, but when y'all using my information, make sure that you give a brother some credit, because I don't have a voice out here, and I can't pop on panels and stuff. So it's easy.
I wish you could.
I come at you with the information and show you where you regurgitate my stuff from years ago. Stuff that I came into this community in 2020 when I did my first presentation. Stuff that I was telling Garfield and them in 2018 that they didn't know about.
Yes, we did.
Like I said, give the brother the credit that he deserves. That's all I ask. I don't need no award. I don't need no money. I'm doing this for free because I love y'all. But when you're using my stuff, don't just run behind me and regurgitate. Make sure you give me no credit. And I love all of y'all. Keep your head high, your grass low, and stop lying to my people. And I love y'all. All right.
Peace. Have a good night. All right, back to you, gentlemen. That was indigenous black man calling from
Damn, A1, I wish we could.
distant
I
remote
wish we
location.
could come on.
He tripping, A1.
I wish you could come on, brother.
He tripping. Because he can't show me no indigenous record of anyone named Joseph who was ever in Kemet. He can never show me that. He could never show me that.
And he's talking about the template stele, about the way we talked about this years ago. He's not saying anything new. Don't worry.
No, he just coming on here talking wild crazy.
And that was pure conjecture. He interpreted his history as he will like, how most people do with the Bible.
Yeah. And I also want to say he was talking about retainer sacrifice. I didn't catch if he said the 18th or the 25th, but there is no retainer sacrifice in either of those dynasties.
We know that. We know that definitely not. Of course not. If it happened, it stopped in the first dynasty. Yeah. Any paper that you read only speaks about the first dynasty and 4 or 5 different pharaohs. They don't talk about anyone else who did the practice. It didn't extend past that. So I don't know why. So I don't understand what he's talking about.
If I could read this really fast, it say no, retainer sacrifices did not exist in the 18th dynasty. Archaeology show it was strictly a first dynasty practice that disappeared over 2,000 years before the new kingdoms.
Right.
So I mean, I don't know where he's going with that.
I don't know. He said he taught you something, so maybe I don't know. That's what he said. He said he used this information.
I don't
think so either.
That's fine. I remember indigenous from way back. The same old stuff. Don't worry.
Yeah, man. That's crazy. Well, listen, brothers. It was a good conversation.
Same.
Nice have a good night, right?
Yeah, I appreciated this, man. And I'm most definitely coming back, A1. I'm most definitely coming back whenever you need me, bro.
Definitely. We only got through about like 20 of the questions, so I want to finish these with you.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
We're gonna say, all right, have a good night, Jose. I was gonna say we can I'll do a couple more and then we'll actually do a part 2. I'll only do 25 of them.
Bet.
We can do part 2, bring you back this week. I'm sure once a couple people see this one, they're gonna be waiting for the next one to get at you, because I know it's Super Bowl Sunday. A lot of people watching that now.
I forgot the Super Bowl's on. Listen, man, I'll go to YouTube, check out the highlights later.
I feel you.
Highlights later. That's crazy.
Yeah, let me get to these questions. Where was I at?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump back in the chat. Peace to you, humble. A1, peace to y'all again.
All right, have a good day, Ben. You up this week?
Hey, man, I'm here with you.
You gonna be ready? Oh well, you gotta work, so maybe next weekend we'll get you in next Saturday or something like that.
Yeah, whenever you need me, brother. Yes, sir.
Got you. All right, have a good day.
All right.
Okay. Politics and ideology. What is one belief you hold that you're secretly afraid is wrong?
That's interesting, because any belief I think is wrong, I drop to the wayside. So I always tell people, if I can't transmit my belief into a knowing, then I drop it by the wayside. So I try to know everything I believe.
Let's go. I like that answer. Next one. Is democracy a failed experiment that we're too proud to quit?
I think democracy is a tool that was placed in the wrong hands that now we can't get it out of. Right? We see it thrive when we looked at it in, Rome and Greece. It worked well. But those were people who were literally looking to do good for their land. Unlike here. Here they're using democracy as a tool to further control the people here. I appreciate you, Ben.
Definitely Ben is one of the debaters on the channel over here too. We about to get him in the hot seat this week. So, oh yeah, I'm gonna let you know when that happens, so that way you can come up and challenge him if you hear anything.
Okay.
Next question. Would you support a benign dictator if they solved every problem you care about?
Hell no. I don't even support the motherfuckers that's in office right now. I don't support none of them motherfuckers.
Even if they solved every problem you care about?
They solved every problem. Give me the plan, set of problems, so I can give them to my people. We can solve them on our own.
Let's go. That's facts. Is your political rivalry an enemy of the state or just a person with a different map?
An enemy of the state?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is because y'all not treating us fair. And y'all never have treated us fair. And we got to keep pushing our voice out there to the state until they start to actually hear what we got to say. And that's one thing I like about even in ancient history, right? This is Black History Month. Even just back in Black History Month, that's what I loved about our leaders back then. They stood up. Oh, let me turn my camera on. They stood up in front of the president giving speeches. They stood up against senators giving speeches, right? They wasn't just behind the scenes doing everything. And so they let the state, they let the country know we ain't being treated fair. This is what we want to do. This is what we going to do about it. That's where we got to get back to.
Hey, I see we got King Naga in the building. We do have a debate coming up with him in the next few days. Hit that panel, King Naga.
Most definitely.
Humble Mystic is taking questions right now. If you hear anything that you want to challenge him on to line up a future debate, we're trying to get him an exhibition debate set up. Hop on up here, man. I'm gonna drop that link again for you. It is pinned, but here you go. And I'm gonna go ahead and get to the next question. Roy Chess, yeah, hit that link, Roy Chess. Roy Chess is trying to get in the ring as well. So yeah, we do have a few people popping up who said they wanted to set some stuff up. Come on up here. Humble Mystic is taking on all challengers. Next question. Oh, this is a good one. Is freedom worth the price of total chaos?
Yes, absolutely. And that's something my brother Ashe, he stressed about. That's something a lot of my brothers that I talk to on a daily basis stress about. If we want to get to the point that we want to get to, we want to get to the end goal that we want to get to, it's going to be some bloodshed. It's going to be some chaos. It's going to take those of us who are willing to fucking blow some shit up. Excuse my French, but that's what it's going to take.
I hear you. Shout out Jada Snake in the building. And while we got King Naga in the chat, might as well go ahead and run his ad. Brief word from our sponsors, then we'll get back to these questions. Oh, it's muted. Here we go.
Presented by Coliseum of Argument. Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fall, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
And be looking for this debate in the next couple of days. King Naga versus Leandre McBride. Was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? This one is going to have the arena shaking. I already know it. Back to you, gentlemen. We have Roy Chess to the panel. How you feeling today, Roy Chess?
I'm good. Peace, everyone. Peace.
Peace to you. Did you have any questions or comments based off anything you've heard so far?
Well, I would like to ask a few questions, perhaps. My first question for Humble would be, you said you had a background in debating. I was wondering if you could tell us a story of, or an experience of you having a debate with someone, but they win the debate, but you felt their information was incorrect. Like your information was correct, but they still won the debate. Did you ever have an experience?
Yeah, most definitely. Actually, that came to my second loss. My second loss was, what was the debate topic? The debate topic was, is the biblical narrative true? And my opponent came to the debate. I give my opponent credit. He showed that the Israelites were real people, but he didn't prove if the biblical narrative was true. I proved that it wasn't true, and they still gave him the win. Hey, listen, I one of them debaters that if I lose, it's all competition. You know, I just go back in the lab, I get stronger, and I get ready for the next one. I don't talk about the judge. I always use the basketball analogy. I'm a basketball player. I show up. Y'all bring the ball. Y'all tell me what court to go to. I show up and do what I do. You know what I'm saying? So I never complain about the judges. I never complain about the commentator. I'm very respectful in my debates, you know. I don't lose my cool now. I'm very passionate, yeah, but I don't throw no slurs and no name calling. And that's just how it go.
Hey, you're gonna like it over here. We have unbiased judges that I went and hired specifically for this. They're not in the, they're not clicked up with anybody. They're separate entities from the people that we have around here. So there's no biases. We had a few people that were sore losers. They were trying to challenge judgments. I actually let one guy do a challenge. He just ended up getting more embarrassed the second time.
And see, one thing for me is when I was in high school, I lost debates in high school over crazy reasons, man. I lost debates in high school because I didn't sound proper enough. You know, I didn't wear a suit and a tie. And I didn't come, because that was their standard of debate. We didn't know. We just some kids from the projects. We try and do something constructive other than go out here and, do something bad. So we just debate. So I lost debates over crazy stuff. And one thing I learned definitely from some of my sports icons is you just get back in the lab and you get better.
Another question, Roy Chess? You got the floor.
Sure.
You can dialogue.
As far as getting ready for the debate, what is your process? Is there a specific process, or do you have a special case process for every debate? Do you have what I'm saying is, do you have a universal system, or do you case by case debate type of system?
It's more case by case. So a lot of the things is I'm more of a speaker. So, and I know in a debate I have to put together a presentation. So my thing is my mind be on ADHD mode, trying to get everything right. So I take things out, I put things in, I make 15 presentations. I be in the gym, bro. When I say I be in the lab, really, it's like my process. You could look at a little bit like Eminem when he write inspiration write down a piece of paper. That's how I am. I might be working on the debate. I might be going downstairs, fixing something to eat, and get an inspiration. Run upstairs to my laptop, write it down real quick, and I just put it together as I go.
So, do you do music as well? I'm just curious. I'm only asking that because some people do it with music, right?
Right.
So some people are rappers or musicians, whatever. So they get into the zone for that reason, using rap or music or whatever. Is there something that you use to get into the zone specifically, or no?
No, I just bring the passion. I just bring the information, the scholastic information, and I bring my passion.
Okay. So do you have any formal training at all other than the high school debate?
Yeah. So Bigo is another platform where I do this constantly 24/7, 365 days out of the week. Like, and it prepares me for platforms like this because over there the environment is no holds barred, right? So you ain't gotta be structured, you ain't gotta be, well spoken. You come in and y'all yelling and y'all cussing each other out and y'all going back and forth. That actually help you strengthen your arsenal too. When you get in the ring and it get chaotic, you know how to hold your composure.
Okay, is that what platform is that? Is that outside of YouTube, I guess?
Yes, outside of YouTube.
Is it on like
it's on BIGO? It's called Bigo Live. You download it on your phone.
Oh, okay.
It's also a paid app. So you get on there, you become a host. You can get paid for streaming and things of that nature, bringing your content. Right now over there, I'm trying to make information important, because people over there, they'll pay for, just like over on the YouTube community, we got communities on Bigo. So you got business community, you got the ghetto community where people just cussing each other out all day. You got us, the conscious community. You got the LGBTQ community, and the other communities are more popular because it's more drama. And so what I'm trying to push to the forefront on Bigo is education. You know what I'm saying? Why are y'all sitting here wasting y'all money on people who don't care about y'all? When y'all got people right here in front of y'all really giving y'all information, not information, who cares, but information to where though you can go out here tomorrow and apply it and change your whole life. So that's what we over there doing.
Okay. Do you host or are you just part of other people's platform?
I host. Yeah, I host. We are. So what I do in particular is I build community. So I have a lot of people on Bigo who one of them is Soul Tribe Community, right? That's a family that I am a leader of. We got a community in the metaverse. We got a community on Discord. We got a community everywhere. Facebook, Instagram. I'm also a part of the Ring of Fire. I'm also a part of the Bomb Squad. Me and my brother are shaping. So one thing I do in particular is bring together community.
So is it just debate, or are you talking about in general?
In general, I'm a debater by sport, but I am a practitioner by trade. So when I say I'm a practitioner by trade, I not only live life, but I work with life. I am someone who I wonder why this happened in these predicaments. I wonder what choices can lead me in the proper manners. You see what I'm saying?
You broke up a little bit.
Oh, my bad. So I'm basically a practitioner of life. I'm a debater by sport.
Okay. So you don't take it too serious. I mean, not like your life depends on it type of thing.
Oh yeah, no,
too serious.
No.
But
it's the same way I play basketball. I'm very competitive, but what's in the ring is in the ring. What's outside of the ring is outside of the ring.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Some people are more extreme than that. So I think you're aware of that, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I just be looking to have, because like my thing is I love sports, but our people, for the ones of us who are not really good at sports, right? We need something that still gets us going. And I think that's what debate is. I think debate is a sport that we could do without moving our physical muscles. And it also is healthy for our community because we're also teaching our community as well. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it is not only debate, it's presentations as well. It's it's just being intelligent, making intelligent cool again. You see what I'm saying? It like sometimes I sit here and I watch YouTube and I be watching Martin Luther King sit on the panel with a couple other melanated brothers and just the way they be speaking. Sometimes I watch Brother James Baldwin, you know what I'm saying, stand on the panel, debating in front of the senator and the president, and I just be like, bro, that's what we need to get back to. We need to get back to showing our brothers and sisters it's okay to be intelligent. It's power in knowledge. So that's where I'm coming from, brother.
Hey, we got a super
So
chat.
let me ask you this.
Hold on, Roy Chess, real quick. We got a super chat from Hey Goddess. She says, I crown the humble mystic a Titan. Hey, Titan, stand up. Maybe coming soon. We gonna see. To be an official Titan, you gotta have a win under your belt. We are creating a little exclusivity to the to the debate team, the Titans. I'm leader of the team Titans. Yeah, we're gonna see if he what he does over here, and then we'll see about that. If he's interested. I know he's part of a few squads right now, but he would definitely be a dope addition.
Oh yeah.
Shout out, Hey Goddess. Yeah, she's keeping us all in check and in line over here. She's management. Appreciation.
Love it. And that's something else I love to see too, man. We gotta put our women back out in the forefront too, man. It's man.
That's big facts. I wanted to create a safe space for women to come drop and share knowledge.
Yeah. Love them. I got some dope sisters over on Beagle who share information. And it'd be funny because it'd be new people that be coming around. And because it's like breeding pit bulls, bro. It's like because our sisters sit around us so much, when they get challenged by another woman or something, it's just like, yo, she rowdy. Like, yeah, like look who she sit around. She sit around some real scholars. She ain't just about to throw nothing out there and she ain't do her homework on it. I appreciate you, Sister Goddess. I really do. I see you down there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a bomb squad takeover, man.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning.